Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Wrong Patient by Rachel Hargrove. Narrated by Amanda Stribling. Prologue. 1-year anniversary of celebrity dermatologist disappearance by Lucy Dawson, senior health and beauty correspondent. It's been exactly 1 year since Dr. Seline Marks, the famed celebrity cosmetic dermatologist, disappeared without a trace. The doctor, widely regarded as one of the best in the industry, was last seen near a food truck on Valley Boulevard. Marks, known for her elite clientele, was dubbed the miracle worker of Beverly Hills by her adoring patients. Her innovative approach to beauty and unparalleled talent for changing lives, not just faces, set her apart in an industry often criticized for its superficiality. Her work was more than skin deep. She gave people confidence, a new lease on life, said a former patient who wished to remain anonymous. Despite the high-profile nature of her patients and her celebrity status, Marks was a deeply private individual, making the mystery surrounding her disappearance all the more puzzling. In the months following her disappearance, numerous rumors have surfaced, everything from a kidnapping to a planned escape to an undisclosed foreign country. However, the Los Angeles County Police Department remains tight-lipped about the investigation, stating only that it is an ongoing case. The world of cosmetic dermatology keenly feels the absence of Dr. Marks. Her clinic is closed, the once bustling epicenter of beauty now reduced to a silent testament of a missing woman who was at the height of her profession. The void she left is palpable, but the question persists. Where is Dr. Seline Marks? 1. Ava. They'll kill me if I don't leave. Everyone knows my address, and those who don't can find it with a simple Google search. It's not safe here, not anymore. Heart pounding, I open my phone and swipe through screens. I click on the link to a true crime forum. My name is splashed everywhere in damning headlines. Is there any chance Ava is innocent? Examining whether Ava had an accomplice. Why do you think Ava hasn't admitted to the murder? The real reason Dr. Seline disappeared. The only thing more thrilling than a missing person case is the internet's delight in blaming someone for her disappearance. But blame leads to anger, and anger to hatred. And hatred, a new post pops up. How long do we have to wait until Ava gets what's coming to her? Dad's house might be secure enough if he lets me in. I'm not above begging him. We're not on good terms, but at least he doesn't want me dead. I'll stay there temporarily, tell my family and friends I'm going on vacation, and everything will return to normal. Except it won't. He'll find me. He always knows where I am. And the instant I move, he'll dox me on the damned forum, and the rest of the world will foam at the mouth until they've tracked me down. Where can I hide from the internet? I reach for a stack of clothing, pausing. Due to a court order, I can't leave California. My gaze falls to the phone again. Just like the infatuated public, I can't stop obsessing about the case. I select the post with a video of me embedded in it. A familiar intro tune of a beauty podcast fills my bedroom. Welcome back, Claire, the bubbly host, talks into a headset. Our topic today is a controversial procedure called a phenol peel. It is the most powerful chemical peel available and can produce some amazing results, but it also has one of the highest complication rates. We'll go into detail in just a second. First, I'd like to introduce our special guest, Ava Green, who's about to embark on a life-changing journey. The camera flicks to me, sitting on a stool in Claire's studio. My heavy makeup almost covers my acne scars. I used to run my fingers over my skin in front of the mirror, griping at every minor flaw that paled compared to what I have now. Hello, Claire. Thanks for having me. You know, I've never heard of this procedure until a video came across my feed. The before and after results are astounding. I'm so excited to talk about this. So your peel is on Monday? I smile. That's right. Are you nervous? I had some reservations, but I feel like I'm in good hands. I understand there's a long downtime. Can you go into more detail? she asks. Yes, there is. Because of that, Dr. Seline doesn't book the procedure without showing patients all stages of the peel. The pictures are pretty nasty. It takes 2 weeks for the scabs to fall off. After that, your face is still swollen and bright red. It stays that color for another 6 weeks, sometimes longer. Wow! Most dermatologists refuse to do phenol peels. There are a lot of risks. But the potential rewards are huge. Exactly. No procedure gives results as dramatic as the phenol peel. I've tried everything to improve the appearance of my acne scars. They make me so self-conscious. I work in real estate, so looking your best is essential when you're trying to sell a house. Claire nods. Makes sense. Can you tell us more about the procedure? It's a chemical peel, which is a treatment that uses an acid solution to remove damaged outer layers of skin. I say, hands folded on my lap. The phenol peel is the strongest of these, and it can help with deeper scars and wrinkles. Why did you choose Dr. Seline Marks? She asks. I've been visiting her clinic for a while. I'm a Dr. Seline stan. In the cold light of retrospect, my answer, meant to show admiration, now sounds fanatical. She's an artist. She can transform you. That's a powerful word. Well, Dr. Seline doesn't just perform procedures. She looks at you and sees what you could be. She helps bring out the person you feel like on the inside. The me on the screen hesitates, inhaling deeply. It's hard to be confident when I'm preoccupied with how I look. It affects my business. Succeeding in my career is important to me. That's a beautiful perspective, Claire muses. And you've chosen to share this with our audience. Why is that? To help others who feel the same way. I want them to know what a phenol peel is like, step by step, so they can make an informed decision. I tune out the rest of my speech. Claire thanks me for sharing, and the podcast ends with a promise to keep the listeners updated. A year later, Dr. Seline Marks is missing, and my transformation has taken a terrifying turn. I have changed, but not in the way I intended. It hasn't been easy to come to grips with my new face. The plastic surgeon did his best with the skin grafts, but I am still monstrous. The stabbing pain varies in my chest. The comments underneath the video eviscerate me in a flurry of assumptions. They bring up my criminal record, that I was the last person to see Dr. Seline before she went missing, and my suspicious behavior following the botched procedure. Truth Seeker 101. Incredible, right? This woman is way too fixated on Dr. Marks for comfort. Upvotes 35. Justice for Marks. She snapped when her magical transformation didn't happen. Upvotes 21. Truth Seeker 101. She got upset, maybe enough to make someone vanish. Upvotes 8. Anonymous 345. What's her motive, though? Upvotes 3. Truth Seeker 101. Desperation? Revenge? So many angles to consider. The whole scenario is wild. All of this seems like a classic case of expectations not meeting reality, then lashing out. Upvotes 10. Anonymous 345. Dumb bitch did it to herself. Upvotes 3. I exit the forum, seething. They're taking my story, twisting my intentions. I'm not just a woman recovering from a botched procedure. I'm responsible for the disappearance of a beloved mother and doctor. Someone knocks. I jump, my legs tensing. Who is it? Ronnie. My assistant's southern drawl filters through the door. I get up from my couch, parting the sheer curtains away from the window. Normally, I'm not so jumpy, but today was rough. She raps on the door. Ava, open up. I have your meatball sub. Thank you. Can you leave the bag on the floor? Why? She asks. Ronnie's harmless, a sweet, pint-sized brunette from Texas. She's been handling most of my real estate business since I've been keeping a low profile. She often invites me over to play cards. I love her, but if I open the door, she'll guilt me until I let her inside. If I do that, my palms will sweat. My stomach will churn. I'll obsess over what she's thinking. I can't. I'm in my pajamas. You think I care? Lord, I'm in PJs half the time. I grimace. I'm not in the mood. But it's just me. I know, but I can't. She tuts. Eventually, you're going to have to move on. How can I? Staring into the mirror inflicts me with pain. My image is a daily reminder of how much I've lost. My confidence, my career, my identity. My fingers trail along the doorknob, but I can't bring myself to turn it. I'm in no mood for company. I shake my head. Sorry. Sweetie, this isn't healthy. You haven't left the house in 2 weeks. I peer at the bright walkway. Pain squeezes deep inside me. I haven't sunbathed in a year. I can't lie in the sun. It's bad for my skin grafts. I have, I protest, pressing my palm flat against the weathered door. This is just a bad day. You have to stop reading that garbage online. You can't hide every time someone says something you don't like. I'm only hiding from the people who think I'm a monster. You're not a monster. That's what they say about me. I mutter, trying not to sound desperate. The people on that website, they believe I'm a murderer. You didn't kill her. You know that. Do I? That hangs in the air, casting a cold shadow over Ronnie's reassurances. The gaslighting from strangers for months has me questioning everything. Course you do, she barks, sounding agitated. You can't keep reading that hogwash. So many of them are convinced I did it. I keep telling you to stay off the internet. It's nothing but a bunch of shaved kittens fixing to pluck some whiskers. Anybody who's laid eyes on you knows darn well you're not mixed up in this mess. I haven't been myself. I've done things I'm not proud of, I think. The last year is a bit of a blur. Is it possible I did something awful and don't remember? Police would have hauled you off to jail a long time ago. That just means they don't have enough evidence. Truth seekers' own words haunting me. No, I can't let him in my head. You didn't do this, she says firmly. I want you to say it out loud. I fist my trembling hands. I didn't kidnap Seline. That's right, she booms. Say it again, louder. I didn't kidnap Seline. Good. When you doubt yourself, repeat that. Over and over, you hear? You can't let them get to you. The internet isn't the judge and jury. It doesn't need to be when it can be the executioner. She's silent for a moment. You sure you don't want me to come in? We could play cards, maybe take your mind off things. My throat tightens. No, I'm okay. I need to be alone. Thank you, though. Well, all right then. She sighs, and then a bag hits the floor. I'll leave you be. The truth will come out soon, you'll see. I hope so. I really do. See you later. Ronnie moves away. I wait until her footsteps disappear, then unlatch the door. I stick my arm out and grab the bag. Then I move to the coffee table, unwrapping the sub. The comforting scent of marinara sauce fills the room. I take a bite, savoring the taste. The outside world is still scary, but in my sanctuary, I'm safe. I eat a third of the sub, then force myself to put it in the fridge. As I'm washing my hands, someone knocks. I dry myself on a kitchen towel and head toward the door. Who is it? Nobody answers. Keeping the chain on, I slowly crack open the door. Whoever it was, they've already gone. Package delivery? I remove the chain and widen the door. I step forward, my foot landing on the doormat. I glance at the dark shape and gasp. A plastic doll lies next to the mat. It's warped and black, as though a torch burned off its face. I stumble back, an icy knot forming in my stomach. I slam the door, leaning against it. My eyes burn, but I blink away the tears. I won't let them win. I dial my sister. The line rings twice before clicking to voicemail. "It's me. I need your help. Please call me." Then I hang up, sinking to the floor. My sanctuary feels a lot less safe. A cold thrill touches my spine as I pick up the folded piece of paper that was underneath the doll. A brief message is scrawled in thick strokes. "You're next." 2. Ava. Police officers in starched blue uniforms stand in my living room like ill-placed furniture. Their careful glances take in my face, the hastily thrown-on cardigan, and my sister Brianna, tall and unruffled in her crisp suit. I'm not doing well. My skin bakes as though I'm under a heat lamp, and it's hard to speak with my stomach sucked in. The younger cop did a double take when I opened the door. He won't stop gaping at me. "So, Miss Green, when did these threats begin?" The question stabs into me. When did they start? Shortly after Dr. Seline's disappearance officer. "Who could have a grudge against you?" A poster on a true crime community. "Have you noticed anyone suspicious lurking around your building?" "No, officer." We've been on this merry-go-round more times than I can count, and my patience is gone. "You have my statement, officer. I've given it to you and probably half the precinct by now. Why don't you tell me something? What are you doing about it?" A heavy silence fills the room. My sister's stern expression warns me to shut up, but I'm tired of being nice. Officer Cortez cuts in. "I understand your frustration, but there's nothing we can do until he commits a crime." "Harassment isn't a crime?" "What he wrote doesn't meet the legal requirement to be considered criminal harassment. He skirted the line, but it's his followers causing trouble." And I can't point police in their direction because they delete their profiles as soon as law enforcement gets involved. I gesture at the doll. "Can you send that to the lab to check for fingerprints?" "Ma'am, we have a huge backlog and melted dolls aren't a priority." He smiles and gives me a fatherly pat on my back. "Keep documenting everything. Call us whenever this happens." What for? I've been down this road before. When I tell a police officer about my problems, they take a report, write some notes, and file it away. Until I get hurt, they won't do a thing. The officers head to the door and Brianna shakes their hands. "Thank you for your time." "No problem." Officer Cortez opens the door, a smile still twisting his mustache. "Take care now." He leaves. Brianna shuts the door and locks it, triggering a memory of my teenage sister cornering me in my room. My sister is a criminal defense attorney, one of the best in the city. She has a reputation for savaging witnesses on the stand. Most crumble under her questioning, and I don't blame them. She's a tall blonde with a Rottweiler mentality. Even though I know I'm safe, it's not easy to hold her gaze, especially when she's angry and she's decided I'm on her hit list. Hands on her hips, her impatient side channels our father. "That could have gone better." "What'd I do wrong?" Brianna rubs her brow. "For starters, you're wearing pajamas and it's after 12. I glance down, shrugging. I could have had on a Chanel suit and they'd only look at my face. "Don't say that." I sink into my tufted leather couch, the only relic from my old life that I haven't sold. It's the truth. People hate being around me. I make them uncomfortable. Brianna rolls her eyes but says nothing. She doesn't get it. My disfigurement is the only thing people see, but I don't argue the point. I've had many months to come to terms with my new appearance. I'm not quite there, but at least I've stopped researching ways to fix myself. "Only God makes faces," my plastic surgeon said. "I can only do so much." And he was right. Every single doctor I approached told me a similar version, expressing their deepest sympathies while urging me to see a therapist. I quit mine after she called me obsessive. If I want to be judged, I'll open up the true crime website. I need to distract myself. I pick up the remote and turn on the TV. As I try to decide between 90 Day Fiancé and Indian Matchmaker, Brianna marches to the front of the screen. "You're not out of the woods," she says. "Someone kidnapped and probably killed Dr. Seline." My throat tightens. I have my problems with Seline, but the mental image of her body in a ditch brings me no relief. Reports have maintained that she disappeared after leaving her home. Her last sighting was at a taco truck. Her purse was found weeks later, dumped in a field. It's hard to imagine the infallible Dr. Seline marks becoming the latest statistic in a male-to-female violence. "She's fine," I mutter. "Denying what happened doesn't make you look good." I'm not saying the situation isn't serious. Brianna's stare bores into me. "Be careful. You haven't acted like an innocent person, and that online group is poisoning public opinion." There's a hidden subtext in her words. My sister will represent me if this goes to trial. She's made it clear what I can't tell her, but her searching gaze probes me. A violent buzzing breaks the silence. Brianna's attention flicks to her phone. "Do you have any idea who that truth-seeker guy might be?" I have my suspicions, but nothing concrete. "And this has been going on for months?" she asks, peering at me through a curtain of blonde hair. "Yes." "Would have been nice to find out sooner." "Yes, but my sister isn't who I go to with my problems. We've never had the best rapport. We didn't get along as kids. Our fights were vicious. Lots of hair yanking, biting, and kicking. Dad tried to stop us. Then he gave up and bought boxing gloves so no one would gouge out the other's eyeball. Until Dad got lung cancer, I didn't have much of a relationship with Brianna." She grasps my shoulder. "Next time, just call me." I wanted to handle it on my own. I thought the truth would come out and everything would blow over. "You're my sister. We're in this together." She gives my arm a comforting squeeze. "And if she's fine, we'll sue her for medical malpractice. Have you contacted any lawyers?" "I filed a suit a while ago." "You did? That's good." "My lawyer's working on it with her insurance. It'll take years to settle, so I'm not holding my breath. I've been focused on healing. It took a while to accept that I'll never look the same." "You shouldn't have done it," she says, hardening again. "I glanced at your paperwork. You agreed to this risky procedure that had a 36% risk of cardiac arrhythmia. 36! That number is based on an old study. Still, there has to be cardiac monitoring because that chemical you allowed them to put on your face stops hearts from beating. Why would you take that chance?" That same question loops in my brain when I look in the mirror. I shake my head. I just wanted to be beautiful. Brianna exhales roughly. "The world doesn't judge you half as harshly as you judge yourself." That's not true in this town. "Ava, these threats. I'm afraid for you. You should go to Dad's house." "I'd rather not." "You have to." My pulse races at the thought of showing up on his doorstep with a suitcase. It'll be a nightmare. The last time I saw Dad was at the hospital after my skin graft surgery. He pulled up a chair and berated me. "I know Dad can be an insensitive jerk, but you don't have a lot of options." He won't understand, just like you didn't then. Brianna checks her watch, swearing. "I have to go. I need to pick up Lily from soccer practice." I swallow hard, nodding. "Thanks for coming." "Ava, listen to me. You're in danger. Promise me you'll take this seriously." I will." Brianna leaves, her heels stubbing the carpet. As I shut the door, a sudden chill wraps my body. Somewhere out there, a faceless adversary wants to hurt me, and the police can't protect me. What if the next knock on the door isn't a cop, but him? clutched the door handle, steeling myself for a night where every sound could signal danger. 3. Ava. Dad. Brianna told me what happened. You should come over. An hour after she leaves, Dad's text ping my phone. I don't have the energy to deal with him. He'll fly into a rage about that damned doctor and launch into a speech about how my obsession ruined my life. That I should accept myself. I've heard it before and don't need another lecture. When I was 9, Dad uprooted our Midwest lives for the sun-drenched streets of LA. Since then, I've been in a relentless pursuit of perfection. When I was 11, I tried surviving on a model's diet of black coffee and a few bites of cottage cheese, which lasted until I passed out and ended up in the ER. Then I got older, and puberty became my enemy. Parts of my body swelled. Hormones made me bloat. Acne sprouted everywhere. Giant red pustules left me with pockmarked skin. Boys at school called me ugly to my face, and that shame carried to adulthood. I took acting classes, enamored with the idea that I could transform into anyone I wanted. In this city, appearances are more than superficial. They're currency, and mine always seemed to fall short. My reflection never quite matched the perfect images plastered on billboards across the city. Acting was a dream. I couldn't support myself on hope, so I turned to real estate, a world where success wasn't dictated by the symmetry of your features. But the industry here has its own rules. Every client meeting was a performance where your looks could seal the deal. The pressure to maintain a flawless facade was relentless. As I grab a container of leftovers, I glance at a note pinned to the fridge. Beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Those words rang true a year ago. My days revolved around working as a real estate agent while trying to land auditions. Now, my dream is dead, and I'm piecing together who I am. My phone rings. Ronnie's name flashes on the screen. I answer. Hey. Just thought I'd check in. How are you? Not great. I put on a smile, but can't quite force out, I'm fine. I'm breaking down from the sheer amount of hatred aimed at me, but I'm not fine. I wipe my cheeks. I got another death threat. Oh, sweetheart. I'm sorry to hear that. My throat aches. Everybody thinks I killed her thanks to a man I've never met. Not every single soul. You should see how my sister looks at me. I'm so tired, Ronnie. I can't focus. The stress is killing me. Then let me help you out. I rub my temples. You're already doing enough for me. Besides, I have to get to work. I'll never leave this apartment if I don't. I'm always here. And don't you worry about your clients. I've got things covered on this end. Besides, I'm a workaholic, so don't feel bad about delegating. I just don't want to impose. You're not. Think of it as sharing the load. Her rapid typing clicks through the speaker. Mr. Watt reached out. He's very understanding and hopes you're doing all right. Said he's okay with me handling his listing. I didn't realize he was planning to sell. Yeah, he's looking to move closer to his daughter. New grandkid on the way, she adds. I smile. Good for him. We ought to touch base on the Black property. I grimace, thinking of the listing I eagerly took on before sense kicked in. Every time I step into the Black mansion, it's like walking into a faded dream from Hollywood's golden age. The mansion's historic property status makes any significant renovation impossible. And whispers of old Black family scandals deter potential buyers. The family's high asking price doesn't help. It's a magnificent, decaying cage. Beautiful, but unsellable. Harry keeps sending emails, wondering why it hadn't sold yet. The family must be hounding him for money. He wants it off his hands. So do I. The patriarch of the family, Harry Black, isn't the easiest client to deal with. I'll call him. I'm not sure what more he expects us to do. It won't sell without a price cut. Oh, there's a new Caribbean sandwich place a few blocks from my house. Un bien. Supposed to be amazing. How about we grab lunch this week? A lunch date sounds nice. Almost unreal with what's been going on. Everyone needs a break, she says gently. Give me a ring when you're ready. Will do. Thanks for everything. Anytime. And remember, we got each other's backs. Take care and call me if you need anything, okay? Bye now. I hang up and grasp my laptop. Ronnie's unwavering support feels good. The knot in my throat seems to shrink, but it swells into a boulder the moment I open my email. I can't voice my clients on Ronnie forever. The fact I still have a business is a miracle, considering recent events. After answering a few emails, I brave the outdoors in a wide-brimmed hat, sunglasses, and a generous layer of sunscreen. Sunlight catches the pool behind the apartment building, making it sparkle. The idea of a swim is tempting, but it's not an option. I pick a chaise under an umbrella and sit down. There's a diverse crowd out today. Some people are curvy, others petite, barely skimming 5 feet. Every dimple and crease is on display. If only I'd loved my body like them. Humming draws my attention to the chaise beside mine. An older woman lounges in a one-piece, her silver hair tied into a loose bun. She's reading a book. My gaze falls on the title and my heart skips. Embracing My Reflection, The Journey from Imperfection to Self-Acceptance, by Dr. Seline Marks. I lean over. Is that any good? She looks up. It's wonderful. Dr. Seline is a visionary. She's such a fascinating woman. Yeah, she had a rough life. Access Hollywood did a story about her. I bought her book when I heard she was missing. I've been meaning to read it. She closes the book and offers it to me. Why don't you take it? I've already read it twice. Oh, I couldn't. Don't worry about it. She hands me the book, grinning as though she's given me a great treat. Everyone should read this at least once. I have, but I nod and smile. Thank you. Her eyes twinkle. Sometimes the universe has a way of giving us signs. Maybe this is one for you. She gets up and walks away, a towel bundled under her arm. I stare at the cover. Despite the urge to hurl the memoir into the pool, I open it. The first few chapters recount Celine's early years, battling acne in her teens, her struggle with body image, and the mental scars left behind by an abusive mother. The book is a woman's journey to find acceptance in a judgmental world. A particular passage jumps out. A young girl came into my clinic, makeup unable to hide her red blotchy skin. She begged me to fix her. That day I saw not only her flaws, but a reflection of my younger self. It was a reminder of my mission, to help others feel beautiful just as they are. How touching. The disparity between this self-aware Dr. Seline and the woman whose treatment wrecked my face is glaring. Was her intention to push boundaries to seek validation for herself? I stumble upon a candid snap of a younger Dr. Seline with pimply skin. Right next to it, a polished Dr. Seline. The tag reads, "Throwback to the days without filters. Scars are just life's tattoos." Damn, the irony. I leave the book on the side table. Returning to my apartment, I head straight to the bathroom mirror. I remove my hat and sunglasses and examine myself. The skin grafts tell a story I wish I could rewrite. I grab my phone, checking my social media notifications. I disabled comments on my realtor page, but my inbox is flooded with hateful messages. Every notification is a punch to my gut, but amid the barrage, one name stands out. Of all my harassers, Truth Seeker has been the most persistent. I blocked him multiple times, but he always pops up with a new account. His dedication to attacking me feels so damned personal. He whipped everyone into a frenzy after Dr. Seline vanished. He called me a killer. Then another user posted my address and egged everyone on to send me death threats. The moderator deleted the post with a stern warning to the community. But clearly they have it saved because burned dolls are showing up on my doorstep. Who is he? A fan of Dr. Seline? Or someone who wants me dead? Who could that be? I flick through an album of inflammatory screenshots. My stomach turns as I click on a nauseating post. Truth Seeker 101. AG, if caught, might meet the criteria for the death penalty. Various legal minds have different opinions, but I'd like your thoughts on especially heinous and depraved crimes. Authorities could see the case differently. Despite the existence of the death penalty in California, nobody has been executed in 17 years, rarely implemented in recent years. Strict criteria define eligibility for capital punishment. Heinous acts committed during another felony typically qualify. Especially cruel actions are central to this classification. Recently, I've been thinking that she took S somewhere. Every supporter of S prays for her safe return, but fears the worst. Upvotes 54. I turn off the screen, fuming. Obsessing about Truth Seeker's identity is getting me nowhere. Only Dr. Seline can put an end to this madness. Since I can't talk to her, who can I approach? Zoe, Celine's former assistant. She stopped answering my calls around the same time as the doctor. A quick search tells me she's working at a clinic in Manhattan Beach. She was always elusive on the phone, but face-to-face, that'll be a different story. I've had enough. I don't care what it costs me. This isn't just about clearing my name anymore. It's about reclaiming my life. I'm not the villain, and it's time to prove it. 4. Seline. 18 months ago. I stroll into the Tesla store, the noise of the mall fading behind me. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls frame gleaming cars, and lights illuminate the immaculate bodywork. I wasn't planning on purchasing a car. The Range Rover and BMW are more than sufficient for my needs, but the impulse to buy struck me hard as I walked past the store. A staff member's bowed head lifts, his eyes flickering over me. He stiffens into a ramrod, the look of quiet boredom replaced by a big smile. He sets down his phone and hurries to my side. Hello, my name is Kyle. I'm Dr. Marks. Lovely to meet you, Dr. Marks. Can I help you with anything? My gaze drifts over the impressive lineup. I'm interested in one of these. He lights up. Fantastic, I can show you the latest model. Sounds good. He launches into a scripted speech and throws out a list of marketing buzzwords. Eco-friendly, full self-driving capability, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. He prattles on about its various features. But I don't care how fast it is. I care about how I'll feel as I'm driving one. His words wash over me as I admire the car. Its flawless body is a testament to its blend of form and function. The thought of owning this elegant machine stirs something inside me. It's a reminder of how far I've come. In my 20s, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Now I'm buying a luxury car on a whim. Will you be trading in another vehicle? He asks. No. His eyes widen and he plasters on a grin. As I follow him, I notice a blue car to my left. I pause and frown, leaning in closer. Is that a scratch? I point at a faint line on the bodywork. Kyle stops in the middle of his sales pitch, glancing at the mark. He rubs his neck. Well, those are our floor models. They might have a few minor blemishes, but your car will arrive from the factory in perfect condition. Kyle continues his routine, trying to steer the conversation to the car's impressive features. But the blemish is like a record scratch on my brain. My mood plummets. This is the interior, he says, opening the door. The seats are vegan leather and extremely comfortable. I lean in, peering inside. I inhale leather, my spirits rising until I glance at the steering wheel. A tiny smudge mars the stitching, It's not a big deal, it'll probably come off, but the sight of it turns my stomach. My enthusiasm for a Tesla vanishes. How can I buy it now? It doesn't feel good enough. Nothing ever is. That's my fault. The image I've cultivated for myself demands excellence. I study my reflection in the shiny window. Sometimes I feel like a diamond under immense pressure. "Dr. Marks?" he asks softly, as though sensing the shift in my interest. "Is everything all right?" I muster a polite smile. "Thank you for your time, Kyle. I've changed my mind." He wilts. "Of course. Let me know if you need anything." I pass by the desk, digging into my purse for a $50 bill, and slide it on the counter. He stammers a thank you as I wave him off, leaving the dealership. He's probably not used to getting tips, but I give cash to everybody. I was the girl behind the counter, living with 3 roommates. Even when I got my place, I lived in Starbucks, so I didn't have to turn on air conditioning. Thank God those days are far behind me. I forged my world with relentless attention to detail, but I know better. No matter how beautiful things seem, there's always a flaw waiting to be discovered. The irony isn't lost on me. Every day people come to my clinic, seeking perfection, thinking I hold a magical key. And here I am, trapped in the same quest for the unattainable. I'll visit another dealership, maybe Rivian. It'd be cute to buy 2 cars with matching colors, one for me and the other for my son. I head to the parking garage and grab my cell, unlocking the screen. I check my messages, but of course, nothing from him. Since I told him my honest opinion of his crazy girlfriend, he's ignored me. I scroll past unanswered text. Pain flickers through my disappointment. I shut off my phone, stowing it away. My chest burns as I stride to my car, throwing my purse in the passenger seat. Motherhood is not as magical as everyone makes it seem. My son's growing distance is yet another twist of the knife. Despite everything I've achieved, what I can't get right is connecting with my child. Did I miss baseball practices when he was little? Sure. But I made up for it by paying his college tuition and rent on his first apartment, and buying him every pet he asked for, including an African serval, which I donated to a zoo when he stopped taking care of it. I have never denied him a single thing. You'd think he'd be overflowing with gratitude, that he'd call me once in a while. By the time I reach my house in Santa Monica, the horizon burns orange. My house is a towering structure of glass and steel, its expansive windows reflecting sun rays. The manicured lawn is a testament to the gardener who keeps my property flawless. As I step through the front door, a wave of cool air welcomes me. Marble floors echo under my heels. A giant abstract painting adorns the white wall, the riot of color contrasting with the house's minimalist aesthetic. The rest of my home continues in the same modern vein. The open floor plan and glass walls, providing sweeping views of the beach. My personal assistant, Zoe, inclines her head in a tight nod. She's been with me for a couple years, managing everything from my schedule to my travel arrangements. I set my keys on the console table by the entrance and shrug off my coat. Zoe, arrange an appointment at the Rivian dealership for next week. Zoe nods, typing on her phone. You have a video conference tomorrow morning with representatives from Nulta. They have some new products they want you to consider. I make my way toward the living room. It's perfectly arranged, not a cushion out of place. A timer beeps, and Zoe gets up. She walks to me, opening her palm to reveal 2 pills. I take them and the bottled water she offers, swallowing them down. Anything else? I ask her. Yes, your last interview for the book is on Friday, and a lifestyle podcast reached out. They want to schedule something in a few weeks. How many followers? $50,000? I drink more water. Forget it. Not worth my time. Doctor, I would reconsider. Their audience is very engaged on social media. I'm not sure if I'm up for yet another Q&A on my fictional skincare regime. I had a long bedtime ritual until a woman walked into my practice. She was 76 but looked like she was in her 50s. What was her skincare regime? Sunscreen lotion and a $15 night cream available at Walmart. After that, I cut out most of my products and never noticed a difference. My clients never leave my practice without the bare minimum to rejuvenate their skin, but some of them get fixated on imaginary flaws. They buy every single Dr. Seline Marks branded product. I love them. They'll swear up and down that my skincare line is a game changer. I let them believe it. So many of these women have unrealistic expectations about what they can achieve. A glorified moisturizer is a small price to pay for happiness. You have a virtual consultation in an hour, Zoe reminds me. All right, I'm going to take a quick nap. I stand heading upstairs. Tell them I'll think about the podcast. In the meantime, find more influential ones. We have a book to promote. Of course, Dr. Seline. 5. Ava. I remember staring at the Hollywood sign as a kid, believing it symbolized a world where I could be anyone. Little did I know it would demand I be everything but myself. I constantly felt like an imposter in LA's unforgiving landscape of beauty, trying to sculpt a masterpiece from a lump of clay. I stand in front of Flawless Beauty Med Spa, a store in a ritzy shopping mall in the heart of Manhattan Beach. Outside, a sandwich board advertises 10% off Botox. But the idea of smoothing out my brow lines is laughable. The doors yield to my gentle push, leading me into a haven of soft lighting. Women lounge on plush sofas, scrolling their phones. Behind a white desk sits Dr. Celine's former assistant. She's tall and beautiful, every inch of her perfectly manicured. Microbladed brows sit over lash extensions. Her black hair sweeps into a ponytail. Dr. Celine's betrayal hurts me the most, but I couldn't believe how quickly Zoe tossed me aside. I contacted her the most after my skin graft surgery. She spent countless phone calls trying to reassure me, telling me to trust in the healing process, and that final results took weeks. Slowly, she became harder to reach. There was always an excuse. I'm sorry, Dr. Seline is on a consultation call right now. She's out of town visiting family. When I demanded a breakdown of Dr. Celine's schedule, Zoe promised she'd email me. She never did. I approach the desk, clutching my keyring. The keys clang against the counter, and she glances up. A pen slips from her grip and clatters onto the keyboard. Ava? Nice to see you, too. Her gaze dances over my face, and she sucks in a short breath. I could roll my eyes. The way I'm perceived is exhausting. You don't have an appointment, she whispers, glancing at the door. You shouldn't be here. I have some things to say to you. Zoe blanches. Let's not make a scene. That's what you're worried about? Not the fact that I've been walking around with this face thanks to your former employer? I didn't what? Didn't think it would matter? Or that you'd have to see me again? I'm sorry. Oh? Do you have any idea what it's like to look in the mirror and not recognize the person staring back at you? Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night screaming because your face is on fire? And all because you were stupid enough to trust people like you? Silence engulfs us. A chime echoes from the waiting room. Her lips tremble, a subtle movement that could be easily missed. But I see it. I see her. I lock eyes with her, the gateway to her guilt. And you had the audacity to ignore my calls, to cover up for her. I swear I forwarded all your voicemails. Did she listen to them, or did she send them straight to her lawyer? Zoe shakes her head. I don't know what she did with him. I was just doing my job. She told us not to contact you. I'm itching to grab her phone lying on the counter, but not yet. I need her off guard. Where is Seline? She swallows hard. I don't know. People are pointing fingers at me. I need to find her. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. I have no idea where she is. I haven't spoken to her in months. I take a deep breath. All I want is to clear my name. I'm not the villain they're making me out to be. Zoe looks at me skeptically. You're the last person who saw her. The whole world believes you did something to her. Well, they're wrong. She says nothing, but the accusation is written all over her face. You killed Dr. Seline. Bile swims in my mouth. Zoe, I swear on my life I didn't do anything. I just need to find her to prove that. Please help me. She hesitates. All I know is that she was planning a trip, a sabbatical. But where, I have no idea. How do you know that? She sent an email. Can I see it? Zoe bites her lip. I can't give you access to Celine's emails. I promise I won't look at anything else. Sorry, but I can't make exceptions for you. My emails are filled with confidential information. I'm not here to expose her patience. A door opens. A man approaches with a stern look. Is everything okay here? Oh, yes, Zoe says, standing. Ava was just leaving. Their glares bore into me as I weigh my options. I gesture toward Zoe's desk, feigning defeat. My keys. I murmur, eyes fixed on Zoe, then shifting my gaze to the sleek phone beside them. I calculate the distance, the possible reactions. Everything seems to move in slow motion. I reach for my keys, but snatch Zoe's phone. Zoe lunges for it. I sidestep her. A thrill jolts down my spine as I sprint into the depths of the clinic. The scuffle of shoes and alarmed voices echo behind me. I need a place to hide, and fast. There's a restroom ahead. I burst through the doors, sliding home the lock. The handle shakes. Fists beat on the door. Open the door! I push the frantic voice aside. My trembling fingers open the phone and access Zoe's email. I can't believe it's unlocked. I hastily type Seline in the search bar. And there it is. An email from Seline, dated the day of her disappearance. 6. Seline. 17 months ago. This is the worst case of rhinophyma I've ever seen. A woman in her 60s sits on my exam table. 2 giant growths are stuck on her face like swollen baseballs, thick veins webbing them like tree branches. Generally, I treat the early stages of this disease with topical treatments. For advanced cases, I'll scrape off the growth with electrocautery. It's satisfying to watch. As the tool melts layers of tissue, whiteheads are forced out, and oil oozes from blocked pores. It's done while the patient is conscious, but this has progressed so far that she'll need to be under anesthesia. She waited way too long to get this treated. Can you fix me? Flora asks, the sound muffled by the tumors. Cutting into a tumor this large is beyond my expertise, which is why I asked Dr. Thorne to join us today. He's going to take a look at you, if that's all right. She nods. I turn toward Michael, an attractive plastic surgeon with a strong jaw, piercing blue eyes, and mop of sandy brown hair. His infectious grin teases warmth into my body. My attention drifts to his strong, tanned arms. He steps forward, his gloved hands lifting the growth on her nose. He's always been wonderful of patience. It's strange how our lives have taken us on separate yet parallel journeys. 2 doctors married to our careers and nothing else. This tumor is completely blocking your nasal passage, and the second one is preventing access to the oral cavity. He releases the tumor and steps away. You'll have to be under general anesthesia, so I'll make an incision on your neck, open up your trachea, and intubate you there. Flora nods as he continues to explain the procedure. This is a complex case, Michael concludes, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. The procedure is risky, and the recovery will be challenging, but I believe we can do this. She sighs. Perfect. Do you have any questions? When can we start? She murmurs. Michael laughs. We'll have to consult your primary care doctor and ask if you can get off blood thinners. It might take a couple of weeks. Then we'll schedule surgery. Okay. Sounds good. It was lovely meeting you, Miss Reed. He clasps her hand, flashing that dimple again, and then he leaves. I wrap up with Flora and step out, my professional mask in place as I glance around the busy front desk. Zoe's attention is fixed on the computer screen. Great. I enter my office where he waits for me. When the door closes behind me, leaving Michael and me alone, the walls tumble down. The second the latch clicks, his body is against mine, his mouth molded to my lips. His tongue thrusts them apart. A hot thrill runs through me. We kiss, grasping and pulling at each other. It's desperate, primal. A rush of memories from med school hits me. Cramming for exams, getting pimped by attendings, the non-stop hustle, finding solace in his arms during those late-night study sessions. Michael, always the straight shooter, suggested a no-strings-attached deal. It was liberating. We were two ambitious people, navigating the relentless demands of the medical world, and this relationship kept us sane. It was all so practical. No unspoken promises, no guilt trips. But just as our arrangement was hitting its stride, my ex came into the picture. His charisma was irresistible. For the first time, I craved something normal. Michael and I naturally fell out of sync. We fizzled out without drama. Fast forward to the present, and here we are, flirting with the same old fire. I need to breathe. My lungs burn, but he devours every gasp. Sliding my hand over his chest, I pull back. What's gotten into you? His eyes darken, locking onto mine. It's been too long. He fists my hair and yanks me into a hard kiss. Sighing, I lock my arms around his neck and we stumble to the couch. Our mouths fuse together, we shed our clothes. Michael rips off my top. Thank God I keep the window shades closed, and tugs me onto his naked lap. Pleasure dives into me. When it's over, I slump in his arms. I'm spent. I extricate myself from his body and collapse on the couch. My euphoria fizzles when he dumps the condom in a trash can. The sight of it next to the bald tissues ruins my high, and shame squeezes my heart. This is not what I wanted for myself at 46. What the hell am I doing? I yank on my panties and pants. Michael pulls on his boxers and reclines on the couch, shirtless. A smile plays on his lips. You've certainly made the day lively, Seline. I button up my blouse. Is that a problem for you? Not at all. He murmurs with a half tilt of his head. Just admiring your multitasking skills. You keep patients comfortable, look good, and still find time for an afternoon delight. Impressive. I stare at him over my shoulder, smirking. When you're talented at everything, multitasking comes naturally. You don't have to schedule a consult just to see me. Oh, I thought this was your version of a hot date. He chuckles, the sound vibrating through me. Only with you. Any other woman would have expected dinner first, not a consult about a severe rhinophyma case. But do you prefer dates with a side of medical drama? His laughter rings through the room again. I return a smile, my guilt reducing to a slow simmer. I enjoy his company. His bracing arms are comforting at the end of a hard day. But this isn't love. I have no room for a man in my life. Been there, done that. So when he plants a soft kiss on my cheek, my stomach tightens. So, what did you think of the patient? Michael shrugs. Shouldn't be too difficult. Why'd she wait so long to get it looked at? I suppose she didn't have a choice. I sigh, Flora's desperate face still imprinted on my mind. Sometimes people fall through the cracks, and they don't know where to turn. What do you mean? Well, she doesn't fit in a plastic surgeon's office. She's not a cancer case, so she was bounced around for a while. By the time she saw me, it was too late. I see. I referred her to you, but she could barely afford my consultation fee. So I researched this ENT foundation that agreed to cover the costs of her surgery. That's awfully nice of you. Michael strokes my thigh. His eyes are on mine, but clearly his attention is elsewhere. You better hope she doesn't tell anybody that Dr. Seline has a heart. You'll lose your reputation. Which is? As a doctor for the rich. Michael grabs his shirt from the floor, pulling it over his head. Your marketing videos are constantly on my feed. I grin. Yeah, because you keep watching them. Is that how it works? Yep. Obviously, you can't get enough of me. Or I'm studying what you're doing. Michael rolls his wrist, checking his fitness watch. It seems like a lot of work with little reward. Someone sounds jealous. Perhaps because my practice generates more cash than yours. He scowls. It doesn't. Oh? What was your revenue for the last quarter? Michael hikes up his slacks and buckles his belt, grumbling. A lot? But not as much as me. You're shameless. I caress his chin. And you're a sourpuss. He seizes my wrist. Show me a surgeon who isn't obsessed with numbers. You could ask me for tips. I hate asking for help. Anyway, I figured it was related to the videos. The marketing mumbo-jumbo I have no time for. Well, that's part of it. But there's something else. Michael's nostrils flare into wings, as though he's scented prey. I have to tread carefully around him. Like most Type A ecomaniacs, he can't admit he's deficient in anything. Spit it out, Seline. Okay, I'll tell you, but keep it to yourself. He raises a brow. I'm intrigued. This stays between us. He waves me off. Yeah. Michael, I'm serious. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll remove my spine from my body. I get it. I won't tell a soul. There's a social media girl. She's an influencer online, very popular, and she's amazing at what she does. She'll suggest what to post, come up with content ideas, and revamp your website. That's your big secret? She churns out content for all the platforms. There's a monthly fee. A cat-like grin staggers across his face. I'm in. Great. I'll shoot her an email and introduce you. He finishes dressing. After a quick peck on the cheek, he leaves. A cold emptiness fills my office as the door closes. The relentless buzz of activity outside my door can't distract me from the glaring truth. I'm disconnected. Not just from him, but from my life. I study the photo on my desk. My son's laugh caught in a frame. He's grown up since then, and I've missed too much. He's still dating that wild red-headed girl. That's my fault, too. If I'd gushed about her, he probably would have dumped her. A lump forms in my throat. This is what I've lost in the whirlwind of my demanding career. My son's smile is becoming a distant memory. What's the point of this success if there's no one to share it with? I grab my phone, but it vibrates before I call Luis. I glance at the screen, my heart sinking. My ex-husband, always looking to leech more money from me, is no doubt back for another bite. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for his newest sob story. All I want is peace, but Richard always disrupts it. Frowning, I answer the call. What? It's our son. I clutch the phone tighter. What is it? He pauses, then he tells me. My chest tightens, squeezing air from my lungs. The room spins, and even though I'm sitting, the floor feels unsteady. I could scream. How will I ever face my son again? 7. Ava. From Dr. Seline Marks, Dr. Seline at themarksinstitute.com. To admin at themarksinstitute.com. Subject: I'm sorry. Hi. I have no idea how to start this email. I never thought I'd have to send it. But here I am. Please know that I deeply regret the circumstances that led us here. I'm taking a break. I won't say where I'm going or why, only that it's best for everyone if I'm gone. I'm so sorry for the trouble I've caused you at the clinic. I never intended for any of this. Ava is a situation I didn't anticipate. I apologize for that too. Please carry on without me. I've already informed the patients that Dr. Kim has agreed to take them on, and I've attached a letter of recommendation for you. The work we do is important, and I hope my absence doesn't impact the incredible service you provide. Best regards, Seline. My gaze lifts from the phone, boring into the wall. A vision of Dr. Seline typing the email before climbing into a luxury car floats in my mind. A violent beat throbs behind my eyes. This isn't an apology. It's a coward running from her mistake, leaving her victim in the wreckage. She didn't anticipate the Ava situation? That's one way to describe ruining my life. The door rattles with a fierce knock. Police, open up, ma'am. We don't want to break it down. Just a second. Hands trembling, I forward the message to my address. I wipe my sweaty palms on my skirt, inhale a deep breath, and unlock the door. 2 officers stand outside, their stern expressions promising trouble. But my attention lands on Zoe. I step out of the bathroom, making a beeline for her. I slide the phone onto Zoe's palm, but I don't let go. Seems like Seline knew she messed up and ran. Zoe twists the phone out of my grip. An officer taps my shoulder and dumps my keys in my hand. Ma'am, you need to leave. That email proves she left on her own, I hiss, ignoring the officer's gentle nudges to my shoulder. She wasn't kidnapped. Did you show it to the missing persons detective? The cop pushes my back. Miss, let's go. I strain against his arms, shouting, Hey, I deserve an answer. Yes, I showed them, she snaps, straightening. But honestly, I don't think it came from her. Whoever kidnapped her sent it. I'm sick of being discriminated against because of what I look like. I'm tired of the trolls online, the baseless accusations, the dirty looks from members of my family. Dr. Seline is in hiding. She took the coward's way out. Her eyes flash. Interesting choice of words. My insides twist. Meaning what? That I'm responsible for her being gone? You think I'm that unhinged? Zoe's only reaction is to pretend I'm an inanimate object. She averts her gaze to her phone, her forehead flushing as though with a rash. I grab her wrist, yanking her. The phone flies from her grip. She lets out a pained yelp. The officer grips my elbow and drags me off. She clutches her wrist as though I've broken it. Crocodile tears slide down her flawless cheeks. Hatred swells in my chest as the officer leads me out, past astonished patrons and shell-shocked staff. The humiliation of being marched out like a criminal stings, but it's nothing compared to the rage burning my gut. The cop releases me once we're outside, his large frame blocking the spa from sight. Go home. Cool off. But I just want to talk to her. Go home, he thunders. I won't ask you again. I whirl around. My feet take me in a random direction. I charge several blocks, blinded to everything, my body shaking. A man holding a clipboard approaches me, but I give him a wide berth. This isn't over. Dr. Seline thought she could escape the consequences of her actions. She was wrong. She's out there, somewhere. If I want to find her, I'll have to leave my comfort zone. I send the email to the missing persons detective. He doesn't call me, but it's only been a couple hours. I sit on a bench at Manhattan Beach waiting. While I'm there, I make an anonymous post on the True Crime Forum with a screenshot of the email. Comments start rolling in, calling it a major breakthrough in the case. Words can't describe my relief. My stalker's followers will get off my back, and he'll abandon his crusade against me. But once 5 o'clock rolls around, my solace disappears in a cloud of dread. Still no phone call. Surely a huge break in the investigation warrants a call. Unless Zoe told the truth about forwarding the email. I don't know what to believe anymore. My phone buzzes. I accept the call. My sister's exasperated sigh greets me. What happened this afternoon? I tense. Why do you ask? Because I'm staring at a video of you having a tantrum. Someone reposted it on a public freakout subreddit, and guess what? It went viral. I groan. Can you send it to me? Yep. By the way, it's already been copied to that forum. Thousands of comments. Not good. A chime dings in my ear. I glance at the phone, clicking on the message notification. My brow furrows as a shaky video fills the screen with a bold title. Botox Karen loses it at med spa. Watch the meltdown. The video must have been taken by a client. It's far enough not to catch every word shouted from my mouth, but it's unmistakably me. I steal the phone and sprint away. My desperation is on display for the world. Ava, start talking. I went there for information. Zoe was Dr. Seline's assistant. I wanted to see if she knew anything that could help us find her. I licked my lips, hating her silence. She wasn't helping me, so I took her phone and locked myself in the bathroom. Then I looked through it. Jesus, really? After all the trouble you've gone through to maintain a positive image, you do this? I lift my hand, letting it fall helplessly to my thigh. It's not a crime to want to vindicate myself. You walked in there and stole her phone. I sigh. It didn't happen like that. We had a conversation, and then I grabbed the phone while she was distracted. That's not what it looks like. My cheeks burn. Well, that's the camera angle and editing. I didn't hurt anybody. Whatever you say. You don't believe me? Yeah, she says, sounding deflated. But now Truth Seeker has seen the footage, and he's having a field day. Listen to this. Ava's meltdown today at Flawless Beauty Med Spa proves once again that she is nothing more than an unhinged criminal. Keep your eyes peeled. This is only the beginning. At least he's getting his daily dose of drama. Why is this guy after you? Good question. I've asked myself that many times, and I still don't have an answer. She makes a doubtful sound. It seems odd to target you of all people. What are you saying? Are you sure this isn't an angry ex-boyfriend? She murmurs, the speaker echoing with a keyboard clicking. No crazy exes. Someone you've wronged? I chew on my lip. The only person who fits that description is Dr. Seline. Then it's a friend. Or a fan stuck in his mother's basement with nothing better to do. I picture a slovenly man perched on a gaming chair, furiously typing his theories. He could be a she, a true crime junkie. Some of those women are nuts. They consider themselves detectives and think they can crack cases. Most of the time they accuse innocent people whose families are harassed. Remember the Boston bombings? Reddit tried to crowdsource the investigation and fingered the wrong man, Sunil Tripathi. He'd been missing for a month before the bombings even occurred, but traditional media repeated the misinformation, and his family was tormented day and night. It only stopped when the FBI released the names of the actual suspects. Would he stop if police identified another suspect? Most likely, he'd come up with a crackpot theory of why I'm the real murderer. At this very moment, he could be watching me. I scan the beach. Every face is suspicious. Each phone is a camera, recording me. I clutch the park bench, heart hammering. The only thing grounding me is my sister's voice. I've looked back on his posts, and it didn't used to be that bad. He seemed to get crazier as the weeks went on. Do you have any idea what changed? A video went viral. I swallow hard, steeling myself for Brianna's disapproval. Someone unearthed footage of me near Dr. Seline. I was standing beside the same taco truck. Brianna gasps. You followed her there? No, Jesus, Ava, you violated your restraining order. You're supposed to stay 100 yards away from Dr. Seline at all times, remember? My face flushes. Of course. That's why people think you did it. You were there the day she disappeared, and you disobeyed a court order. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. I bristle. There are no dots. When you last saw her, did you speak to her? Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to know. I clutch my phone tighter, replaying the last time I ran into Dr. Seline. I close my eyes. An image of her flashes. Dr. Seline holding takeout with one hand, the other raised in surrender, as she pleads with me to get back, please get back. I shake it off. I wanted a cheap meal, and she happened to be there. There are hundreds of food trucks in LA. How did you both end up at the same one? I grit my teeth. It was pure coincidence. Honey, in a court of law, there's no such thing. Ice stabs into my gut. I didn't realize my every action was under a microscope. You live in a world where everything is recorded. When you step outside, you're on a stage. Act accordingly. And you shouldn't have talked to the police without a lawyer. I have nothing to hide. She groans. That's not true. You lied to them. You said you hadn't seen her since your hearing, and then a citizen uncovered this taco truck footage. You approached that doctor. Why the hell did you do that? Don't answer that. Sorry, that's my bad. I shouldn't have brought that up. All I want to know is what you told the police. I pinched my lips together. I gave them an explanation. You'll have to tell me in detail what you said. And from this point on, you won't do anything without consulting me first. Public opinion matters. The more media attention, the more pressure on the police to name a person of interest. You don't want that to happen. You'll get more death threats. Your every waking moment will be filled with anxiety. People on the street will stop to scream at you. Police haven't interviewed me in weeks. That doesn't mean you're not a suspect. They could be following you now. I glance up and down the beach. Good. They're my insurance policy in case one of my haters gets a little too brave. She sighs. You're a victim. They need to see that. All they see is Botox Karen. And whose fault is that? His name pounds in my head. Truth seeker? He's telling these idiots what to think. Nobody knows or cares about the context of that video. We'll get ahead of this. Control the narrative. Keys click in the background. We'll make people see you as you are, a woman wronged, a woman seeking justice. Maybe I can arrange an interview. They'll just twist what I say. Go home, lock your doors, and stay there. Lay low. Stop antagonizing people. Let me do my job. In the meantime, I'll see what I can do about this video. Okay. She ends the call. My heart thuds, the sounds of the beach receding into a dull hum. I visit the True Crime Forum, finding a buzz of activity. I quickly spot the post my sister mentioned. My heart sinks. And what's worse, an admin deleted my post. Note: We are banning all new accounts younger than 6 months from posting in this forum. We've had several new accounts posting unverified proof. To curb the spread of harmful misinformation, the mods have banned new accounts. Thank you for your cooperation. I've seen enough. I dive into Dr. Seline's social media. Her business was very active on Instagram before she disappeared. The one link I uncover is a professional relationship with a plastic surgeon, Dr. Thorne. Her social media shares a few posts from Dr. Thorne's feed. She regularly comments on pictures of his rhinoplasty results. Apparently, he graduated from the same medical school. Were they friends? It's the only consistent thread, and it might be my ticket to stopping Truth Seeker. A social media post announces that he's a speaker at an upcoming conference in Miami. Control the narrative. All right, then. I turn my back to the ocean, heading toward my car. Dr. Thorne's conference is on the other side of the country, but 3,000 miles is a small sacrifice to pay for the truth. I can't give the world Dr. Seline, but I can hunt down the people she left behind. 8. Ava. My apartment in Pico Union might as well be another world. The glamour of Manhattan Beach is long gone, replaced by graffiti-sprayed walls and the stench of day-old garbage. It's a different jungle, less polished but just as savage. I approach my door, fumbling for my keys. It slides into the lock and I step inside. A gust of hot air envelops me. My AC unit, a small relic from the early 2000s, gave out last Wednesday, and I've been in this sauna ever since. It won't be repaired for a while. I sigh, pulling the door closed, and joyful shouts from the pool disappear. I take off my shoes and head to my bedroom. My gaze settles on the suitcase in the corner. I'm not supposed to leave California, but I'm going anyway. The path forward is clear. Miami. That's where I'll turn the tides. The hunted woman can become the hunter. I stride to my closet, tugging it open. I assemble an outfit for my days as an agent that won't raise eyebrows at a medical conference. Then I start packing. As I'm folding a skirt, someone knocks. Miss Green, we're here to repair the air conditioner. I stare at the door. Megan, my landlord, must have rescheduled the appointment. I walk toward it, keeping the chain on as I crack it. 2 men in jeans stand outside. One holds a black bag. He grins and dimples pop on his tan cheeks. Good afternoon, ma'am. We're with Hudson Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm Craig and this is Paul. He gestures at the silent man beside him, who's built like a tank. May we come in? I thought you were coming next week. Yes, but we had a cancellation in the area, so we stopped by. Craig's brown eyes squint as he shifts his wiry frame. I hope that's all right. I kind of had other plans. How long will it take? Paul smiles. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. My grip on the handle tightens. The universe seems to be giving me a break. Why am I so tense? An hour won't kill me. I'm not done preparing for the trip anyway. I unchain the door. Come in. They head for the bedroom with the window AC unit. I leave them to it, washing dishes in the kitchen. When I have dried the last glass, I decide to keep packing. Ignoring the tight ball in my gut, I entered my bedroom. Having 2 men in such an intimate space feels awkward. As Paul fiddles with the AC, Craig leans on my dresser, his stance casual, like he's on a date and not at work. How's your day been? He claims my neck as I grab my flip-flops, wedging them in between my blow-dryer and sneakers. Oh, the usual. Getting ready for a trip. What about you? Can't complain. Happy to be working. Craig's gaze wanders over me like he's checking me out. We'll try to be out of your hair as quickly as possible. I nod. Craig makes me uncomfortable. It's his unblinking stare, or how his smile fails to reach his eyes. Maybe he's just tired. Craig's attention lowers to my lips and I lick them nervously. It's stifling in here. Bet you'll be glad when this works again. Yeah, it's been hard to sleep. I don't doubt that, he says with a raised brow, smiling. But don't worry, we'll get it up and running. I force a grin, but my stomach turns. Something is off with this guy. Maybe it's his friendly demeanor or the way he looks at me. Paired with his courteous smile, it's jarring. Jesus, Ava, he's being nice. Can't he be kind without having an ulterior motive? When was the last time someone talked to you like a normal person? His brows knit. Are you all right? I shake my head. Stress from work. Craig nods, but his glance lingers on me too long before returning to the AC unit. I shift my weight from one foot to the other. The heavy silence weighs down my shoulders. So what do you do? Craig asks. I'm a real estate agent. His mouth curves. How's business? I heard the housing market is about to crash. People like saying that. I tell my clients it's never a bad idea to invest in real estate. Every year comes with its opportunities and challenges. That's smart. You're in high demand, I bet. Not always, but I'm doing okay. Inwardly, I cringe. The lie hangs in the air like a lousy joke. Standing in the middle of this low-income apartment next to a broken AC unit, my dismal situation couldn't be more obvious. Thankfully, he's polite enough not to rub it in my face. What made you want to go into real estate? My dad. He's been in the industry my whole life and taught me the ropes. I owe everything to him. I throw sunglasses into the suitcase, shutting out the echo of his last words to me. And I wasn't getting many auditions. Ah, you're an actor as well? Acting was my chance to be anyone other than the insecure girl from a nowhere town. I'd learned to wear different masks, but none of them could hide the girl constantly battling with her reflection. Every rejection echoed the same message. I was not good enough. I traded stage lights for open house signs, but nothing changed. Here, your appearance is your resume, whether you're on a film set or showing $1 million listing. It's more of a hobby. I used to have big dreams about lighting up the silver screen, but real estate is my full-time job. It's rewarding. There's something special about handing over keys to a new homeowner, knowing you've helped them find a place where they'll make memories and raise a family. His eyes twinkle. You love what you do, huh? Yes. It's challenging sometimes. Lots of market research, dealing with difficult clients, and endless paperwork. It's not my passion, but I like it. And you're going to Florida? Yes, I break off as a lightning bolt of alarm hits my spine. How did you know? He points. Says right there on your itinerary. I grab the sheets of paper on my bed, stuffing them out of sight. Oh, yeah, I'm driving to Miami. His brow arches. That's quite a drive. I know, but it'll be good to get out of LA. Change of scenery. His gaze lingers on the toiletry bag as I zip it up. I bet you're excited. Between the humidity and the alligators, what's not to love? But yes, I am. I haven't been on vacation in a while. The room fills with a loud hum as the AC unit fires to life. That should do it, Paul announces, stepping back. Craig gives him a nod before turning toward me. All good? My shoulders sag with relief. Yes, thank you so much. They gather their tools and my heart sinks. It's been so long since I've had a normal conversation. I'm sad it's over. They head out, and I see them to the door. Paul exits without a word. Craig hangs back, smiling. It was nice meeting you. I hope everything goes well in Miami. Take care now. Still grinning, he steps outside and waves. I smile before closing the door, then I return to my bedroom. A flash of metal draws my attention to the floor. It's a power drill. One of the guys must have forgotten it. Sighing, I pick it up. I slide on flip-flops and rush out, looking for them, but I don't spot their truck in the parking lot. I go inside and call my landlord. It rings once, and Megan's cheerful voice fills my ear. Hey, what's up? Hi. can I get the phone number of the company you sent to fix my AC? They left a tool behind. Who? Craig and Paul, the repairmen for my AC unit. Megan pauses. Your repair isn't scheduled until next week. I know. They came by and said there was an opening, so I let them in, and they fixed it. Who did they say they worked for? I can't remember the name. Static crackles on the other end. I booked an appointment with EnviroSmart, but again, your repair isn't until Tuesday. EnviroSmart? That wasn't what they said. My mind spins. If she didn't send them, then who did? My grip tightens on the drill as ice creeps into my guts, rendering me immobile. I'm confused. Did you call them? No. They showed up out of the blue. I checked the lock on the door, my throat tightening. How did they know my air conditioning was broken? I swallow a gasp as it hits me. Oh my God. It must have been Truthseeker, one of his psychotic followers. I let 2 strangers in my apartment. Maybe you should call the police. I nod, my eyes burning. I will. Lock your door. I end the call. My heartbeat thunders as I fling the drill away from me. It thumps on the carpet. I hug myself, trembling as I sink into the couch. The cushions engulf me. Those men looked me in the eye and lied to gain access to my home. They know about my plans. Not only did they manipulate their way inside, but they're messing with my head, scarring my psyche. The audacity makes my skin crawl. How many times have I brushed past danger, thinking it was just another average Joe? These people, whoever they are, act without remorse, conscience, or boundaries. Some twisted sense of moral obligation has emboldened them to ruin my life. And now that they've tasted vulnerability, they're probably thirsting for more. A bitter lump forms in my throat. They want to destroy me, but why? And how deep does this deception run? 9. Seline, 16 months ago. I'm having the worst night. Ever since my disastrous talk with Richard, I've been trying to meet my son for dinner to explain my side. Try being the operative word, because he avoids me like some people avoid sunscreen in July. So when I finally get him to agree to dinner, I'm relieved. I book a table for us at Cut in Beverly Hills, the best steakhouse in the city. Just as I arrive, a text from Luis chimes my phone. Luis. I have a migraine. Gotta cancel tonight. XOXO. My heart plummets to the floor. I message him, but he doesn't reply. I guess he's ignoring me again. No one tells you motherhood is filled with moments of biting vulnerability. It's a big sacrifice, only to get 1/10 of the affection back. I'm supposed to be okay with this because I've chosen to be a mother, but it hurts. I clutch my cocktail, the ice slowly melting. The cold stinging of my fingers mirrors my phone's silence. Part of me is glad I don't have to dive into an extremely painful talk. Ben, the bartender, hangs over the counter. Want another? I sigh, drawing a pattern on the fogged glass. Why not? My pride's gone. I have nothing else to lose tonight. Were you meeting someone? Yeah, they canceled on me. He winks at me. I hate him already. Bitterness curls my tongue. Even though I'm not meeting Michael, he's been distant as well. He takes days to text back, and when he does, his responses are curt. I don't get it. I helped put his clinic on the map. He has no reason to be angry with me. Not yet. I check his social media page, scrolling through his latest videos. The manager I suggested he hire revamped his business, and a beauty influencer hooked him up with an A-lister who posted her transformation on an Instagram story. Since then, he's been busy. I'm happy for him, but would it kill him to respond to me? I need to talk to him face to face, and I'm dreading that conversation. Every sip of my cocktail only reminds me of the disjointed threads of my life. My personal relationships are hanging by a thread. I shouldn't let emotions cloud my judgment, but the storm inside me keeps growing. The rattling of ice breaks my thoughts. Ben shakes the mixer. Then he pours through a filter into a tall glass. As it fills with purple liquid, he skewers a blueberry with a golden stick and balances it over a coupe glass. Ben slides a black napkin in front of me, placing the drink on top. Here you go. Thanks. This looks fantastic. I gulp it down and Ben gives me a knowing look. Want to talk about it? I arch a brow. You're offering free therapy with cocktails? He shrugs, a smirk forming. Sometimes it's good to vent to a stranger. I shake my head, chuckling. I hate being vulnerable. Opening up is hard. It's not cathartic, it's painful, like dragging a scalpel across my skin. A therapist would have a lot to say about that. You know, most people wear a mask, he says, wiping the counter. They come in here and chat about the weather, their job, or the game on the TV. And they're people like you. It's obvious they're suffering. Am I that transparent? A small smile tugs at his lips. I hesitate, then take a deep breath. I did something, and I'm not sure if my son will ever forgive me. I don't regret it, but I just want him to understand. Own up to your mistakes and try to make amends. What if I don't consider it a mistake? He puts away the glass. Apologize anyway. His feelings matter more than being right. There's truth to that. I'm honest with my patients, but it's like a spectrum. Some would rather not be informed about their receding hairline. Some only want one issue addressed. Others ask how to get the most youthful appearance, and I answer them truthfully. Many of my youngest patients are fixated on flaws, and I do my best to please them. Like my patient for tomorrow. Ava is a young woman in her 20s who came into my office a year ago. She's a typical LA girl, blonde hair and a crippling lack of self-esteem. There's always a new area she wants to tackle, and I try to oblige. Months earlier, she scheduled 3 laser sessions to remove cherry angiomas from her body. Now she wants a phenol pill for her acne scars. A phenol peel is a complete reset of your skin. It sheds the entire epidermis and some of the dermis. Results can be phenomenal, but I don't recommend them for most people. They're risky. They can cause systemic side effects, including issues with the kidneys, heart, and liver, so it requires cardiac monitoring. Most patients balk at the 4 to 6 week recovery time, but Ava insisted she was prepared for the downtime. I pay my bill, thanking Ben for his free therapy. I'll reconnect with my son and clear the air with Michael. If it blows up in my face, so be it. I will rise again. After all, only the mediocre are always at their best. 10. Seline, 16 months ago. The next day, I drag myself to work. Zoe hands me coffee as I walk in. How was the mother-son date? Terrible. Just send in my first patient. As morning progresses, I put on my best smile and tend to my patients with extra care. But with each filler injection, unease simmers beneath the surface. I still haven't heard from Luis. I glance at the wall clock. There's enough time before the phenol peel. I can squeeze in a quick conversation. I duck into my office and call my son. He answers. Hey. Hi, honey, it's me. A stony silence follows my greeting, and my insides riot. How are you doing? Good. Are you visiting me this weekend? No. Gas is expensive, and I'm busy with all my classes. I can't believe what they're charging for a cup of coffee. Knowing my son, he's buying $9 matcha lattes and a pastry for study sessions at local cafes. I love Luis, but he doesn't appreciate how much things cost. When I was his age, I ate at diners with unlimited drink refills. I worked at the university library so I could purchase used textbooks at a steep discount. My father wasn't in the picture, and my mother spent her paychecks on booze. There was nobody I could ask for help. That's why I created a protective bubble for Luis. I had to shield him from the struggles I went through. And yet my efforts are lost on him. How can you instill the value of hard work in someone so spoiled? It's probably too late. My fault. I wanted to be the mom I never had, but I raised a son who's a stranger to me. Mom, can you send a couple bucks my way? Here we go again. I gave you $2,000 last month. That's already gone. Hotel and airfare for spring break cleaned me out. And, I had a medical thing. It was no big deal, just a short trip to the emergency room. My heart jolts. What happened? Nothing. We were having a party and my roommate dared me to take a bunch of caffeine pills. I got really sick. It wasn't getting better, so he took me to the ER. I had my stomach pumped. Oh my God. It's fine, Mom. Chill out. Why didn't anyone call me? He sighs. I knew you'd freak out. Groaning, I pace the office. I don't know where to begin. I can't believe you were at the hospital and didn't tell me. It's not as bad as it seems. I was just embarrassed. Did your girlfriend put you up to this? Ex-girlfriend? He snaps. And no, she wasn't there. Your behavior has been so strange lately. You can't fault me for suspecting her. Yeah, I can, he says, hardening. You immediately blame her when it was my choice. That bugs me, Mom. I shake my head. Taking pills on a dare is the height of stupidity. I expect more from you. He laughs. I had no idea it was so dangerous. The doctor said I had caffeine intoxication. I didn't know that was actually a thing. What did you think would happen? I raised you to be smarter than that. I know. It was stupid. Stupid doesn't even cover it. I snarl, my lips trembling. And your roommate sounds like a loser if he's putting you up to these foolish stunts. Louise sighs. I seethe. You're okay now, right? Yep, it was just an unfortunate incident. I grind my teeth. Be more careful. I will, promise. He assures me, but he obviously doesn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. Luis has always been one to take life lightly, never realizing the weight of his actions until it's too late. Good. Now about the money. Mom, I really need it. The hospital bill's ridiculous, and I can't afford it. You have insurance. Pay the deductible. I don't have the money. Call the hospital's billing department and ask for a payment plan. They'll work with you. But why? You can handle it. I could, but I won't. I've learned my lesson, he says, sobering. Believe me, I won't do that again. I don't trust you. If you think I'll keep paying your tuition and rent after this, you're sorely mistaken. I didn't send you to school to kill yourself with drugs and alcohol. Overreact much? I'm not killing myself. You are behaving like an idiot. I won't give you a free ride if this is what you're making of your college experience. This is why I don't tell you anything, he explodes. You're so dramatic. You'll find a part-time job and pay for it yourself. I'm not your personal ATM. Consider it a lesson for blowing through your savings and doing something that could have gotten you killed. But I need money for books and stuff. Then get a job. Sorry, Luis, but I've had enough. You need to learn to be more responsible. That's rich coming from you. He hangs up before I respond. The static grates into my ears, amplifying the sting of rejection. My son doesn't want to speak to me, and that's a bitter pill to swallow. A lump rises in my throat. My watch beeps. It's time for the procedure. Pull yourself together. I take a deep breath and step out of my office. My personal problems can't distract me from my work. I need to be focused. I hitch on a smile. Then I scrub in and enter the OR. Patricia, my scrub nurse, has already assembled the tools I'll need. A cardiopulmonary monitor displays my patient's vitals. She is lying down on the gurney. her hair stuffed in a cap, her face cleaned and prepped. "How are you doing?" Ava smiles. "Ready for my new face?" "Great. We'll begin in a second. I'm going to give you medicine that'll make you sleepy. I'll be monitoring your heart and lungs to ensure everything goes smoothly." She beams at me. "Sounds good." The nurse anesthetist administers the Versed and fentanyl, and the patient's eyelids close. This is where my work truly begins, when the stakes are high and the rewards even higher. I can't afford to be anything less than perfect. The circulator and I prepare the solution, a mixture of phenol, water, and croton oils. The scrub nurse places it on the tray. I dip the applicator in the solution and brush her cheek. Her skin blanches in a ghostly hue. Minutes later, pink blushes through the white. In recovery, it'll change yet again, turning brick red. I wait a few minutes, then treat the other cheek. The monitor beeps, and the nurse anesthetist turns toward me. "She's tachycardic to 180 BPM. QRS is narrow and monomorphic." I put the applicator aside. This shouldn't be happening. The monitor beeps urgently. "Give me a unit of adenosine." She grabs it from the crash cart and slaps a syringe in my hand. But before I inject it into the IV, the monitor beeps, alerting me to a sudden drop in blood pressure. A spasm of horror leaps into my throat. "She's not stable. Get the pads on." The scrub nurse gets the defibrillator and brings the crash cart closer. I tremble as I open Ava's gown, attaching electrical pads to her chest. "Preparing to cardiovert. Sinking shock. Everyone clear." The scrub nurse backs from the bed. "Shocking." I watch the patient's cardiac rhythm and deliver a low-energy shock to her heart. "Shock delivered." The patient's heart rate and rhythm stabilize, and blood pressure returns to baseline. The nurses gather round, relief evident on their faces. I don't understand. I stare at the tray with the phenol solution. I've never had a reaction like this before. "What do you want to do?" my scrub nurse asks. "We have to stop. Let's transfer her to the recovery room." Oh God. The lighting casts an unforgiving glow onto my patient's face. The aftermath of the procedure is a disaster. 48 hours later, her skin is showing signs of necrosis. Her skin should be scabbing over with a light brown color. Instead, it's black. This is very bad. The patient sits on the exam table, her face swollen. Serum oozes from her pores. A haze of painkillers clouds her eyes, leaving her blissfully oblivious of the catastrophe. "Hi, Ava. How are you feeling?" She blinks. "Hurts. Everything's tight." My voice trembles, laden with a guilt threatening to consume me. There seems to be complications beyond the arrhythmia." Her brow furrows. "What do you mean?" I ball my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. The pain is a welcome distraction. "You had an arrhythmia during the procedure, something we knew was a risk, but you're not healing the way you should. Your wounds are necrotic." Alarm sparks in her gaze. "Which means?" "Tissue death. It won't heal on its own. It'll have to be removed as soon as possible." I confess, the words tasting like bile in my mouth. "Unfortunately, you're still healing from the peel and at a high risk for infection." "Can you fix it?" I wish I could promise her a miracle, but I can't lie. Not when the evidence of my error is painfully visible. "No. You'll need a plastic surgeon." "I don't understand." My stomach clenches. "You'll need skin grafts, which are beyond the scope of my abilities." "I'm so sorry. I know this wasn't the outcome you expected. but there's nothing more I can do for you." "You said it'd be fine," she cries out, her voice shaking. "You said you'd done this before hundreds of times. You said you were an expert." "I am. I don't know what happened." "Can you give me a mirror?" Sighing, I grab the handheld mirror on the counter. Bracing myself, I hand it to her. Her eyes widen and she wails. "How am I supposed to work with this face? What will I do for a living?" "You have a job." "Not anymore. I can't work like this." The room seems to shrink around me. My heart constricts. I've seen patients scared, angry, and even desolate, but Ava's desperation is on another level. It makes me question my competence. I understand, and I'm truly sorry. I'll do what I can to help you." "Sorry? You ruined my face!" Her accusation stings like a slap. She unleashes a tirade, and I stand there and absorb every blow. Her outraged shouts dwindle to whimpers, and then to hysterical sobbing. After whispering a goodbye, I turn to escape the room. Her cries follow me, a haunting echo in the silence of the hallway. This isn't just about a failed procedure. It's a failure that's impacted a life. I'm a doctor. I'm supposed to heal, not harm. What have I done? 11. Ava. When will it stop? The harassment won't end at strangers infiltrating my home. It's obvious where this is headed. My disfigured face on the evening news. Woman found murdered in her Pico Union apartment. Yes, that's exactly what they want. I sit at my desk in the bedroom, nursing a strong glass of iced tea. Police have already been here. They took my statement and have promised to follow up. My landlord sends a maintenance man to inspect the AC unit. He finds nothing wrong with it, which throws everything into doubt. Some people have cognitive effects after cardiac arrhythmias. Brain fog has been a persistent problem since the procedure. I can't think. My memory is poor. Maybe I called someone and don't remember. "That's not good enough," snaps my sister from the living room. "I want to speak to your manager." After a beat, she lets out a frustrated yell. Then she charges into the bedroom, cheeks flushed. "No luck. The ISP won't shut down the true crime website without a court order." I figured they wouldn't. Damn them. They care more about sticking to procedures and avoiding potential lawsuits. She slumps on the bed, gritting her teeth. "I can't believe these freaks think they can just waltz into your house. That's brazen." What did they hope to accomplish? This? She gestures between us. Making you fear for your life. It's another way to troll you, mess with your head. Maybe they wanted to snoop around, too. I swallow hard, but the rock lodged in my throat swells. Brianna twists her hair with a manic energy. What did they do while they were here? They were friendly. I told them a lot of things I shouldn't have. What I did for a living, where I was going. What are you talking about? I was going to head to Miami. My plan was to show up at the medical conference where Dr. Thorne is speaking and look for him. She gapes at me. But you can't leave the state. Staying in California is a condition of your release. I had to take the risk. Dr. Thorne might be the one causing all this trouble. She raises a brow. Who is he, anyway? I wave a hand. He's a friend of hers. They went to the same med school. Brianna closes her eyes as if praying for patience. You can't make decisions like that on a whim. You were charged with stalking. If the court found out that you left California, they could revoke your bail. Do you want to end up in jail? If I don't clear my name, then I'm waiting for those lunatics to finish what they started. I get it. But we have to be smart, not reckless. Brianna's steely tone settles in my gut. It's like she's hinting at something, and I don't like it. She folds her hands over her stomach, watching me. Any leads on Truth Seeker's identity? He's someone in my life. He knows too much, Bree. He's familiar with the details of my facial reconstruction. Somehow he figured out I had a broken AC and sent people here. Maybe he walked by and saw my open windows. It's like a cold fog has descended in the room. Brianna pales, her body still. But who would do that? I don't know. If my hunch is correct, someone close to me has betrayed me in the worst way. Figuring out who will be hard. I'll have to limit my circle, and I'm already isolated. I've stopped networking. I barely interact with clients. A gallery of faces scrolls in my mind, taunting me. Brianna grits her teeth. Okay, let's start with the most recent incident. Who knew you were having problems with your AC? Just a couple of people. My landlord. The repair shop, she called. You? She grimaces. Anyone else? Nope. My landlord couldn't be Truth Seeker. Why would she bully her tenant? I don't talk to my dad very often, so he's out. Which leaves Brianna as my only suspect. But that's ridiculous. If my sister hated me, she wouldn't be doing everything in her power to help me. Could it be one of your neighbors? She asks. Someone you had a bad interaction with? Doubt it. I don't even know their names. A clerk at the grocery store, she suggests. A medical professional? They would have to be stalking me to notice the broken air conditioning. A chime echoes from my phone. I unlock it, frowning at the screen. Unknown. Your court date has been moved up 2 weeks. Can you make it? Please reply Y/N. Brianna leans over. Who's that? It's from a random number, but it doesn't look real. It's not. The court would notify you by mail or through your attorney, not by text. She grits her teeth. They're messing with you again. We need to hit back at these animals. Sick freaks. I've had it. Nobody messes with my family and gets away with it. What else can we do? Let me send cease and desist to your trolls. It'll force the little turds to think twice about attacking you. That could backfire. Her face darkens. You can't just sit there and take it. Do something. I rub my arms, flushing under her heavy stare. She's a fighter. I'm not. In the past, I only squared up to my sister because it was either fight or lose a chunk of hair. Unless I'm provoked, I don't like getting in people's faces. What would you have me do, Bree? Get your story out there, she hisses. Shoot a video and post it on social media. Why are you shaking your head? I don't want a spotlight. Thousands of people will mock me, and I'm not strong enough to handle that. I'd rather roll around in shattered glass than put myself out there. You are way too insecure about your looks. The plastic surgeon did a fantastic job. I hate it when she does this. I know you're trying to be nice, but ignoring the truth doesn't make me feel better. It makes me feel dismissed, like I'm 9 years old again, being chastised by Dad for expressing myself. She raises her hands. I'm only saying it's not as bad as you think. Stop it. Okay, fine. You're right and I'm wrong. You're a hideous monster. I'm pretending to be kind, but in reality you're so ugly I can't stand to look at you. Is that what you want me to say? Christ, Ava. Heat steals into my face as she storms out. I breathe deeply, but my heart gallops ahead. I clasp the edges of my desk. Why does she have to be so confrontational? Is it because she's like Dad, who always has to win an argument, even at the expense of our feelings? Back then, Brianna and I bickered over petty things. Toys, books, who'd eaten the last Pop-Tart, which boy band member was the most attractive. I hated the arguing then, and I hate it now. Her solution is to fight fire with napalm, but I'm not wired that way. A soft knock jolts my attention to the door. It opens slightly and Brianna peeks in. She steps inside, her eyes red. She hesitates before taking a seat beside me. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I shouldn't have pushed. I hate seeing you so defeated. You're going through hell, and I want to make it better." "I know. But it's not about my appearance. It's the weight of everyone's judgment. Strangers online deciding my guilt or innocence." She takes a deep breath, her hand finding mine. "I get it. I really do. And I apologize for dismissing you. I don't know how to make you see what I see. To me, you're still the same incredible person I've always known." I force a smile. I want to be that person. Brianna pulls me into a tight embrace. A moment later, she sighs. "I'm sorry, but I gotta go. I'm late for a thing." "No worries." We disengage and I walk her to the door. Brianna slides her purse over her shoulder, facing me. "You need to focus on your safety and your upcoming court date. Promise me you'll leave the detective work to the police." I nod, but I have no intention of stopping. "You should pack a bag and come over. You can't stay here." "If I do that, they'll harass your entire family. I can't be responsible for my nephew and niece getting creepy messages." Brianna opens the door, her lips thinning. "Then get a hotel room, or get a short-term lease somewhere they won't expect." I wave her goodbye. "I'll look into it." Brianna whisks away in a flash of palomino hair. I shut the door and lock it, and sliding the deadbolt home feels pointless. I squint in the dim light coming through the blinds. Is it my imagination, or is there something different about my apartment? When I enter the bedroom, my throat tightens. I scan the bedspread, the air conditioning unit, the faint indentations in the carpet where Paul kneeled. There's no way I'll be able to sleep. I finish packing my suitcase, my hands shaking. As I reach for a shirt in my closet, my fingers brush against a brightly patterned blouse hanging on the rack. Dark blue with vibrant pink flowers. Not my size or style. How did it get here? I pull it out, examining the silk fabric. It's a designer label. Definitely not what I'd wear. I rotate the shirt, and a bolt of lightning hits my chest. Dried blood covers the back. It's old, brownish, but unmistakably blood. A metal tang tints the air, and I swallow bile. This isn't mine. Someone planted it here. 12. Ava. Nobody broke into my house. I'm being paranoid. There has to be an explanation. Abandoning my suitcase, I open my laptop. I search the designer's name in my email, but nothing surfaces. I rack my brain, heart pounding. I shouldn't be so unsettled. It's just a stupid shirt. Could it belong to Brianna? Doubt it. My sister despises prints. I press my lips into a firm line. I could ask her, but that doesn't explain how it ended up on a hanger in my closet, covered in blood. No, it had to be the repairman. My mind whirls. All the air seems to be sucked out, and I clutch the blouse even though it feels like a ticket to my doom. My palms sweat, staining the silk. Who put it there? Craig and Paul? Probably. The question is, why would they do that? An icy shiver snakes down my spine. Are they framing me or messing with my head? I toss the shirt onto the bed. Reporting this might lead to dire consequences. Given my legal situation, they'd jump to conclusions. The placement of the blouse is too deliberate. They wanted me to find it. The AC repairmen were in the perfect position to plant it, but why? Was it a sick prank? Or were they working under someone else's instructions? Unable to sit still, I scour my apartment. I discover nothing, but every corner feels like it hides another betrayal. The paranoia of being watched, and the unrelenting scrutiny of the public driving me to the brink. Whoever is harassing me isn't stopping at messages and online posts. They're in my home, violating my personal space, leaving a blood-stained shirt as their sick calling card. Was it left behind? The more I hold it, the more my doubts grow. After the procedure, I lost my mind. I did things I'm not proud of. It took a long time for me to return to baseline. There are moments where I feel off-kilter, where I question my sanity. Maybe I'm not as healed as I thought. The darkness has been there all along, and I just didn't want to see it. I scrambled to finish packing. I need to get out of here. Now. 13. Seline. 15 months ago. Want a refill? Michael offers me a glass of wine, his back against the headboard. He's shirtless, his wavy hair mussed. The bed sheets gather around his waist, his sculpted chest and arms on full display. I invited him over in hope of a distraction, and despite his best efforts, that hasn't been enough. It's been a month since Ava's procedure. 4 weeks of self-hatred and doubt. Seline? The glass floats in front of my face. I shake my head and curl up beside him, but his body heat fails to stir anything inside me. Michael drinks and lets out an appreciative sigh. This is really good. Where'd you get it? I shrug. Wine club. He picks up the bottle, inspecting the label. Vino Verde. Seems like the perfect summer wine. Light, fizzy, and delicious. You can drink it all day, every day. She must have had the skin grafts done already. Which plastic surgeon did she choose? I hope she didn't pick the cheapest doctor, but she might not have the money for a top-tier surgeon. Michael clicks his tongue, his hooded eyes narrowed. You were miles away tonight. I glance at him. Sorry, I'm thinking about my patient. Again? I can't help it. I think about her constantly. The wine glass returns to the nightstand with a solid chink, and his retort lashes the air. Seline, you did everything you could. Did I? Yes. There are always some complications. For every 100 facelifts, I'll have one with an infection or one with temporary nerve weakness. He folds his hands in his lap, his tone businesslike. You took precautions and followed standard procedure. Something gave her an arrhythmia. You did nothing wrong. Michael leans in close, his finger curling around my chin. You informed her of the risks. She signed a consent form. But she didn't need a phenol peel. I could have tried a less invasive procedure. You told her that, didn't you? I nod. She was impatient. She wanted the peel. He releases me. Then she was well aware of the risks. It shouldn't have scarred her face. I push myself up and sit cross-legged. I still don't know what happened. It's possible the solution was mixed improperly. The ratio of acid to water has to be exactly right, or it causes burns like what my patient sustained. Who's in charge of that? Me and my nurse. I inhale deeply. We're supposed to check each other's work, but I was distracted. Just before the procedure, I had a phone call with my son, and it got heated. Silence hangs heavy between us. Michael breaks it with his soft baritone. Even the best doctors make mistakes. Not like this. One blunder doesn't define a career. But it does define a life. She'll never look the same again. I gave her referrals to several plastic surgeons in the area, including you. She never contacted my office. A lump lodges in my throat, and he slides an arm around my back. I know it's hard, but you need to forgive yourself. How? I can't fix it? You've done everything you can, he says, squeezing my side. You guided her through the next steps to get the best care possible. I rub my eyes, tired. Before I went to med school, a guest speaker in my MCAT prep course said something that stuck with me. One day I'll make a mistake that'll kill someone. I remember feeling shocked. It seemed like a crazy thing to say to a group of prospective med students. but now I get it. I thought this would never happen to me, but it did. And my patient paid the price. You haven't killed her or disfigured her permanently. A skin graft from a competent surgeon can have great results. Yes, it will always be noticeable, but you'll have a normal life. He strokes my head as I stare ahead, my insides frozen. You're a good doctor. I've seen you work. You're compassionate, diligent, and thorough. Don't let one mistake define you. You're not even sure that you made a mistake. I slump into his embrace as he brushes his lips over my forehead. A ding from my phone slices through the heavy atmosphere. I glance at the screen, my stomach churning. Another missed call. Michael follows my gaze. What is it? I open my voicemail and put the first message on speaker. Ava's panic fills the room. Dr. Seline, it's Ava Green. I had the skin graft surgery, but it looks awful. Please. I don't know what to do. I can't go out in public like this. I can't work. Nobody wants to see me. I can't look at myself. Please help me. The message ends. Michael caresses my hair. I press play on the next one. Dr. Seline, it's Ava. I know I've called you a lot, but please, I'm begging you, call me back. Her voice breaks, and so does my heart. The next continues in the same vein. With each one, her hope fades, replaced with rage. Seline, she sees. You've ignored my calls, avoided responsibility, and left me scarred. You owe me an explanation. If you don't give me one, you'll pay for destroying my life. My hand trembles as I lower the phone, the weight of her words crushing. Well, that escalated quickly, he quips. She hates me. I guess I don't blame her. Michael's stare drills into me, but I can't meet his eyes. How many messages has she sent? A few every day since the procedure a month ago. I bite on my lip at his widened gaze. There's nothing more I can do for her, which I've told her several times. She needs a therapist, he mutters. Heat steals into my face. She's allowed to be upset. Sure, but bombarding you with messages isn't right. That last one sounded like a threat. She's harmless. His glower raises the goose flesh on my arms. Guilt is clouding your judgment. What would you have me do? Block her everywhere and instruct your staff to do the same. I gape at him. That's harsh. That was before I realized she was harassing you. But I'm her doctor. I have a responsibility to her. You have a responsibility to your current patients, too. Don't let her drag you down with her. You've done what you can. She's going to file suit. Now it's time to protect yourself. True. I've been so absorbed in regret that I didn't consider the toll it was taking on me. But what about Ava? Doesn't she deserve empathy? I don't know if I can cut her off. Michael's hand slips to my shoulder, squeezing gently. This is about setting a boundary. He's right. As much as I want to be there for my patient, I can't let this continue. I have to cut ties with Ava and move on. I grab my phone and block her number. Speaking of unruly patients, I have a favor to ask. He turns his head and clears his throat. Remember that patient I mentioned? The one that sued me for malpractice for a filler injection? I nodded slowly. Yeah? Well, it's going to trial. You're kidding. I wish, he grits out. Anyway, I need an expert witness for the trial. I'd appreciate your help. Of course, I'll do whatever you need. A smile blooms on his face. You're a good friend. I'm not. I still haven't told you the truth. My stomach hardens as he leans in and kisses me softly on the lips. His hand moves behind my neck, pulling me closer. The hot seal of his mouth on mine almost obliterates my thoughts. All I want to feel is our bodies melting together. But Ava's last message keeps repeating in my head. You'll pay for destroying my life. 14. Ava. I flee to my sister's house. She lives in one of the most expensive cities in California. Ocean Avenue, crowded with quirky cafes and street vendors, is right on the beach. People are drawn here for its peaceful vibe, mild weather, palm trees, and the good-looking people walking everywhere. Santa Monica embodies the California dream. Just being able to live here is something to brag about. Fingering my suitcase's handle, I drink in my sister's mansion like a dog lapping up gravy. Then I roll my suitcase through the Spanish-style courtyard, wandering under a terrace of climbing jasmine flowers. Their sweetness perfumes the air as I knock on the door. It wrenches open. My sister, dressed in cut-off shorts and a black crop top, stares at me. A Gucci bag hangs off her shoulder. She's obviously headed somewhere. Hey, Ava. What are you doing here? I hesitate, fists clenched around my suitcase's handle. I thought I'd take you up on that offer. Sorry, I should have called. I've interrupted something. No, she chimes, stepping back. Come in. I step inside, lifting the suitcase over the threshold. Thanks. I needed to get out of my apartment. Brianna opens her purse, taking out her phone, and shoots a text to someone. Then she shoves the phone in her pocket. Of course, she murmurs. Stay as long as you need. I bite on my lip. Are you sure I'm not imposing? I was about to go to lunch, but it's fine. I canceled. Oh, you didn't have to do that. Don't worry about it. Brianna smiles, holding my hand to drag me along. I'm glad you changed your mind. You're safer here. Thanks for doing this. No worries. Plus, with the kiddos gone half the time, the place feels like a ghost town. We'll cook together, drink, play a few card games. She walks through the ultra-modern kitchen and strolls to the family room. It'll be like old times. If you want to reenact our childhood, I'll go bald by the end of the week from all the hair pulling. She tuts. I wasn't that bad. You locked me in the closet because I played with your Barbie without asking. She grins. Hey, it taught you manners, right? More like claustrophobia. As we pass the couch, Brianna throws a cushion at me. I dodge it, and she smirks. Then her phone rings, and she glances at the screen. My client needs me. I have to jump on a call. Want to hang out by the pool? As soon as I'm done, I'll join you. Okay, sure. She heads to her office, and I go upstairs to the guest room. Sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows glows on the minimalist decor. Sheer curtains billow with the ocean breeze. I push them aside and step onto the small balcony. It overlooks the backyard, insulated by palm trees and thick landscaping. The horizon shines like a copper coin, the beach a thin strip of white in the distance. I change into shorts and a tank top, twisting my hair into a messy bun. I slide a baseball cap over my head. With the shades masking half my face, I almost look normal. Then I walk to the pool. I settle in a chaise with a tall glass of water, trying to empty my thoughts. But the luxury surrounding me is a throwback to my old life. I've never felt so distant from it. The phenol peel and its aftermath changed everything. I've lost my identity. Now I'm constantly stressed, and the main suspect in a kidnapping. Flip-flops smack the cement, diverting my attention to a bikini-clad Brianna carrying 2 drinks. Margarita or mimosa? Margarita, please. She slides the frosted glass over the side table and settles in the chair beside me, sunglasses perched on her nose. She bumps her drink against mine. Cheers to you finally coming to your senses. I sip the frozen slurry. Her grin falters. You okay? I nod slowly. Yeah, just a lot on my mind. Brianna nudges her sunglasses, skewering me with her stare. What are you thinking about? I've been reminiscing about old times. Disquiet grows in my soul as I picture the house I ended up selling. I used to have a place in Santa Monica, 1 bedroom, less than 1,000 square feet. An ugly thing tucked in between 2 townhomes. I was going to flip it. The new floors would have been white oak plank. I would have switched out all the brass hardware with matte black doorknobs and hinges. I picked the colors for the trim and wall. I had the money for the renovations, too. A faint smile plays on Brianna's lips. That would have been nice. I used to be successful. I had a house, a dream job. That cute little office in Melrose, she adds, her smirk widening. Clients loved you. You got me to attend your broker's open. Which one? The Hollywood Glamour Party. That's right. Early in my career, I'd throw themed brokers' opens to attract potential buyers. The party Brianna attended had a red carpet theme, complete with Hollywood star lookalikes, movie decorations, and a photo booth with props. You had that Ryan Gosling lookalike model, remember? I snort. I can't believe I did that. It was so much fun. I still have a picture of us from that photo booth on the fridge. You could go back to the firm, or you could take your clients and start your own business. There's nothing stopping you. A pang hits me, and my gaze drops to my half-empty drink. Not with how I look. I mean, who wants to buy a house from Zombie Girl? Brianna removes her shades, her stare diving into me. That's bullshit. You're great at what you do. You always were. Nobody cares what you look like. That's not true. People judge you before they know you. It's the reality of our world. I twist the fabric of my tank top. How am I supposed to market myself now? Do the same thing you did before. With this? I point at my cheek. My face scares people. Brianna sets her drink down with a loud thud. I hate it when you talk like that. You're too invested in what strangers think about you. Don't let those assholes rob you of your career and your self-esteem. I can't carry on like everything's okay. Yes, you can. The only way you'll return to normal is by acting normal. What should I do when the online mob sabotages my LinkedIn page or schedules a fake showing with me? I cross my arms, staring at her. Even if this insanity with Truth Seeker goes away, I'll never own a house again. That's a special kind of hell for a person who sells homes for a living. She reaches over to grasp my hand. You'll get through this, I promise. You'll be selling multi-million-dollar homes in no time. I watch her, reeling. If I could have told teenage Ava that my sister would be my biggest champion in adulthood, she never would have believed me. I latch on to every word like it's sustenance, like it's air, because I need to believe I can regain what I lost. She's right. I have to stop feeling sorry for myself and start living. My sister changes the subject to her children. Henry has started preschool and is obsessed with painting, and Lily is developing a stubborn streak. Brianna's stories about her family remind me of everything I'm missing out on. And he's best friends with this 7-year-old girl, Olivia. She gushes, her eyes shining with delight. She's so sweet with... My phone rings. I grab it as the screen flashes with my landlord's name. A stone settles in my gut as I hold up a hand to Brianna. Sorry, I have to take this. I answer the call, sliding the phone over my ear. Hello? Hey, it's Megan. Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to let you know that I goofed. It turns out my assistant booked another company for the repair and forgot to tell me. My heart stumbles. You're kidding. No, I talked to the owner and he confirmed the 2 guys who showed up at your apartment are his employees. She chuckles. Thank God, I was so freaked out. Wait, so everything's fine? Yes. You must be so relieved. I'm not. My pulse throttles. I clutched the phone tighter, turning away from Bree to whisper. Are you absolutely sure? Yes. I even did background checks on them, and nothing came up. I'm so sorry about the confusion. It'll never happen again. Let me know if you have any issues with the AC. I will. Thanks. She hangs up, and my insides crumble. The blouse is a white-hot poker burning a hole in my brain. If they didn't plant it, who did? Did someone break in? How? I'm there all day, aside from brief trips to the grocery store. They would have had to stake out my place from dawn till dusk. Possible, but unlikely. The far more reasonable option is the person closest to me. I inhale a quick breath. You okay? Brianna asks, frowning. Yeah, I blurt, pasting on a grin. I'm lost in a storm of thoughts as a wildfire of panic spreads through my body. My head spins as I try to piece everything together. The narrative that made sense is now hopelessly frayed. The repairmen I labeled as intruders were simply doing their job. They were innocent, but that damned shirt haunts me. I comb through a list of people familiar with my routine with access to my home, and my pool of suspects dwindles to one person. My sister. 15. Ava. Truth seeker is my sister. The woman I've grown up fighting with, laughing with, sharing my secrets with. Conspiring against me? Spending all her free time online to harass me? A chill smothers my heart. The signs are there. The intimate details only she knows. The hateful tone of the messages. Her fake outrage when I came clean about the harassment. Brianna touches my hand and I flinch. What's wrong? Hysterical laughter bubbles in my throat, but I swallow it down. It's been a roller coaster of a day. Did something happen? Apartment stuff. Nothing to worry about. I stand, grabbing the drink. I've taken more sun than I probably should. I'm going inside. Her lips flatten. Okay. Want another cocktail? No, I think I'll take a nap. Her eyes narrow as I hurry inside, my flip-flops smacking the floor. I jog upstairs to my room, flinging open the door. I stare at my unpacked suitcase, biting my lip. Could my sister really be my enemy? Or is this more paranoia? I close and lock the door, shaking. Paranoia. My sister and I get along. Sure, we went through some rough patches growing up, but we mended things. Shortly after Dad's cancer diagnosis, we met up to have lunch and she apologized. Since then, she's been committed to healing our relationship. She involves me in her children's lives, invites me over for holidays. She even attended a few of my productions, back when I was still taking acting classes. Whenever I need her, she's a phone call away. Why build up our relationship only to burn it down? Brianna might have been a mischievous teenager, but she's not cruel. She has no reason to hate me. My phone buzzes. I glance at the notification, and my pulse jumps into a gallop. New evidence. Crime gal. Why would a bloodstained shirt belonging to Dr. Seline Marks show up in Ava Green's home? This was sent to the admin team, who have confirmed this is Ava's bedroom closet. Last one to see Dr. Marks? Check. Strange behavior after the doc vanishes? Double check. The missing person's blouse? Check, check, check. What more proof does LAPD need? Upvotes 357. Surprise emoji, fire emoji. Truth Seeker 101. Arrest her. Upvotes 223. Star emoji, fire emoji, skull emoji. T411 Wizard. Beautifully said. Thank you. Upvotes 86. Laughing emoji. Attached below the original post is a photo of my closet. The clear bins I use as a dresser are in the frame, and the shirt hangs next to my leggings. A grinning Dr. Seline wearing the same blouse is posted underneath. The comments are full of speculation, some claiming I removed it from her body. Another commenter enlarges it, circling faint red marks. My heart sinks. Someone's invading my privacy, manipulating my life, framing me. They bought her blouse, sprinkled fake blood on the fabric, and planted it in my home. I squeeze my eyes shut, holding back a scream. Brianna's the only person with a key to my apartment. Only she could have taken this photo. I inhale deeply, trying to collect myself. Then I lock my phone and slide it over the nightstand. Later, after a quiet dinner with Brianna, I retreat to my room. My mind is a whirlwind, centering on that damning photo and the relentless pursuit of this anonymous troll. My fingers hover over my phone, torn between curiosity and dread. Taking a deep breath, I open the app. The post from earlier has exploded, the number of upvotes skyrocketing. My stomach twists in knots. This is getting out of hand. They took the picture before I left for my sister's because I packed the shirt in my suitcase. I can't remember the last time I looked in my closet. It could have been there for a while. Brianna did this. She knows my apartment. She's been there many times, and she's familiar with my habits. It's easy to trust family, to assume they'll never betray you because they're supposed to be your safe haven. But when have they ever made me feel safe? I need to vomit. I claw myself from the tangled mess of sheets, sprinting to the bathroom. I open the toilet's lid and purge until the clenching feeling in my stomach disappears. Once it's over, I collapse onto the cool tiles, my body shaking. I blow out through pursed lips the way my therapist taught me. Then I pull myself off the floor and re-enter the bedroom, sitting on the mattress. Distracted, I almost miss the echo of voices from the floor vent. Brianna speaks in a soft hush as a deeper, rumbling baritone responds. I slowly open the door and peek out. I tiptoe across the dimly lit hall and head down the staircase, stopping when Brianna appears in the foyer standing opposite a silhouetted, well-built man. He's nothing more than a shape. The man pulls her into a hug, but she freezes. His low voice floats upstairs. I miss you. This is not the time, she says, extricating herself from his embrace. You need to leave. When can we be together again? I don't know, she mutters, rubbing her arm. Next week, maybe. I'll text you. I straighten as I drink in my sister and this mystery man. So she's dating. Why the secrecy? Did she think I'd chastise her for finding a man so soon after her divorce? A plaintive note enters the man's voice. Why can't I stay? Are you crazy? I can't be seen with you. She's already involved, Bree. What's the harm? She shoves him. Go, now. The man balls his fists, and the hairs on my neck stand on end. But he turns away, sighing. Brianna watches him leave, exhaling a shaky breath once he's swallowed by darkness. Then she heads for the staircase. I scramble upstairs and into my room. Hiding behind the door, I pull it toward me until there's a thin gap. My body tenses as Brianna climbs the last step. Her rushed footsteps pause at my door. I gawk at the dark outline of my sister. She stands there for a full 30 seconds. The floorboards under my feet creak. It's like a gunshot to my heart as I stop breathing, waiting for her to yell at me for eavesdropping. Instead, she disappears into her room. I grab my robe, wallet, and keys, running downstairs. What is she keeping from me? I run outside, but whoever it was is gone. I go back inside and put on my shoes. Then I head to my car. I need to calm down. A drive will help me think. I will sort this out. I'll find out who's trying to destroy my life. And if it's someone close to me, so be it. The truth, no matter how painful, is the only thing that can set me free. 16. Ava. I get back before Brianna wakes up. I try to sleep, but I can't. My face stings, and it shouldn't. I've lost most sensation in my cheeks since the chemical peel, but sometimes I'll get phantom pains. At 8, I drag myself out of bed. I slip into a robe and head downstairs. Brianna sits at the kitchen table. A banquet is spread over the kitchen island. French pastries, a glass bowl of fruit salad, a jug of orange juice, and raw batter next to a smoking waffle iron. As I enter, Brianna fumbles with her phone. It slips from her fingers and smacks the tiles, screen face down. She curses and picks it up, running her finger down the hairline crack. Damn it! I just got this thing. I reach for the brewed pot of coffee, pouring myself a cup. Morning. Morning. Would you like a waffle? I nod. Brianna gets up and pours a beige mound onto the iron, flipping it over. She yawns as I add milk to my coffee. Late night? I ask. I'm not much of a morning person. I raise a brow. You've always been an early riser. You're up at 6. You work out for an hour and then make breakfast for your kids. I haven't slept past 7:30 since they were born. That doesn't mean I like it. Fair enough. Speaking of the kids, when are you getting them from their dads? I'm leaving in a few minutes. She gazes at me, her flawless features impassive. Her long nails tap her ceramic mug. Did you sleep well? Yes, the bed's very comfortable. Good, good. She sips her coffee, her stare diving into me. She's searching for something. I flatten the flyaway strands on my head. There's nothing wrong. You're overreacting. The waffle iron beeps. She flips it over, grabbing a plate, and using a fork to delicately pry the waffle out. The steam rises, the golden grid crusted with light brown. Syrup? No, just plain. I take a small bite. It's crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. Delicious, but hard to enjoy. I'm glad your appetite has returned, she says in a clipped tone. Last night you barely touched your dinner. I clear my throat. I was tired. Brianna sets her drink down with a click. 1 minute we're getting along fine, the next you disappear upstairs. I shift in my seat. 2 men conned their way in my house. I'm on edge. My skin heats from the lie, but Brianna seems to buy it. I avert my gaze, focusing on my waffle. What's on your agenda for today? Are you meeting anybody? Like a client? Not in person. I mostly work from home. All my meetings are virtual. I play with a piece of my waffle. Does that ever make you feel disconnected? Not really. Anything to avoid LA traffic is a godsend. Don't you get lonely? She glances out the window, shrugging. I spent most of my 20s married, you know? I like being single. It's too soon for me, and between the kids and your situation, I have no interest in dating. Liar. My nostrils flare, her lie curdling inside me like sour milk. I can't imagine how overwhelming this must be for you. The procedure going wrong, my recovery, the fake repairman. You're safe here. That's all that matters. Nausea pits my stomach. Is it me, or is Brianna increasingly distant and evasive? If I've learned anything these past few days, it's that trust is a luxury. Brianna's phone chimes. She snatches it, her expression guarded. Sorry, I need to take this. She enters the backyard, the glass door shutting behind her. She clasps the phone to her ear and sits on a chaise, a curtain of hair blocking her face. I study her posture, the tension knotting her shoulders. What is she hiding? A moment later, she returns with a big smile. Well, I should go. The kids are waiting. Who is that? She rinses her mug in the sink and grabs her purse. See you in a bit. Brianna heads outside. Then a car roars to life and rolls from the driveway. She'll be gone for a few hours. I picture her idling in traffic, composing vicious posts as truth seeker. I clean up the kitchen to calm myself, but the lingering feeling of being watched doesn't fade. Just as I'm done wiping the counter, someone knocks. I drop the dish rag into the sink, approaching the door. I gaze through the peephole at a woman and a man in slacks. A fist clenches my heart. I unlatch the lock and open the door. Detective Jameson, the lead on Dr. Seline's missing persons case, stands on the right. What's this about? And how did you find me?
Hello, Miss Green. We've been trying to reach you. There's been some developments in Dr. Seline's case.
He glances at the female officer and back to me.
May we come in?
I swallow hard. The nightmare from earlier feels like a distant memory now. 17. Seline. 14 months ago. Ava is everywhere. At work, the gym, the grocery store. Her face is a specter, lurking in every corner of my life. When I see her, the cold dread of a looming malpractice suit gnaws at my insides. She hasn't filed yet, but probably will soon. Right now, she's outside my clinic, wearing out her welcome in the staff parking lot. My last patient, a blonde in stiletto heels, strides into the brilliant sunshine to her white Tesla. She gets inside, starts the car, and leaves. Ava's dusty blue car is parked in front of the building. Her silhouette is faintly visible behind the windshield. I approach the front desk where Zoe types a response to an email. Has she been there all afternoon? Yes. I chew on my lip. Has she said anything? Nope, she just sits there. I glance outside, where the late sun casts a harsh glow on the parking lot. I imagine her in that car hour after hour. It can't be comfortable. What does she hope to accomplish? The staccato typing halts as Zoe sends the email. Dr. Seline, it's time to call the police. I shake my head. I can't do that. My assistant meets my eyes, a faint line creasing her forehead. Why not? Because my guilt won't allow it. I don't want the police involved. Then let me contact a towing... No. Under no circumstances will anybody in this office alert the authorities or a towing company. Have I made myself clear? She gapes at me, her cheeks flushing. But she's been here since noon. It's not fair to our patients. She's taking a staff parking spot, not theirs. All the more reason to tow her. I seethe, fed up with the back talk. If Zoe weren't so good at her job, I'd fire her for insubordination. I send a pointed glare in her direction, but she doesn't take the hint. Zoe switches off the monitor and squares up to me. Ava Green is no longer a patient at this clinic. There's nothing more we can do for her, so why is she here? The words rip out of her, as though they've been festering inside for weeks. I study her stiff posture, her corded neck and clenched jaw. You're a lot more upset about this than you need to be. She pinches her lips together. I can't get rid of her. She calls me nonstop, leaving angry voicemails. I had to change my personal number. She's stalking both of us. I bite the inside of my cheek. She needs closure. And she'll get that by sitting in a car for hours watching you? Zoe raises an eyebrow. You've done everything you can. You've refunded the cost of the procedure. You gave her plastic surgeons. Now you need to prioritize your safety. This isn't just about her stalking us. Every day she's here, she's a walking advertisement of a mistake made at your practice. If she pursues a malpractice suit, it'll ruin our reputation. She has a point. I swallow hard. You're right. This can't continue. Do you want me to call the police? No, I'll talk to her when I leave. I grab my purse, ignoring my assistant's disapproving stare. I dawdle in the office and play with my phone. I have too much on my mind. The disaster of Ava's phenol, Peel, my son's absence, and the secret burning a hole in my conscience. I have to tell Michael. I can't keep it from him anymore. One crisis at a time. I need to handle this situation delicately. A malpractice lawsuit would be disastrous, not just for me, but for the entire clinic. I have to find a way to give Ava closure without compromising my career. By the time I pluck up the courage to confront Ava, Zoe is already packed up and left. The lights are off, but the sun's rays glare into the office. I throw up an arm to shield my eyes. Then I open the door, steeling myself for an uncomfortable conversation. Blinking, I stride toward my empty parking spot. She's gone. A wave of relief crashes over me as I head to my car. I fumble for the keys and approach the door, frowning at the depression in my tires. Bending over, I examine the long gashes in one of them. As I circle the car, my heart plummets. All 4 tires are slashed. A knife is buried in the right front one. Oh my God. I drop my purse. The lights on my Rivian blink, drawing my attention to the hood. Etched across the pristine black hood in violent, jagged scratches is a word that sticks in my throat. Fraud. A stabbing pain hits my chest. I pick up my purse and seize my phone. My hand shaking, I scroll through my contacts and unlock Ava's number. Then I call her. She picks up on the first ring. Hello? What the hell is your problem? I'm tired of being ignored, Doctor. I've tried letters, calling you. My emails bounce back. All I want is for you to fix your mistake. I told you already. I can't. There must be something you can try. You've crossed the line. I'm not comfortable treating you anymore. So that's it, she says, wounded. You're giving up on me? Ava, I'm sorry, but you've gone too far. I can't help you. I'll refer other dermatologists. You're supposed to be the best one in this city. I grit my teeth. Your skin grafts need time to heal. The final results won't be apparent for months. Follow whatever instructions the plastic surgeon gave you. Ava pauses. I have been. I exhale roughly. Then I don't understand why you're still hounding me. Because I want you to fix me. I trusted you with my face, and you ruined it. You haven't even explained what happened. Instead, you blocked my number. Can you blame me? I pace the parking lot, my cheeks growing hot. You're vandalizing my property. What are you talking about? You slashed my tires, all 4 of them, and left a knife behind. You scratched up my car. I understand your disappointment, but this is harassment. I grimace, fingering the gouge marks on the hood. She really went to town. Do you have anything to say for yourself? She laughs. I expect her to deny it, but she howls like it's the best joke she's ever heard. Why are you doing this? I ask. Oh, I don't know, Doctor. Maybe I'm upset because you burned off my face. How does stalking me help that? Like you said earlier, Dr. Seline, nothing can fix me. You saw to that. I'm stuck like this forever. I'll always look this way. My throat aches. It doesn't have to define you. But it does, she says, hardening again. If I'm broken on the outside, perhaps I'm broken on the inside. A chill envelops my heart. I glance around, hissing into the phone. What does that mean? She doesn't speak for a few moments. It means this is what I am. And what's that? She hesitates. A monster. The call ends with a beep. I pull the phone away from my ear. I stare at it like it's a snake writhing in my hand. She's lost it.
A malpractice suit would be more than just a financial blow. My reputation, the trust of my patients, everything I've worked for. It could all evaporate. I need to get ahead of this situation. I take photos of my car and email them to my lawyer. Then I call the police.
18. Ava. They're arresting me again. That afternoon replays in my head. I hear the fist pounding on the door, accompanied by a sharp baritone.
Police, open up. We have a warrant for your... Ava?
I snap to the present, my attention centering on Jameson. The cop tacks on a smile, as does the woman beside him. She smiles. Nice to see you again, Miss Green. I blink, my mind churning with fear and confusion. The room spins. My hand grips the edge of the door, steadying myself. My sister's house was supposed to be away from the public's prying eyes. Why did I think I'd be safe here? I should have known better. How did you know I was here?
We've been monitoring Dr. Seline's acquaintances since she went missing.
You're following me?
Standard procedure,
the older cop interjects, his tone apologetic but firm.
We're piecing together Dr. Seline's last movements. That's why we're here. You see, we found her car.
The words crash over me like a tidal wave. My heart hammers. This can't be happening. Oh, that's good. He nods.
It's a step in the right direction.
May we come inside? Detective Galatsky asks. We're just trying to sort this out. I shouldn't speak to them. Brianna was explicit in her instructions, never talk to the police. I glance at the female detective, then back at him. Did you find anything? Was she in the car?
We have people searching, but we haven't yet found her body.
A chill rushes down my spine. She's dead?
We have reason to believe that, yes.
My attention wanders upstairs to the plastic bag hidden in my suitcase. Nausea pits my stomach. Jameson leans forward, his stance casual as though he's discussing the weather.
Detective Galatsky and I have been working on this case for months. Dr. Marks's family is desperate for answers. We're hoping she's alive, but if not, her family deserves closure.
Should I help? I want to do the right thing, but at what cost? I understand. I'll do what I can.
That's great to hear, because our son has been through hell. He's a little younger than you, still in college. He hasn't seen his mom in a year. I can't imagine how hard that is.
He shakes his head, lip curling in a sad smile.
But you can help him. You're the last person that saw Dr. Seline.
But I've told you everything. He shrugs.
Sure, but it doesn't hurt to go over things again and see if we missed anything.
My chest tightens. I guess. He raises a brow.
You guess? A woman was abducted, possibly murdered. One would think you'd be more sympathetic.
I am. I'm shocked.
When was your last conversation with Dr. Seline?
Asked Detective Galatsky. I saw her the day she went missing. She was getting tacos at a food truck. I'm not supposed to be within 100 feet of Dr. Seline, so I got my food and left.
Detective Jameson crosses his arms. Huh. When we interviewed you a few months ago, that wasn't your story?
I'd forgotten about the taco truck.
Do you understand how serious this is?
He says, his eyes narrowing.
Do you know that lying to police in a homicide investigation is a third-degree felony?
I shrink, clutching the door. Yes, I do.
Do you know how hard it is to operate a real estate business with a third-degree felony on your record?
A violent beat throbs at the base of my throat. Jameson's stare bores into me.
We just want the truth about what happened,
the female detective says, softening.
You could help us find her. Anything about your interaction with Seline could be important.
I lick my lips. Sorry, Nothing comes to mind.
I think you know more than what you're saying.
How? Even I'm not sure what happened that day. Every time I try to remember, it's like grasping at smoke. I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
Any little detail might break the case.
Especially if they're looking to pin it on me. My heart thuds harder, but the memories are still lost. I shake my head. I have nothing else to say.
That's not good enough, Ava.
Why? Do you think I had something to do with this?
Jameson shakes his head. I doubt you're going out and kidnapping people. It doesn't seem like it's in your nature. But I think you're holding back.
I'm not.
You are. You make a face when you're uncomfortable. It's a tell, he says in a stronger voice. And frankly, I expect you to know more about Dr. Seline. You are the last person to see her.
I shift from foot to foot. Do I have tells? Have I been giving away my feelings? Jameson must be lying. How could he read my facial expressions? There's too much scarring to differentiate between a grimace and a smile. Detective Galatsky gently touches Jameson's arm, and he backs off. We need you to be open with us, Ava. Think about her son. Would you want to go months without knowing what happened to your mom? A lump forms in my throat. I understand that, but I've already told you everything. Jameson scoffs.
Your story changes every time we talk. People who have nothing to hide don't act this way. You might not have killed her, but you know more than you're letting on.
I don't, I promise you.
Then why are you so upset?
I'm scared. This is a lot for me to handle. This is a difficult situation for everyone, but every detail counts, Galatsky says in a low murmur. Even if you think it's insignificant, it might be a lead for us. So any small memory you overlooked could be crucial. I take a deep breath. She seemed agitated. She was near the truck and kept looking around as if she expected someone to show up. Jameson straightens.
Like you?
I don't know. Galatsky purses her lips. Did you speak to her? I clench my fingers to stop the trembling. No. We have a few more questions about the incident at Dr. Seline's clinic. It could be helpful. I'm sorry, but you'll have to come back with a warrant for my arrest. Ava, please. I close the door in their faces, sliding the deadbolt home. Pressed against the door, I barely hear anything over my pounding heart. Memories weigh heavy on me. The police station, Dr. Seline's disbelief about the slashed tires, and the guilt settling in my chest. Climbing the stairs feels like ascending a mountain. Each step is a reminder of my mistakes. What happened at Dr. Seline's clinic was a dark time in my life. It's like a stone in my shoe that I can't shake off, because that day changed everything. How long before my past catches up to me? 19. Seline. 13 months ago. She won't stop. 2 letters sent by my lawyer threatening legal action haven't deterred Ava from stalking me. Now she's taking her beef with me online. A Google alert notifies me whenever my name is mentioned. As I sip my coffee, my phone buzzes with a 1-star review of my business. Golden Goddess. Dr. Seline is a terrible doctor. She's about as warm as a polar ice cap and treats her patients like dollar signs. Even the best of her obscenely marked-up products are only marginally effective, and only when used in the right combination and consistency. Maybe if she cared more about people and less about money, she'd be a better doctor. I fist my phone. What is wrong with this girl? My heartbeat races as I reread the review, each word throbbing in my temples. Does she want me to have a nervous breakdown? I should call the police again. The last time I filed a report but never pressed charges. Ava is troubled. She needs help, not a jail cell. My son enters the kitchen, a loud yawn announcing his presence. He opens the pantry and grabs a box of cereal. Then he bangs a bowl and spoon on the counter. "Morning." I grumble a response. He pours cereal into his bowl and adds milk. Then he sits, digging into his Cheerios. The slurping noises pause and his gaze roams my face. "What's up with you?" I smile, trying to put it behind me. "Nothing." "Mom," he chides, his eyes narrowing. "You promised to be honest with me, remember?" Someone's trolling me online. I show him the screen. Apparently, I'm as warm as a polar ice cap. His brow furrows. "Oh well, can't please them all." She's not using a real name, so I can't look for her on my records. Although I'm 99% sure who it is. I click on Golden Goddess, glaring at the tiny profile picture. Of course, she hides her face with a scarf. "Who is it?" I exhale roughly. A disgruntled patient. "The stalker, you mean?" He puts the spoon down, his voice darkening. "You need to stop messing around and file charges. She keeps harassing you. What's her name?" I can't divulge that. "I won't do anything. I just want to know who it is, like for my safety." "You don't have to worry about her." He gapes at me, slack-jawed. "She follows you everywhere. Now she's attacking your business. When that doesn't get your attention, what do you think she'll try next?" I rub my forehead, sighing. "I'll tell you what. She'll come after your family." I stand, grabbing a bagel from the pantry. I cut it and insert the slices into the toaster. Louise is right. Ava's taken this too far. I'd hoped that she'd tire of it and leave me alone, but she's shown no sign of stopping. "Mom, she's harming your livelihood. She wouldn't like it if you went to her work and did this." "Probably not." He glowers at me. "Then why is it okay for her to harass you?" "Damn it, Louise, I never said it was." After a few minutes, the halves pop from the toaster. I slide them onto a plate and return them to the counter. The golden brown color reminds me of the scabs on Ava's face before they turned black. My throat tightens. "What's her name?" he presses. "Enough. You know that's off limits." "Why?" "It's against the law. I could lose my license." "People like that are jerks," he blurts, his voice inflamed. "It takes a real loser to intentionally harm someone else's business." I shrug, spreading cream cheese over the bagel and then topping it off with smoked salmon. Louise steals my phone and types a reply. I abandon the bagel and dive for the phone, but he keeps it out of reach. "Louise, give it back now." "Hold on, I'm almost done." "There." Laughing, he slaps the cell in my hand. My heart hammers as I read what he wrote. "Dear one-star whiner, it's so much easier to be a keyboard warrior, isn't it? You insult me while hiding behind a screen, but if you're so offended by my work, why don't you tell me face to face? I have an excellent record with my patients. If you're unsatisfied, log off the internet and come to the office. Until then, you're as ugly as this one-star review." He didn't submit that, thank God. And yet a wave of satisfaction douses the flames in my chest. Louise chuckles. "Feel better?" I fling the phone on the counter, huffing. It's one review. She provided zero context. She doesn't say when she came in, what she visited you for, nothing. She's probably having a bad day. Does that give her the right to take it out on someone else? He fires back. Of course not, but she believes she's entitled to treat others poorly. Just look at her username, the Golden Goddess. She thinks very highly of herself. A goddess doesn't have to follow society's rules. She doesn't get to call you a terrible doctor because she had a bad day. I pat his arm. You need thicker skin, sweetie. He glares at me. I'll get thick skin when you grow a backbone. He's not tactful, but I prefer this side of him to the moody son who randomly blocks me. Luis has an analytical mind and a fierce protective streak. He'll be an amazing lawyer if he ever picks up the slack on his pre-law program. You know, there's a way to trace that profile, he says, his smile widening.
I'm assuming she's young. People in my generation aren't as sneaky as they think. We leave digital footprints everywhere.
I don't want you involved. Louise puts a hand on mine.
It's time to consider a restraining order, especially if we can prove it's her behind these attacks. We've got the review, the stalking, the letters. It's a pattern. It'll hold up in court.
I sigh, nodding. I'll talk to my lawyer.
Perfect.
I finish eating my bagel as Luis watches me, looking mollified. A moment later, he clears his throat.
Hey, so I was thinking about what you said the other day, and I realized that you're right. So I've been applying to jobs.
My shoulders tense, but I say nothing.
So I think that, since I'm showing initiative, maybe I could get an advance? I just need 1,000.
No. He huffs.
You know I'm good for it, and you owe me a chance.
Owe you? Where do you get this sense of entitlement? He narrows his gaze.
I'm a man. Living at home with my mother is embarrassing.
Then get a job and rent an apartment.
I am. God! I just need a little help for the security deposit.
Luis balls his fists when I don't respond, pouting.
Why are you punishing me for a mistake?
You need to learn responsibility. He laughs, dimples popping in his cheeks.
You're focused on teaching me responsibility, but you're the shining example of deceit.
My hackles raise. I've always provided for you, made sure you had everything you needed. His eyes darken.
Honesty would have been nice.
Inwardly, I flinch. I lift my chin, forcing myself to look at him. What are you getting at?
You cheated on Dad.
His words crash into me as the room falls into a suffocating silence. It's so quiet. The refrigerator's humming is the only sound. It's as though the world has paused to process the accusation.
You cheated,
he says, stunning me again.
And then you made me believe Richard was my dad. But apparently my real father is some guy I've never met.
My body stiffens. How did you know?
Dad did one of those online genetic tests. I logged on weeks ago and saw that we weren't related.
Oh, Louise, I'm so sorry. That's not how I wanted you to find out.
No, I guess you were going to keep it a secret forever. No, I swear, Richard and I wanted to tell you together. You are such a liar.
That hits me like a slap in the face. I swallow hard, fighting tears. I never meant to hurt our family, but Richard wasn't the best husband. We've both made mistakes. He scoffs.
So you're both terrible people. Great.
That's an exaggeration.
It's not. I'm the product of your affair because you couldn't be a mature adult and break up with him. Do you know what that's like? It makes me feel dirty. My existence is a lie.
My stomach hardens. I love you. You know that. He stands up, scraping his chair back.
I don't want to talk anymore. I need some space to think.
My cheeks sting. Luis. He storms away, disappearing upstairs. A distant door slams. I blow out a tense breath. How long has he known? Does he know who his biological father is? What will he do with that information? At least this explains his growing distance. I should count myself lucky my son didn't kill me. But his father might. 20. Seline. 12 months ago. Mistrial. Not the victory Michael hoped for, but an unsettling middle ground. I charge out of the courtroom, my assistant jogging to keep pace. The heavy door slams shut behind me. If Michael, with all his expertise, can face such a situation, what stops Ava from pushing my career off the edge? One unhappy patient is all it takes. I stride outside, pulling my jacket tighter around me. Then I head to my car,
eager to escape the disorienting whirlwind. Zoe trots to my side, my handbag swinging on her arm. I fish the key fob from my jacket pocket and hand it to her, shaking. "Can you drive?" "I don't think I can right now." "Of course, Dr. Seline." I get into the passenger seat and take my bag, debating whether to text Michael. Even if I did, I have no idea what I'd say. Chin up? It'll get better? A surgeon's reputation is everything, and Michael's has been dealt a major blow. "Did you expect that outcome?" Zoe asks, backing out of the parking spot. "Not at all. I thought he'd get off." She clicks her tongue. "He'll win the retrial." "He'd better. If he doesn't, he could lose his license. His insurance premiums could skyrocket. His practice will suffer from this. It feels like a warning sign, Zoe. If Ava pursues a malpractice claim against me, it could end up like this, maybe worse." "Don't think about that." I chew on my lip, gazing out the window. I should call him. "You can." I just don't know if he wants to hear from me. I exchange a glance with Zoe. I'm worried my testimony did more harm than good. "That's not your fault. The prosecution had a stronger case." True, but Michael won't see it that way. We've been friends for years. To him, this is a stab in the back. As the traffic slows to a standstill, I send him a text. "I'm so sorry." The ride home is a blur of lights. Every pointed question replays in my mind. I wave Zoe off with a goodbye, but after a half hour of restless pacing, I enter my car and head to Michael's. When I reach his house, I let myself in. I gave him a key to my place months ago in a moment of weakness, and he'd returned the favor. I hang my coat in the closet. "Michael?" "Here." His dampened voice echoes from the kitchen. As I enter the dimly lit room, Michael leans over the marble island, the harsh lines of his suit softened by the absence of his jacket. He's drinking, something he rarely does. His sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, revealing tense forearms. I don't like drinking. All dermatologists know it's a shortcut to premature aging, but tonight the burn might match the fire of guilt in my belly. I grab the bottle of amber liquid sitting beside his empty glass and pour myself a shot. I toss it back. The bourbon traces a hot line down my throat. I cough, wiping my lips. His eyes flicker. "Not a bourbon girl, I take it?" "Never have been." Michael exhales a tired laugh, eyeing the bottle. "That was a gift from a patient. Guess it's not for display anymore." Seeing Michael like this, drowned in worry, I can't help but imagine myself in his shoes. Ava's discontentment is like a ticking time bomb. We stand there in silence, the weight of the day pressing down on both of us. He refills his glass, then mine. "To unexpected outcomes." I lift my glass. "To moving forward." He drinks, his atoms apple bobbing. I do the same, wincing. It's like being punched in the face. This burn is momentary, but the lingering pain of a malpractice suit, that would last. And with Ava's recent attitude, I feel the flames already. I wish it had gone differently. Michael sets his glass down, looking away. So do I. I grip the counter as he stares into the distance. "Did your lawyer say anything?" "Only that there's a good chance for the retrial. That's what they're paid to say. Gotta keep the client hopeful." "You trust me, don't you?" "It's not about trust, Seline. It's about consequences." "I believe in you, regardless of the outcome." His eyes, glassy and distant, meet mine. "That's not enough." "What does that mean?" He shakes his head, his fingers tapping an erratic rhythm against the countertop. "Years of friendship tested by one day in court. Watching you on the stand was like looking at a stranger. My heart stumbles. What? His hand swipes through his hair. Come on, Seline. You might as well have screamed guilty on my behalf. I had to be truthful. They trapped me. The prosecution. I couldn't answer without risking perjury. Right. Your lawyer should have stepped in. His glacial stare doesn't warm a single degree as he pours another shot. I take his shoulder, squeezing him gently. Hey, I'd never hurt you. You're one of my closest friends. He drinks what's left in the bottle. Am I? That's so very touching to hear. Why are you acting like this? Because you were supposed to be on my side. That was the point of calling you as an expert witness. I answered the questions I was asked. His dry laughter echoes in the kitchen. You destroyed the defense's case with your answers. Once again, I had no choice. I couldn't lie under oath. There's a difference between truth and honesty, he slurs, swaying on the spot. Truth is facts. Honesty is integrity. You might have cost me my career with your truth. You're not making sense. Fuck. This whole thing is ridiculous. He rubs his face and groans. My patient didn't give a damn about her filler injections until she decided she hated the results. You'll be okay. You'll win the appeal. That's reassuring, thanks. I stare at him, hurt slicing into my chest. You need to sleep this off. I pour him a tall glass of water. He waves me off with a loud hiccup, but I force it into his hands. Drink. He tries. Half of it lands on his shirt. Swearing, he rips a dish towel off a rack and wipes himself. I take it from him and blot his chest. Then I grab his elbow and transfer my grip to his hand, leading him out of the kitchen. He obeys me, lumbering like a giant. When we reach the bedroom, guilt twists inside me. I can't keep doing this without telling him about Luis. As much as I want to confess, I can't do it with Michael in this state. I settle him onto the bed and he flops down. I carefully remove his shoes and loosen his tie, placing them to the side. Seline? I lean in. Yes. His eyes don't open, but his lips twitch into a smile. Thanks. I brush a stray strand of hair from his forehead. Always. He rolls over, his arms locking around me. His soft kiss presses into the back of my head before the air rattles with his snoring. Great. I'm trapped. My heart thunders. I have to tell him the moment he wakes up. No more dawdling. It won't be pretty. Hell, it'll probably be the end of our friendship. But as I lie in his embrace, I can't shake off that it might be the beginning of something else. Something dangerous. Men with the biggest egos often fall the hardest. All I can do is brace myself. 21. Ava. The cops are gone. I'm safe. At least until Truthseeker finds me. He's been quiet since the post about the shirt. I try not to think too much about it. I return to the kitchen, clean the dishes, and handle some work emails. When Brianna comes back with the kids, I don't mention the 2 cops at her doorstep. I pretend I enjoyed a nice breakfast, and then spend the whole day with my niece and nephew. And to make it through an evening without checking my phone once, temptation itches at me. It's your turn, Auntie. My 3-year-old nephew points at the Jenga tower, which seems like a perfect metaphor for my life because it's also on the verge of collapse. Brianna sits behind it, Lily on her lap. I pick a block near the base. I hold in my breath as I pull it out. The tower wavers but doesn't fall. Wow, good job. Brianna squeezes Lily's shoulder. Didn't Auntie Ava do a good job? Lily nods vigorously.
Super good. Brianna's eyes meet mine, a glint of mischief in them. Careful, you're showing the kids how to live on the edge. Lily giggles. Can I go? It's Henry's turn, sweetie. Brianna studies me, her gaze penetrating yet soft. You seem distant. Everything okay? I force a smile. Just a lot on my mind. Henry, in the middle of his block, glances at me, his brow furrowing. Did someone make you upset? Lily tilts her head. Upset? Like when I dropped my ice cream? I chuckle. Exactly like that. But don't worry, I didn't drop any ice cream today. Henry returns his attention to the game. Brianna lifts a brow. So what's going on? Work stuff. One of my clients is Harry Black. You know, that old family in Hollywood that made a bunch of movies in the 40s and 50s? Anyway, he wants to sell the family mansion. It's this giant home in Malibu. He's asking for $10 million. The commission will be $250,000. Are you kidding? That's great. Yeah, but it's way overpriced for the area. Finding buyers has been difficult. It needs work done to modernize it. And there's only so much you can do because it's a historical property. And I can't do showings while I'm in the crosshairs of an online mob. Yes, you can. You can't let this slip out of your fingers. Harry seizes the block, gives it a sharp tug, and the tower collapses in a heap. Lily shrieks with laughter, grabbing fistfuls of blocks. Henry's face turns red. He stands up, his fists balled. Growling, he kicks the pile. Not fair. Okay, time for bed, says Brianna, taking Lily's hand. Let's go, chop chop. As Brianna takes the kids upstairs, I check my phone. Nothing from Truthseeker. In fact, he hasn't posted since yesterday. Distant wails from upstairs amplify the anxiety buzzing in my head. A half hour later, Brianna jogs down the steps. Kids are asleep, finally. Lily loves that Bob the Builder book you got for her birthday. She has me reading it twice every night. I'm glad she likes it. Brianna heads into the kitchen. Want a glass of wine? No, I'm good. Brianna returns to the sofa with a large glass of Chardonnay. She swallows a third of it before sinking into the cushions beside me. Her cheeks bloom with color as she stares at the coffee table. It's as though she's determined to avoid my gaze. Ava, what happened while I was gone? I cross my arms, nausea pitting my stomach. She probably already knows, but I'm really not in the mood for that conversation. Nothing. Nothing, huh? That's what I said. I get notifications when someone approaches my door. 2 cops showed up after I left. I've been very clear with you. Don't talk to the police. She glares at me over the rim of her wine glass, her tone blistering. So imagine my surprise when I saw you chatting with them for 5 minutes. A pang hits my chest. I know. Why do you keep doing that? You're not helping anybody. I was shocked. They told me they found Seline's car. I turn around, heart hammering. Brianna grimaces. What else did they say? They just wanted a confession from me. Jesus, Ava, you need to stop talking to them. This is serious. A cold thrill touches my spine. Doesn't the email to her assistant prove she wasn't abducted? A woman like Seline wouldn't abandon her business. That's her baby. She's way too narcissistic for that. Brianna runs a hand down her face. Worry more about yourself. But I want to find her too. I believe you, but police don't operate on beliefs. They convict criminals based on evidence, and you'll incriminate yourself if you keep interacting with them. I swallow hard. I am guilty of lying to the police. Fidgeting with a couch pillow, I try to muster the courage to tell my sister, but instinct stops me. The secret I'm hiding is a monster battering its fists against my ribcage. I think I'm going to call it an early night. Brianna clenches her jaw. Good night. I rise from the couch, memories of Dr. Seline flooding my mind. Every step to the guest room cinches my chest. I close the door and the room feels darker. I sit on the bed, resting my face in my hands. Visions of handcuffs, courtrooms, and disappointed eyes dance in my head. My fingers tremble. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It's a damning possibility, but the alternative, another night of restless sleep plagued by dishonesty, is unbearable. Sighing, I unlock my phone. The digits blur as I dial the missing persons detective, each ring punctuating the gravity of what I'm about to reveal. 22. Ava. I put the phone down, drained. My sister will kill me. If she heard what I just confessed, she'd flip out. She'd drag me out of the house, kick me to the curb, and call Dad, who'd waste no time in calling me an idiot. I grip my hair, breathing hard. What happens now? Hours pass where my mind replays horrible scenarios. I give up on sleep, scrolling social media to distract myself. The door creaks. My sister peeks from the opening, wearing cat-pattern pajamas and an apologetic smile. Can I come in? Okay. Brianna enters the room, clutching a manila folder. She's bright-eyed for it being so late, but she's always been energetic. Whenever we'd leave for a vacation, she'd wake at the crack of dawn to make sure the rest of the family was on time. That same manic energy seizes her as she scans the room. Then her eyes land on me. Something flickers in them, but she masks it with her lawyer-like stoicism. I saw the light under your door and figured you were awake. She opens the folder and pulls out sheets of paper. I didn't feel like sleeping, so I did some digging. On what? I looked up that doctor you mentioned earlier, Michael Thorne. She holds out a court transcript. Check this out. I take it from her. Case number 23-CV-0456 in the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles. Harris versus Kingston Medical Center, Dr. Michael Thorne. Day 2, morning session. The court. We may proceed. Plaintiff's attorney. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call our next witness, Dr. Seline Marks. The clerk. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Dr. Seline Marks. I do. Plaintiff's attorney. Dr. Marks, you specialize in cosmetic dermatology, correct? Dr. Seline Marks. That's correct. Plaintiff's attorney. Dr. Marks, during your deposition, you stated the procedure performed by Dr. Thorne, which included fat injections around the sides of the patient's nose, mouth, and forehead, was essentially the same one the patient had consented to, which was fat injections beneath her eyes. Do you stand by this statement? Dr. Seline Marks. Yes, I do. Plaintiff's attorney. So, according to your testimony, the location of the injections, whether beneath the eyes or around the nose, doesn't alter the nature of the procedure. Is that accurate? Dr. Seline Marks. That is correct. Plaintiff's attorney. Now, Dr. Marks, in a previous case, didn't you argue that performing a different procedure without explicit patient consent was a clear case of medical battery? Can you reconcile these two positions for us? Dr. Seline Marks. Yes, I argued that. However, in this situation, the nature of the procedure remained the same. The specific locations of the injections were details the patient had left to the doctor's discretion. Plaintiff's attorney. So you argued that the specifics of where injections are applied can be left to the doctor's discretion without informing the patient? Dr. Seline Marks. In some cases, yes. If the doctor believes it's in the best interest of achieving the overall aesthetic the patient has consented to. Plaintiff's attorney. But, Dr. Marks, isn't it true that Mrs. Harris stated she did not want fat injections in these exact areas? Would you agree that proceeding against the wishes of the patient could be considered medical battery? Dr. Seline Marks. If the patient refused a specific procedure and it was done regardless, then yes, it could be seen as a medical battery. Plaintiff's attorney. Dr. Marks, with Mrs. Harris, isn't it correct that she told Dr. Thorne she only wanted injections beneath her eyes? And yet Dr. Thorne injected fat around the sides of her nose, mouth, and forehead without her explicit consent? Dr. Seline Marks. That's what the records indicate, yes? Plaintiff's attorney. And you earlier agreed that acting against the patient's wishes could be considered medical battery. Would you say this applies to Mrs. Harris's case? Dr. Seline Marks. In the light of the information presented, yes, it would seem so. Plaintiff's attorney. Thank you, Dr. Marks. Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I'd forgotten about Dr. Thorne. I blink, frowning. Dr. Seline was a witness in a medical malpractice trial? Yeah, she was an expert witness for his defense. What happened exactly? Dr. Thorne gave filler injections to a patient while she was unconscious. It was during a lower rightedectomy. She claimed she never consented, so she sued him. I raised a brow. That seems frivolous. He got convicted? Jurors couldn't reach a verdict, so it ended in a mistrial. Opening my computer, I look him up again. A glitzy website splashes over my screen. Glamour aesthetic plastic surgery. A handsome man who could be mistaken for a movie star grins next to the words, nationally recognized top plastic surgeon. I click on Dr. Thorne's Instagram, which is a showcase of facelift results and nose jobs. I scroll through the curated gallery, my mind buzzing. Looks like he's still practicing, I murmur. Yes, the case was retried and he was found not guilty. Okay, but what does this have to do with me? Maybe nothing, she admits, shrugging. But he's kept a low profile ever since Celine's disappearance. I purse my lips. What about the conference in Miami? He never showed up. Good thing I didn't end up going. How'd you find that out? I emailed the website, pretending to want access to his recorded speech. They told me he'd canceled last minute. I don't know. I'm just thinking he could have had another reason for skipping the conference. This stalker is running a smear campaign on you. Dr. Seline has a big social media presence, so I always thought it was an unhinged fan. But what if it's a colleague? Why would he attack me? He's looking for a scapegoat. The trial might have been his breaking point. He kidnapped her, panicked, and he's trying to cover his tracks. Could be, yeah. But I have a difficult time imagining a board-certified surgeon engaging in online trolling. Brianna grips my shoulders hard. We have to figure this out. I know. No, you don't. You've been obsessed with Dr. Seline, but you should be more worried about Truth Seeker. He's sending people to infiltrate your home. God only knows what they did to your AC unit. Maybe there's a hidden camera inside it, or some kind of listening device. Truth Seeker is the bigger threat. He's ruining everything you've worked for. But if we discover his identity, we can stop it. I know. I'm sorry. It's just all this stuff with Dr. Seline and now this Truth Seeker. I feel like I'm being pulled in 1,000 different directions. Brianna rubs her dimples. Let's put a pin in this discussion. I have an early call tomorrow. Sure, we'll talk later. She pats my shoulder. Try to get some sleep. I nod and my sister whisks out of the room. Police don't find Celine's body. I'm glued to the news all week. Cadaver dogs comb the area where Celine's car was discovered, but nothing turns up. Police expand their search radius, hoping to uncover any trace of Seline. And the digital world is equally relentless, especially one person who's made it their mission to point fingers at me. Truth Seeker 101. Finally, a real development in the case. Once forensics concludes their analysis on that car, they'll name AG as a suspect. Stay tuned for the press conference. Upvotes 334. Content impressor. If the state offers and AG accepts a plea deal, will we ever know what evidence they had? If they have the murder weapon, her DNA at the house, etc.? The victim's family has a right to know. Upvotes 115. Truth Seeker 101. So does the public. We've all been invested in this since the beginning. Upvotes 93. A Cali girl. Honest question, why do you think the public should have that knowledge? It'll be extremely gruesome and include personal information about Dr. Seline. We absolutely have no right to that. User has been banned for this post. Downvotes 322. Truth Seeker 101. Alt profile for AG spotted. Upvotes 23. Laughing emoji. Even the reasonable posters are being crucified. I reread the comments, nausea bubbling within me. The noose is tightening around my neck. I need to undo the damage before it's permanent. 23. Seline, 12 months ago. I'll never do another phenol peel again. Until I figure out what happened, they're banned from my practice. How did my patient with 0 comorbidities have an arrhythmia within minutes of the solution being applied? I sent in a sample to a lab for analysis. Not because I feel it'll absolve me of responsibility. I need to know what went wrong. Dr. Seline? I glance up from my patient, at Zoe hanging on the door. Yes? You have a visitor. Dr. Thorne is at the front desk. What's he doing here? Michael knows my hours. He's never dropped by the clinic like this. He wouldn't unless he had an excellent reason. I freeze, my stomach tightening. Should I tell him to call you? Prompts Zoe. He said he's willing to wait. No, let him in my office. I'll talk to him after we're finished. Zoe closes the door, leaving us alone. I push all thoughts of Michael aside as I guide the cannula, injecting filler under Mrs. Garcia's eyes. I've done it so often it's muscle memory, but since Ava's procedure, I'm hyper-aware of every blood vessel. Injecting filler into a vein can cause catastrophic damage. For example, it can travel to the eye, causing blindness. Or it can cause a blockage, resulting in tissue death. I've never had it happen in my practice, but you can't be too careful. Once I'm done with Mrs. Garcia, I strip off my gloves and exit the room. I stroll to the front desk, giving Zoe the slip of paper recording how many units of filler I used. After you finish with Mrs. Garcia, you can leave for the day. She frowns. You sure? Why? What's wrong? Well, nothing, but Dr. Thorne seemed very upset. His face was all red. He looked like he was out for blood. Oh, God, he must have found out. I was supposed to do it the other night, but I couldn't work up the nerve to tell him. I hesitate. I'll be fine. Her lips press into a line as I walk to my office. Bracing myself, I turn the doorknob. I step inside and close the door. Michael sits behind my desk. Michael, this is an unexpected surprise. He glowers at me. Life seems full of surprises lately. I swallow. I'm glad you won the trial. Me too, he murmurs, standing. It was a bit touch and go, but the jury saw through the prosecution's bullshit. How about you? Any developments on your stalker? I caved and filed a restraining order. Between the letters, voicemails, and vandalism to my car, I've had enough. I shake my head, hanging my white lab coat on the rack. I've started carrying pepper spray everywhere. He rubs his bristled jaw. Can't be too careful. No kidding. This morning an envelope turned up under my car's windshield wipers. I fish it out of my purse and unfold it, showing him. He takes it from me, and I read Ava's angry scrawl over his shoulder. Dr. Seline, when I walked into your clinic, it didn't occur to me that you'd destroy my face. How could you? Did you realize what you've done? Or were you trying to pass off your mistake as a learning experience? My life has changed forever. Every time I look at myself, I'm reminded of what you did. What was once a beautiful face is now a mangled mess of scar tissue. People whisper behind my back and point their fingers. My appearance has become a source of shame and embarrassment. I can't fathom how someone like you can make such a careless mistake with no remorse. But rest assured, one day karma will come knocking on your door. When it does, I hope my face haunts your conscience. Ava. A cold sweat forms on my brow. Michael's frown darkens as he folds it up, handing it to me. My stomach tightens. So what brings you here? You didn't show up at my office to discuss my patient? Slowly, his features contort. His eyes reduce to slits. He slides a hand on his hip, glaring down at me. A 20-something boy I've met a handful of times showed up at my door, making the most outrageous claim that he's my son. I lick my lips. Oh. Is it true? He says, his eyebrows raised. We have a kid together? I sink into the chair, my misery like a steel weight. We should talk about this somewhere else. Seline, is he mine? Yes. That's not how I wanted you to find out. I'm sorry. Richard did an online genetic test. That's how Louise found out. And you're sure he's mine? I swallow, but the lump in my throat refuses to go down. You're the only man I've been with, other than my ex. Michael paces the room, an angry flush claiming his neck. So you kept it from me. Nice. I wasn't certain until recently. I've known the truth for a few months, yes. I was planning on telling you, but it's been one thing after another. The trial, my patient stalking me, book releases. My son not speaking to me. When were you going to tell me? I claw the armrests. I needed time to think how I would break the news. You allowed our son to ambush me because you were too cowardly to tell me yourself? What the hell is wrong with you? He asks in a deadly whisper. Pain throbs in my stomach. I'm sorry. He sneers. You're a couple decades too late for that apology. Michael, I never knew for sure. We always used protection. And you never thought to bring that up? No. I rub my forehead, grimacing. I guess I didn't let myself wonder. Maybe I was in denial. I've missed birthdays, holidays, everything. My kid is a stranger. I'll never have those years back. You took them from me. You're being really unfair. Oh, you don't want to go there, sweetheart. You've been stringing me along for ages. Did you think our arrangement would last forever? My heart thunders. You seemed happy. He laughs bitterly. I was content with the scraps of affection I received from you, but I was definitely not happy. I don't know what to say. You never mentioned you wanted more. Why would I? You get closed off and weird every time I try to take things further. Michael makes a frustrated sound, radiating cold fury. We could have been a family. We could have raised him together. My thoughts scatter as though from a shotgun blast. I was in my final year of med school when I got pregnant. You'd just been matched on the other side of the country. Neither of us could afford childcare. It never would have worked.
You could have moved in with me.
Abandon my career to live with you?
You could have deferred your residency.
I snort. Defer my hard-earned residency to chase a man? No thanks. He crossed his arms.
I didn't mean it like that.
You've always had a big ego, but don't think for 1 second that your career is more important than mine.
I'm talking about our son.
I flail my hands. Michael, it's not like we were a couple. I was distraught over my imploding marriage, newly pregnant. The last thing I needed to do was jump headfirst into a new relationship.
Fine. Jesus. Slowly, I get up.
What do you want from me?
I want a relationship with my son. My son, whose entire life has been stolen from me.
I lick my dry lips. I'll do everything I can, but I can't force Luis to do anything he doesn't want. He seethes.
I'm his father.
Richard is his father. He's been there since he was born.
Michael's face twists. I never had the chance to be there.
You never expressed the slightest interest in my son.
I had no idea he was mine. He looks nothing like me.
He laughs bitterly.
I find out decades later that I have a son who doesn't know me, who feels nothing for me, all because I didn't question the obvious.
My throat tightens. I'm sorry. He moves closer, seething.
You know, for someone so smart, you've been incredibly careless. Maybe if you'd put more thought into our relationship and your patient, you wouldn't have 2 colossal mistakes haunting you.
The sting cuts deep. My hand lashes out, slapping him. He stumbles back a step, his eyes widening.
Don't you dare call Luis a mistake. You've cost me time with my son and shattered another person's life. It's a pattern, isn't it?
I point at the door. Get out. His gaze holds mine. Then he leaves, the slamming of the door echoing the rift between us. 24. Ava. I'm crazy. No, really, I've lost it. The breakdown I experienced after my botched peel is nothing compared to this gut-wrenching agony. Nobody is free from suspicion. My sister, who opened her home to me, my landlord, the mailman who delivers threats to my apartment, the doctor I'm about to see. Dr. Thorne's office is a lot like Seline's. It's like the designer for Apple stores did his clinic. A television plays a looping video of advertisements. Everything from lash serums to facelifts. Framed certificates speak to his expertise. Photos of Dr. Thorne smiling next to celebrities sit on a table beside a cucumber-infused water dispenser. Miss Robinson? A nurse calls. That's me. I stand, waving at her. The nurse beckons, and I follow her to the examination room. She asks me questions, then leaves to get the doctor. While I wait, I check my phone. A message from Ronnie blinks on the screen. Ronnie. Mr. Black is impatient. He says the listing has been on Zillow for too long. He keeps talking about signing with another agent. Me. Good luck. His house won't sell because it's too $$. Ronnie. What should I say? Me. That I'll call him soon as I'm done. At the doctor's RN. Ronnie. Oh, are you okay? Me. Yeah, getting a consult. Someone knocks on the door. Then it opens, revealing the handsome doctor I've been stalking online. He greets me with a toothy grin and shakes my hand.
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Robinson. So you're here for a consultation regarding skin grafts?
That's right. He rolls his chair closer.
When did you have the surgery?
About 8 months ago.
May I?
He says. I nod. Professional interest lights up his gaze as he dons a pair of gloves. Then he leans in close. He lightly touches my cheek, turning my face. They both healed nicely. Honestly, I doubt there's much I can do to improve the appearance. I'm still disfigured. Well, it takes some time, but it should eventually match the color of the surrounding skin. Frowning, he moves back, his fingers disappearing from my cheek. I know it's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do to speed up the process. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? I was a patient of Dr. Seline's. I wondered if I could ask a few questions about her. She botched my chemical peel. That's why I had the skin grafts. A flash of recognition blazes through his eyes, quickly masked by professionalism. You're the patient she talked about. Yes, I am. He stiffens, gaping at me. Why are you here? Looking to stalk another doctor? I want to know where she is. How should I know? You're apparently the last person that saw her. My throat tightens. Whoever kidnapped her and maybe killed her has to come clean. It's ruining my life and endangering my sister's kids, and I can't have it. So you made an appointment here? What for? How did you even get in? I'm booked out for weeks. Your receptionist put me on a wait list. I guess I got lucky. He rips off his gloves, muttering. Unbelievable. I shoot upright, blocking him from the door. Doctor, please. Weren't you close to Seline? Maybe you know something that could help. He hurls his gloves at the trash can. You showing up here is the cherry on top of this horrific week. I want nothing to do with you. Do you really think I killed her? He appraises me with a hot glare. I've seen your threats. I've listened to the voicemails you left on her phone. You're dangerous, and you should be in jail. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have patients that need me. He reaches for the handle, but I move in front of it and grab it behind my back. I want answers, not revenge. You shoved a knife in her tires. My nostrils flare. I want to find her. I thought you'd help me. You think I'd help the person harassing the woman I... He cuts off, his expression pained. Fuck. I don't know why I'm talking to you. What were you about to say? His eyes flash. Get the hell out of my office. Were you in a relationship with her? He seethes. Out. Now. At least tell me if she contacted you. He grabs my wrist, prying it off the handle. Then he rips open the door, bellowing for his receptionist. Ashley, call the police. My shoulder crashes into his as I fly out. I rush into the waiting room of startled women and burst through the doors. My thoughts race as I hurry down to my parked car. Thorne's accusations, his vehemence. It seemed off. Is he concerned for Seline, or is it a smokescreen? Maybe he's hiding something. Panting, I reach for my car, fumbling with the keys. Once inside, I blow out a stream of air. I've made things worse for myself, but I've gained some important information. Seline might have been dating this man. He has feelings for her. He was about to admit it before he caught himself. The police must already know about that. No doubt they've questioned him thoroughly. He's a big guy, tall and formidable. He could have overpowered Seline in an instant. If by some miracle she's alive, he would have the means to hide her. He probably has multiple properties scattered around LA. I'll look them up later. My phone buzzes. Ronnie. Hey, everything good? Did you contact Mr. Black? I type back, my fingers shaking. Me. Not yet. Ronnie. Okay, let me know if you need help. An image of Seline tied up in a basement assaults my vision. I'm not the one who needs help. I pummel the ignition and drive home. As I pull onto my sister's street, a silver car whirls around the corner. I slam on the brakes. The tires scream and the car breezes past me, throttling down the road. I glare at it through my rearview mirror. The nerve of some people. As I approach Brianna's house, a cold draft wraps my abdomen. Then I turn into her driveway, drinking in the horrible scene. 25. Ava. Oh God. My sister hit someone. My heart lodges in my throat. Crimson drips down my sister's BMW. It's everywhere, congealed in the grill, pooling on the cement. I stumble out of the car. Bree, are you okay? No answer. I approach the BMW, searching for her. Glass litters the driveway, crunching under my sneakers. A huge dent caved in the hood, with cracks webbing the windshield. The inside is a mess of glass, blood, and a few fragments. I step back, my ears ringing. Did she hit an animal? Someone's dog? Why did she park in her driveway? My stomach drops. Maybe she was in a hurry to get home after hitting something. No, that's crazy. Brianna's not that callous. Sure, she loses her temper. She takes it too far sometimes. But she'd never drive away after an accident. My sister is a good person. The front door flies open. Brianna runs out in leggings and a tank top, waving her phone. Ava, where have you been? The most insane thing... She halts as she approaches the glass littering the ground. Then her bewildered gaze follows the trail to the car. She gasps, clapping her hands on her mouth. Bree, what happened? What's this blood from? I have no freaking idea. So you don't know what this is? No, I've been inside this whole... She makes a face as she peers at the car. What is that? My throat tightens as she opens the door, revealing a bloody mass on the driver's seat. Organs? Brianna swears fluently as she inspects it, taking pictures with her phone. That's disgusting. I rub my temples, speechless. This was no accident. Someone trashed Brianna's SUV. Oh God, my location was leaked. Truth Seeker found out where I'm staying and doxed my sister's address. We're not safe. Brianna laments over her car, slapping her sides. It's all over the leather. Great. This is just what I need. Damn it. Did you see who did this? I think I saw them drive by. You heard nothing? She shakes her head. No, I was on the treadmill. They smashed in your windshield. You couldn't hear the glass breaking? Glowering, she shrugs. I had my earphones on at full blast. Do you have cameras? Not here, she grunts. Convenient. I blink, startled by that dark thought. What's convenient about your car getting trashed and smashed? I really am losing it. Too bad, I sigh. It'd be nice to put a face to that stupid handle. She faces me, her eyes widening. You think your stalker is behind this? Him or one of his insane followers. I was afraid of this happening. I'm so sorry, Bree. She waves me off. It's fine. In fact, this is good. Good? How on earth is this good? She stands back and holds up her phone. Because I'm going to ruin his life. I can't wait to find out who this bastard is. He'll regret messing with me, I promise you. She climbs into the passenger seat. They left a bag inside. Maybe you shouldn't touch it. I'm not, she mumbles. I just want to see what... Oh my God. Rotting meat? Really? I can't believe this. I step toward the car, unable to stomach another moment of suspense. Then sirens wail in the distance, and Brianna looks up, blanched. A horrible lump slides up my throat as 2 patrol cars screech to a halt outside the house. 4 officers burst out, guns drawn. Hands in the air! Brianna complies. I follow suit, heart pounding. An officer points his gun at my sister, shouting, Turn around! Keep your hands up and step back from the vehicle. Don't grab anything. Trembling, she follows their directions and walks backward until a cop pulls her hands behind her back and slaps handcuffs on her wrists. "Officers, what's going on?"
"You're under arrest. We received multiple calls about a vehicle involved in a hit and run."
Hours later, Brianna and I wind down with 2 large glasses of Pinot Grigio. Clearing up everything with the police didn't take long. They backed down after surveillance footage from a neighbor showed several masked individuals defacing her SUV. After taking extensive photos and filing a report, we washed her BMW and drove it to the garage. While Brianna spends the day planning retribution, I grapple with shame. The only positive development is the confirmation that my sister is not truth seeker. She'd never invite trouble to where her children live and sleep. Then again, truth seeker never encourages harassment. They just spit out theories that fan the flames. Maybe this whole thing spiraled out of control. Truth seeker could be Brianna. She has a scorched earth policy whenever she feels slighted. Perhaps she's still hurt from those years I stopped talking to her. Jesus, listen to me. I sound insane. A hot wave of self-hatred consumes my body. Stress is breaking me down, making me paranoid. My fingers tense around my glass. What disturbs me most are those phone calls to the police. She scoffs. That was dumb. They should have pretended to be a neighbor and call about the car, not report a collision that obviously didn't happen. You don't seem worried. She rolls her eyes, drinking more wine. They played a prank, and they'll get punished for it. I don't know. This was coordinated. Truth seekers' online trolls called in a fake hit and run after they staged the scene. Idiots. Cops could tell it was bogus. I drink, wishing the alcohol would melt the tension in my shoulders. It could have been a disaster. They could have said we had a gun. It's getting way out of hand. What if that cop hadn't recognized you from the courthouse? What if you'd lost your temper with them or your kids had been playing outside? She grits her teeth. It's messed up. I put my glass down, staring at my lap. I can't stay here anymore. You have to. Things are about to get a lot worse. Heat steals into my face. How? She picks up her phone from the table, flicking to a podcast. It's called The Deception Hour, and they did an entire episode on you. Great. Brianna glances at me, grimacing. I know. More publicity is the last thing you need. Can we listen to it? That's what I was doing earlier. The silver lining is that she was fair to you, but the number of subscribers on the True Crime Forum increased tenfold. Brianna presses play, and the hypnotic voice of the host fills the room. Good evening, listeners. This is Miranda Price with The Deception Hour. Today we'll delve into the mysterious disappearance of the widely celebrated dermatologist, Dr. Seline Marks, and why a growing portion of the online community seems to have their sights set on an unlikely suspect, Ava Green. Eerie music underscores the introduction as Miranda continues. While police have yet to pinpoint any solid leads, forums are abuzz with theories. One name that keeps cropping up is Ava Green, a former patient at Dr. Seline's clinic. The doctor's clientele boasts some of Hollywood's elite, but for Ava, an unfortunate procedural mishap led to dire consequences. I swallow hard. Why can't they let it go? Just listen. The podcast mentions various clues and conspiracy theories, while pointing out the lack of any solid evidence against me. What could possibly drive Ava to be involved in such a situation? Is it mere coincidence, or is there more to it than meets the eye? I grit my teeth. She's making it sound like a thriller. That's how they get subscribers, Brianna says, hitting the pause button. She's discussing theories, but she isn't claiming you did anything. Brianna resumes the podcast, and Miranda reads from a list of comments. It's obvious she did it. Nobody just disappears like that. And Ava had every reason to be bitter. Dr. Seline ruined her life. She wanted revenge. And yet, with no charges, Ava is another individual caught in this tangled web. Did the botched procedure push her over the edge? Or is she an innocent scapegoat of a toxic online community? I rake my hair. This is a nightmare. Brianna pauses the podcast again. She's sensationalizing everything. It's a double-edged sword. She's giving a platform to these baseless accusations, but also highlighting their absurdity. But she seems to be one of the few mentioning the lack of evidence. I just want to move on. Brianna nods. I know, but we have to be prepared. The world is full of people who'd rather believe a conspiracy than the truth. I wish I never went to Dr. Seline. Brianna takes my hand, squeezing it. We'll get through this. A confusing swirl of fear and warmth battle each other. Too many bad things have happened already. The harassment is headed in a terrifying direction. I need to do something drastic. An idea stews in my mind as Brianna leaves to take a bath. I grab my laptop and run a quick background check, finding his address. I jot it down on a piece of paper, then close the screen. Brianna can't find out about this. She won't like what I'm about to do. 26. Ava. This is risky. My restraining order is still in effect, and I am pushing my luck. Her son won't be happy to see me. I wanted to avoid this, but Luis is the last link to her disappearance. I have to talk to him. I knock on the door. A young man answers, a backward cap thrown on his messy waves and a brown kimono tied loosely around his waist. His mother's high cheekbones are mirrored on his face. As his eyes land on me, I fight the urge to turn away. Hi, sorry to bother you so early. His nostrils flare. You're my mom's stalker. Yes, I am. I was. What do you want? I was wondering if we could talk. I let that hover in the air, but he doesn't move. I'm Ava Green. It's nice to meet you. I hold out my hand, and he uncrosses his arms to give me a limp handshake. Luis, does your sister know you're here? No, she doesn't. I study him, frowning. He knows I have a sister? I guess that isn't strange. His mom has been missing for months, and my name is attached to hers. He probably researched everything about me. Can I come in? Luis stares at me. I brace for the door to slam in my face, but he moves aside and beckons me forward. I follow him into Dr. Seline's home. He's obviously done some redecorating since his mother disappeared. He strolls past a large signed poster of a mullet-wearing man on a throne next to a tiger. I stare at it. Wow. Cool, isn't it? I bite my tongue. It's a statement piece, as we say in the business. Which business? Interior design. I'm in real estate, but I hire people to stage homes. He closes the door. Is that like when you move in someone else's furniture? Yep. He shuffles into the kitchen, his loud voice bouncing off the mostly blank walls. I saw this movie where the girl was an interior designer, and she changed the jackets on hardbacks to make them all the same color, so that they'd be a gradient on the shelf. Does that help with selling the house? You'd be surprised. He opens the fridge. Huh. I nod, a little lightheaded from the circumstances. I'm discussing interior design with Dr. Seline's son. I sink into a big L-shaped slate gray couch. A gaming chair sits in front of a giant screen attached to the wall. He pops the tab of an energy drink, then hesitates. Would you like anything? Water or something? No thanks. He throws himself onto the couch, settling in the cushions. So, what's up? I gape at him. Why did you let me inside? Because you asked? I know, but I thought it'd be harder to convince you. He puts the can on a coaster. Yeah, well, I think a chat with you is overdue. Really? He nods solemnly. That's a relief. If he's following his mother's case as closely as I imagine, no doubt he's read the allegations against me. He must be desperate for answers. Thank you for letting me in. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, but everybody kept telling me not to. I wasn't sure what to do. If I'd listened to my gut, I break off, shaking my head. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Get to the point.
I'm here to offer a truce. I'm being harassed online, and you can help me, I say, and his brow ripples. And maybe I can help find your mom.
Why would you do that?
I want her back just as badly. His lip curls. Your mother's disappearance affects me too. I can't go outside without being followed. People keep sending death threats. I had to stay at my sister's to get away from harassment, and yesterday someone vandalized her car. They also called police and claimed she'd been involved in a hit and run. Cops showed up to her home with their guns drawn. This is getting dangerous. Her kids could have been hurt. He frowns.
Is your sister okay?
She's all right. Luis plays with his energy drink, looking troubled. Look, I don't know if you're following the community that's obsessed with your mother's case. I have no idea if you're one of the trolls posting horrible garbage about me. If you hate me, fine. But my family doesn't deserve this. They're innocent. They did nothing wrong. His stare bores into mine.
And you did?
No. He makes a disbelieving sound.
What do you expect me to do?
Publish a statement, condemning that forum for attacking my sister.
Nothing I do will make them back off.
He claims my cheeks. Are you saying that because you don't feel like doing it?
The people vandalizing your sister's car are crazy. You can't reason with insanity. If I post something, the mods will say I'm a fake account and ban me.
Excuses. Then record a video. Luis cocks his head, studying me.
Sure, but that's asking for a lot. I mean, you're the woman that threatened my mother.
I never threatened her. A muscle ticks in his jaw.
You left angry voicemails. You slid creepy letters under her windshield, slashed her tires, and followed her to work.
I bite my lip. I can't deny that, can I? I'm truly sorry. There's no excuse. I regret everything I did. He shrugs.
Even if you're not lying your ass off, you're not my friend. You're in a legal battle with Mom. You only want her alive so you can sue her.
I lean forward, fuming. I'm trying to protect my family.
If they weren't in the picture, you wouldn't care about Mom.
That's not true. Prior to the procedure, I was a huge fan of Dr. Seline. I listened to her interviews. I read her book the day it came out. Yes, my life has been derailed since the chemical peel, but that doesn't mean I hate her. All I wanted from her was an explanation. If that's impossible, then I have to guarantee my family's safety. My sister and her kids don't deserve to be harassed.
Fine. I'll make a video and tell them to back off.
I sigh, relieved. Thank you. That'll help.
I'm not doing this for you. My mom wouldn't want anybody's kids to get hurt.
How did you find out she was missing? He darkens.
2 cops showed up at my doorstep.
When did you last hear from her?
Weeks before she disappeared. We don't have the best relationship.
He rubs his forehead, sighing.
Anyway, I answered their questions, they left, and I've been in the dark ever since.
I'm sorry. That must be hard. He shrugs.
It is what it is.
I study his relaxed posture and his clenched hands. Did your mom talk about who was stalking her?
She never named you. She kept things vague.
What was the last thing she mentioned?
Your negative review on Yelp.
I frown. I have no idea what you're talking about. He pulls it up, sneering. I glance at his phone screen, reading Golden Goddess's scathing comments. I didn't write this. He rolls his eyes, so I show him my profile.
That proves nothing. You could have a second account.
I don't. This was someone else. I click on Golden Goddess's profile. She only has one review, and it's for Dr. Seline's clinic. Odd. I save her picture. Then I upload it to Google, but all it finds are similar stock photos. The reviewer is probably a dissatisfied customer. She didn't tell you anything else?
I didn't give her the opportunity, he says in a voice steeped with regret. But she was very clear that a former patient was harassing her. When your name was leaked online, I read everything about you.
You look like you believe the rumors. His lip curls.
I'm not sure what I believe.
Is that why you let me into your home?
He nods. I wanted to see for myself what you were like, if you're capable of violence.
Judging by his unflinching stare, he hasn't yet reached a verdict. My head aches. Did anyone have a vendetta against Seline?
Except you? No.
I tense. You think I harmed her? Louise sighs, looking away. For a moment, the tough guy act slips and his chin quivers.
You had the most to gain from her death, but some people in my life are convinced you're innocent.
My brow furrows. Like who? He's silent for a while, tapping his knee.
People do crazy things when they're desperate. I understand. I've been down that road myself.
I'm not violent, and whatever issues I had with your mom, we could have resolved them in court. I had no reason to harm her.
His eyes narrow. But you had a reason to confront her.
Yes. I wanted her to acknowledge what she did, but kidnapping her won't give me that.
I'm not saying that was your plan. My mom's difficult. It's possible she offended you or you took something the wrong way. Then you lashed out.
A beat throbs in my throat. He's trying to corner me into incriminating myself. I need to change the subject. I didn't hurt your mom. His gaze darkened.
Prove it.
I'm not sure how to do that. I feel like everybody wants me to be a monster because I have this messed up face. And I get it. It makes a good story. But it's 100% fiction. I'm a real estate agent. I wouldn't even know how to kidnap someone. All I want in this world is your mother's safe return.
She had flaws,
he croaks, his expression crumbling again.
She could be distant, but she didn't deserve what happened to her.
No one does.
You talk about her like she's still alive.
I can't think of the alternative. Louise leans back into the couch.
Or it's because you know where she is.
I'm sorry for everything you're going through. I can't imagine the pain you're in, but I didn't do this. A bitter smile curls his lip, and then he chugs the rest of the energy drink. What about Dr. Thorne? I ask, seeking a different angle. Did she ever mention him to you?
Louise's face tightens. What does he have to do with it?
They were close, right? How often were they in contact? He fists the can.
I don't keep tabs on her social life.
So they were friends? Who is he to you?
Nobody,
he says with a flippant wave.
Why do you care?
Was your mom dating him? Louise shifts uncomfortably. I wait for him to elaborate, but he clams up. Did she say anything about him being angry with her?
That's none of your business.
I'm thrown by the shift in his mood. My questions aren't invasive.
I don't want to talk about him,
he snaps. Why? Did he hurt you? He sits there, lips pressed together.
No.
Are you trying to tell me something? Has he been harassing your mother? He stands, darkening.
It's getting late. You should go.
It's not even noon.
I'd like you to leave,
he growls. He wouldn't be throwing me out if he wasn't offended, but by what? What could I possibly have said? I rack my brain, but I come up empty. I will when you explain yourself.
Louise fumes. I don't owe you that.
I rise slowly. Okay, I'm going. I don't know what just happened, but I only came here for answers. He escorts me to the door and holds it open. Sitting on the opposite end of the couch didn't give me a good read on his emotions. Up close, it's evident that he's barely holding on. A vein pulses on his forehead and his jaw is clenched tight. My heart aches for him. They'll find her. He nods, his Adam's apple bobbing. Tell Brianna I said hi. Halfway through the door, I hesitate. Why would I do that? Because we're dating. I glare at Louise, uncomprehending. I must have misheard him. There's no way that's true. We're dating, he says, leaning across the doorway. She's been sneaking me in her house for the better part of a year. She didn't mention it for obvious reasons. But it's a serious relationship, and the secrecy is getting old. My world tilts. Brianna, my sister, the one claiming to have my best interests at heart, is dating the son of the woman who ruined my life? She's at least 10 years older than him. Ridiculous. What a bizarre lie to throw in my face. I step outside. Thanks for the laugh. He follows me. I'm not kidding. I glance over my shoulder, chuckling at the sight of him barefoot in that kimono. No offense, but you're not her type. He spreads his arms. I'm young, hot, and rich. What's not to like? Your taste in wall art leaves a lot to be desired. Louise smirks. You clearly don't know much about her. The audacity of this guy. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. He just lost his mother. He's grieving. This is a weird attempt to unsettle you. As I walk down the driveway, he shouts, I can prove it. Sure you can, buddy. When I reach my car, he's standing in the middle of the lawn. The kimono barely covers his boxers. He's like a kid playing dress-up. My sister would never be caught dead with him. Of course not. He's messing with my head. Why, though? To misdirect me? Something about Louise's reaction when I mentioned Dr. Thorne felt personal. There's a strange puzzle here, but I'm missing vital pieces. Celine's kidnapping, her son's sudden animosity when mentioning Dr. Thorne, and the online harassment. How do they connect? Was Dr. Thorne more than a lover to Dr. Seline? Could he be responsible for her disappearance? And where does Louise fit into all this? The late afternoon sun glares through the windshield. I open my purse, searching for my portable sunblock. Not there. I search the armrest compartment as a musical sound fills the car. It's faint, playful. Am I imagining it? I move aside sunglasses cases, and a small white disc falls out of one. I grab it, and the beeping intensifies. I turn it over in my palm, my heart thumping. It's a GPS tracker. A notification pops on my phone's screen. Someone is tracking your location. The bastard broke into my car. I shouldn't be surprised. He's been watching me from the beginning, hasn't he? Pinpointing my exact location. Nobody followed me to the damned med spa. It was this stupid white disc. It looks like a large button. The tracker emits cricket-like chirps. I picture myself getting out, throwing it to the ground, crushing it under my car's tires. My God, are there more of these? I glance around, my pulse throttled. What should I do? Brianna's sharp voice echoes in my head. Go to the police. But they haven't been helpful. Maybe they'll look up the serial number to see who purchased it. But they might just put my case on the back burner. No, I won't run to the police. Going to them will only serve the psycho following me. He'll know he got to me. That he rattled me. He'll crack open a beer and celebrate with his pathetic friends on Discord. Probably after he jerks off to the image of my distress. I won't play his game. I have a much better one planned. 27. Ava. I drive to Dr. Seline's shuttered clinic. I stay there for hours, my eyes on the streets for anybody suspicious. Then I head to the last place I encountered the doctor, I buy 3 tacos at the same food truck, and then I sit on a bench. If Truth Seeker's watching, I'll give him a show. I'll make him think I'm losing my mind. He must be thrilled. My GPS data points write the perfect story of a depression spiral, or of a killer reliving their victim's final moments. The disgusting pig will want a front row seat to my unraveling. He'll screw up and expose himself. And when he does, I'll cut him out. He might be a man I rejected years ago that I don't remember. Truth Seekers' posts are always so hateful. They reek of male entitlement. All I'm trying to do is live in peace. But I guess that's intolerable for people like Truth Seeker. People like him don't care about justice. Their only goal is causing pain. My suffering is the highlight of their day. I should know. I had the same feelings toward Dr. Seline. A wave of guilt almost knocks me over. Do I deserve this? I pick at my tacos, deflated. A couple deep in their date bubble sits beside me. The woman laughs, her joyful smile tugging at my chest. My throat aches. I have people in my life, sure, but I can't trust them. My only companion is a ringing phone. I grab it. Shoot, I shouldn't answer. I'm too vulnerable right now, but I have to. It could be him. My thumb hits the green button. I half expect a robotic voice to announce himself as Truth Seeker. Instead, a congested cough hacks into my ear. It's your father. You haven't called me in a while, so here I am chasing down my youngest. I exhale. Hey, Dad. Don't sound so enthusiastic. I might stroke out from shock. This conversation is off to a great start. I force on a grin. So what do you want? What's with the attitude? Jeez Louise. I only want to talk to my daughter that I barely see. I roll my eyes. How are you feeling? Crummy, he grunts. Slowly dying day by day. But we're all dying, so I'm not getting maudlin over it. I wish the Lord would take me. Dad, come on. You'd think a daughter would visit more. I visited you last month. You never come over, he moans, still playing his violin. You and your sister don't need me. That's not true at all. Never mind about me. How are you? Did you make any sales? He asks. You tell me. You're the one checking MLS every day. Because if you're struggling, I can help you. I have over 35 years of experience in the business. You're good, Ava, but you have the potential to be amazing. My blood boils. Did you call to discuss work? I saw that you're representing the blacks. Producers, directors, writers. They practically owned Hollywood when I was growing up. I know, Dad. Yes, I'm selling their home. It's a magnificent property, but you priced it too high. There's no way that fixer-upper will sell for the amount you're asking. Yes, Dad, I'm well aware. But the price is more than double the average square footage in the... You're not telling me anything new. Then why the heck did you do it? You realize it'll never sell? Whoever buys it will have to do a lot of remodeling. It'll add at least $500K to their house budget. Everybody who looks at it knows that. It'll sit on Zillow forever. I sigh. My client insisted. Drop him. You're damaging your reputation by pushing something so overpriced to your clients. Maybe I ought to contact him. I can tell him I'm your assistant. No. He coughs. Are you sure? Dad, I found a GPS tracker in my car. The black property is the furthest thing from my mind right now. Holy crap. Are the feds after you? No. How do you know? What if they're listening to this call? I shrug. I doubt they'd slip an AirTag in the case I store my sunglasses. Seems a bit amateur hour for the FBI. Air what? Forget about it. I grip my phone tighter, hissing. Dad, is Brianna dating someone? Yeah, some fella named Luis. Why do you ask? Did you say you had a tracker? Luis, I shout. Is his name Luis Marks? I think so. Why? The stone drops in my stomach. Dad, you're positive that his name is Luis Marks? Probably. How can you not remember? Because he doesn't matter. He's way too young for her, barely 20.
He won't last. I don't plan on committing his name to memory. The dumbbell isn't fit to shine her shoes."
He goes on, but the ringing in my ears interrupts his tirade. That boy wasn't lying. The late-night visit at my sister's rushes back to me. "She's with him?" I text him an image of Luis. "I just sent you a picture. Is that him?"
"Yep, that's him."
My hands tremble. "Oh my God, Dad, that man is Dr. Seline's son."
"Who is Dr. Seline?"
"Are you kidding me? The doctor that botched my procedure."
"Oh, you're still upset about that?"
I grind my teeth.
"Yes."
The sound of crinkling plastic fills the speaker, followed by chewing noises.
"Well, anyway, I don't like her boyfriend. He's way too young. I couldn't believe it when Bree brought him over. He's such a clown." He laughs. "Hog, your sister never should have left her husband."
How long has she been dating him?
"A year, I think."
A year. It echoes in my head, bulldozing my thoughts. A freaking year? I'm so furious I can barely speak. How did that happen?
They met at his school.
He's 10 years younger than her dad.
She was a guest speaker in his class. She's having her midlife crisis.
He sighs.
It is what it is.
Whatever it is, it's infuriating. He's related to Seline. Brianna's relationship with him feels like a practical joke. Why would she go anywhere near the Marxes? And why wouldn't she tell me? Because she's truth seeker. As that ugly suspicion rears itself again, nausea grips my stomach. I've tried to make excuses for her, but it's hopeless, isn't it? My sister is after me. The scars beneath my makeup burn. My heart strains like it's being torn. How could she do this? I choke into the phone. After the pain, the disfigurement, how could she stand him?
No idea. He's not much to look at.
Hurt bleeds into my voice. Why is she dating him?
Don't get upset now.
I can't believe she kept this from me.
Ava, your sister makes her own choices. She's an adult. Maybe she didn't mention it because she knew how you'd react. You make mountains out of molehills. You're too emotional,
he replies softly.
Calm down, think things over, and talk to her.
I take a deep breath. I don't understand. She's with this guy, supporting him, while I have to live with what his mother did to me.
He chuckles. Life's funny like that. You can't choose who you fall for, just like you can't choose your face.
You're laughing? Seriously? Every day I wake up with this face. Every damn day. And she's off playing house with the son of the witch who did this to me?
Ava, you need to settle down.
Don't tell me to do that. My own sister. The sheer audacity of her to hide this and bring him into our lives, into your home. And how could you go along with it?
It's not like she introduced him as that doctor's son. I had no idea. And I didn't invite him. She brought him over, he says weakly.
That's supposed to comfort me?
Yes, I sure as hell am not on her side.
I fume. Did you tell her how messed up it is?
I voiced my concerns about the age gap, but it's her life. She's allowed to make her own choices.
Oh, yeah. I slap my leg hard. Great decisions she's making, really commendable. What's next? Inviting Seline over for Christmas dinner? He exhales deeply.
This isn't the way to handle things.
How am I supposed to handle this, Dad? With grace? I've been dealing with the fallout of her mistake all year. And now this?
I understand you're angry.
You don't. Every mirror is a reminder of what she did. And Brianna, the one person who should have my back, is romantically involved with her family? What the hell?
I'm sorry, he bleats. It's a bad situation.
I end the call. I get up. I'm so outraged I can't see. Everything is a red haze. Somehow I make it to my car. Then I dig the GPS tracker from its spot and toss it out the window. My enthusiasm for leading Truth Seeker on a wild goose chase evaporates. Let Brianna think I'm sitting in this parking lot. I hope she spends the entire night staring at her screen. I shut down my phone. I'm going off the grid. No more calls, no communication, nothing. I need to disappear where no one will find me. And I know just the place. 28. Seline. 12 months ago. Well, I did my best to avoid this. Dinner with my son's latest girlfriend won't be pleasant. But I can't stall this meeting any longer. I stand in front of her house, store-bought pie clutched in hand. After many missed calls, I finally got my son to agree to dinner. I wanted it at my home, but Luis's girlfriend insisted on hosting. I just like her already. Luis opens the door, beaming. "Hey, Mom." He throws an arm around my neck and kisses my cheek. Despite the heat burning at my chest, I cling to his shoulders. I haven't hugged him in too long. He disengages from me, taking the pecan pie. "My favorite. Great." "How have you been, honey?" "Good," he says, shifting the dessert to his hip. "Let's go inside. I want you to meet Bree." "Just a second. I haven't seen you in ages." I step back, my gaze traveling up khaki chinos and a smart button-up. "Your clothes look different." He shrugs. "Bree bought me a bunch of stuff." I plaster on a fake smile, but I'm seething. She dresses him up, too? "Are you eating healthy?" "Sorta. I had a sleeve of Oreos the other day." I shake my head. "That'll put you on a fast track to diabetes?" "No. You should hear Bree complain about my diet." He strolls to the kitchen. "You and her have a lot in common. I bet you could talk for hours." My grin widens. Oh, yes. I have more than a few words for the harpy who seduced my son. I'm all for Luis having more maturity in his life, but she's too old for him. He should focus on school, not this relationship. She already has children of her own. Luis is too young to worry about being a father figure. Every day she digs her claws deeper into him, changing his wardrobe, his haircut. He's talking about interning at her law firm. It's as if she's shaping him into something she wants. We enter the family room. Brianna is by the stove, stirring a pot's contents. Her blonde hair is pinned into a messy bun. With the apron wrapping her waist, she could almost pass for his mother. She looks older than her Facebook photos. Makeup is caked over the wrinkles near her eyes. She could use a few injections of Botox, but she's pretty, I'll give her that. Luis places the pie on the counter, gesturing toward me. "Check out what my mom brought." She steps away from the stove with a girlish gasp. "Oh, delicious." I stick out my hand and she takes it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Brianna." Luis grins sheepishly. "Yeah, sorry, this is my mom, Seline." Brianna smiles. "Nice to meet you, Dr. Seline." I look around, impressed despite myself. It is a beautiful house. Obviously, she does well for herself. Luis gets a Chardonnay from the fridge and pulls the cork. He's not a wine guy, so it's her influence. It annoys me. This feels like a performance. Luis guides me to the dining table and we stumble through awkward chit-chat. I discover how they met. She was a guest speaker at his class. I need to find out which. And he asked her out. She blushes as she recounts their first date, in a cafe on campus, like it's a cute story she'll tell to their children. I'm appalled. She doesn't want a man 10 years her junior. If she did, she wouldn't dress him up like a pet monkey. She wouldn't stare at her shoes when he laughs about his college buddies. Brianna sets down the plates of roasted chicken, vegetables, and garlic mashed potatoes. It looks and smells amazing. "How long have you been cooking, Brianna?" "Since I was a little girl." I smile. "When was that, in the 80s? Luis's fork clatters on his plate. "Mom." She places a hand on his arm. It's all right, babe. My age was going to come eventually. To me, she says. Actually, it was in the 90s. I'm 31. My grandmother was an incredible cook. She taught me everything I know. Louise glares at me while he stabs into his chicken. I need to keep it civil until I get Brianna alone. So I cut myself the smallest piece, pop it in my mouth, and lift my brows. This is just delicious. Thank you, Seline. I hope you enjoy it. She sounds like she means it, but the slight edge in her words hints she's not going anywhere. We'll see about that. Thanks so much for inviting me. Your house is lovely. I don't think I've ever met a lawyer with a place this big. Smack dab in Santa Monica, too. You must be very successful. I do okay. That's modest of you. I've been practicing for years, and it took me a while to buy the home of my dreams. You should be proud of yourself. She presses her lips together. I got it in my divorce. My ex-husband is the one with the money. I give her a sympathetic frown, pretending to be surprised. Does she hope my boy will move in so he'll pay her mortgage? Maybe she's hoping for free babysitting. So, tell me, how did your friends react to your relationship? My question is directed at Louise, but my gaze locks on Brianna. She's trying very hard not to appear upset. She stabs her salad, the tines striking the ceramic plate. Louise chews. They're happy for me? What about your roommate? Does he get along with her? Brianna straightens, setting down her fork. Age doesn't define the strength of a relationship. It's about mutual respect. I offer her a thin smile. Is that what happened to you and your ex-husband? Louise sighs, rubbing his brow. Brianna eats more lettuce. My ex and I grew apart after having kids. But my relationship with him is nothing like the one I have with your son. Yeah, there's a 10-year age gap. I keep my observation to myself, burying my smirk. Aren't you worried about the implications? What do your colleagues say when you show up to a cocktail party with a child on your arm? Louise glowers at me. I'm not a child. You're in college. Your prefrontal cortex hasn't fully developed. To women my age, yes, you're a kid. Dating someone still in school is not a good look for a professional woman. Louise clears his throat, trying to defuse the situation. Bree is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Just give her a chance. I cut a small piece of chicken, my knife scraping against my plate. I worry for you, sweetie. It's a mother's privilege. An age gap can be challenging. You have different priorities. And yet, here we are, happy and together. Brianna snaps. I lean forward, refusing to back down. What happens in 10 years when he's ready for children, but you're premenopausal? Louise's fork shrieks the ceramic. Mom! Fine, let's change the subject. I turn to my son as he shovels food into his mouth. Have you thought about reaching out to Michael again? He stiffens. Why? Because he has a right to know you? Louise scoffs. I have a father. Aren't you curious about him? You must be, or you wouldn't have tracked him down. He shrugs. That doesn't mean I want him in my life. Before I respond, Brianna chimes in. Sometimes it's not about the other person, but about finding closure for yourself. Maybe do it for your own peace of mind. I could snap at her for butting in, but I can't because she's backing me up. Still, her confidence makes my blood boil. I take a deep breath, reining in my emotions. Louise, do me a favor, please. I left my pills in the car. He slides off the stool. I'll get them. Thanks. I smile as he runs off. There isn't a bottle of pills, but my oblivious son grabs my keys and disappears. He wouldn't know guile if it bit him in the face. Which brings me to Brianna.
Thank you for allowing us to share this story with you. Let's enjoy a quiet interlude before the next chapter begins. This audiobook is yours. Freely given.
She smiles bitterly.
Say what you need to say.
I glare at her. Are you trying to find a father for your kids?
My children already have a father.
What do you see in my son? Is this an early midlife crisis, or are you really that delusional to think a relationship with a college kid would work?
That's none of your business.
My fingernails tap the table in a rhythmic pattern. I'm his mother. I deserve an explanation. How is a grown woman attracted to a 21-year-old? Is there something going on I should know? Are you pregnant? She blanches. No. Then what are you doing with him? Obviously you do well for yourself or you couldn't afford this mortgage. What do you see in him? Make it make sense.
I don't have to sit here and listen to this.
You're right. But I'm sure his university would appreciate a heads up that one of their guest speakers is sleeping with their students. She balls a napkin in her fist.
Are you threatening me?
I don't have to. This fling will end the moment he moves in and you realize that living with him is like having a third child. I push back my chair and stand. I'm feeling under the weather. I'll tell Louise we'll have to do this another time. She raises a brow.
I'm not leaving him.
I sling the bag over my shoulder.
It was nice meeting you.
29. Seline. 12 months ago.
Louise has blocked me, not unexpected, but hurtful. I haven't yet reported Brianna to his university. I'm not sure if I will. Her behavior, while revolting, isn't illegal, and it'll only serve to drive a deeper wedge between Louise and me. Their relationship will sort itself out. It won't make it much longer. Once he moves in, she'll realize she made a mistake. She won't be able to handle his discarded socks, the mess, and his video game binge sessions with his friends. Zoe knocks. Dr. Seline, you have a delivery.
Come in.
Zoe enters my home office, holding a package. Someone rang the doorbell and dropped this off.
I swallow hard, my fingers sliding under the wrapping paper. Could it be from Ava? She hasn't contacted me in a while. A quick glance at the return address confirms it's from my publisher. I tear the paper and open the box. It's a plaque, congratulating me for hitting the New York Times bestseller list 52 weeks in a row. It's from my publisher. She hangs over my shoulder, staring at it.
That's very impressive, Doctor. You should be proud.
I nod, setting it aside.
Yeah, it's great.
Zoe tilts her head.
You don't look thrilled.
Honestly, I've never felt more unfulfilled. She frowns.
You have everything people dream of. Best-selling books, recognition, money. Shouldn't you feel the opposite?
I give her a half-hearted smile. All I want is to be close to my son again.
Sometimes we don't realize the value of things until they drift away, she says, handing me a folder. Here are tomorrow's cases.
She exits, leaving me with my thoughts. I like to review my cases the day before. I flip to a large photo of a young woman's torso with extensive scarring. Her before and after results are astonishing. I wish she'd let me use them on the website. My phone rings. I answer it. Hello? Michael barks through the speaker.
We need to talk about Louise.
Hello to you too.
I can't force him to meet with you. I've tried.
This isn't about that. How well do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once. Why?
Did you know she's Ava Green's sister? He says, stunning me. Shit. I wipe my forehead, exhaling hard.
Brianna is Ava's sister?
That's weird, right? It can't be a coincidence. I grip the phone harder.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, he croaks. Trust me, I've done the legwork.
But why would you do that?
I've been looking him up since I discovered I had a son. I needed to know everything, so I dove into his social media accounts and found his girlfriend. Then I did some digging on her. Her last name is Nilsson, same as her ex-husband, but she's related to an Ava Green that lives in Pico Union. Oh my God, that's her. There's no way this is a coincidence. My hand goes limp as all my strength pools to the floor. Is she getting close to Louise to hurt me? Looks like it. I could vomit. Why? He sighs. I don't know. To get around the restraining order? I pace the room, shaking. What kind of sick person does that? That's my son. I'd tell him myself, but I don't think he'll believe me. I shake my head. No, it's best this comes from me. Keep me posted. I reach the door, flinging it open. I will. Thanks for telling me. He hangs up, the beep sinking my heart. I leave my house. The chilled air is filled with the promise of a storm. The shadows of the trees stretch long across the road, dancing eerily in the dim light. As I approach my car, nausea clenches my stomach. Tucked under my windshield wiper is a small envelope. Curious, I pluck it from its resting place and rip it open. A photograph slips onto my palm. It's me walking into the office. I'm wearing the same clothes as in the picture. On the back of the photo, written in a messy scrawl, is a single word. Soon. I swallow hard, every nerve on high alert. The street is empty. The only sound the distant hum of the city and the rustling of leaves. Is Ava watching me? Or is it her sister? I get into my car, locking the doors. I start the engine and speed toward Louise's apartment. Ava is back in my life. Except this time she's targeting my son. She's waiting for the right moment to strike. I need to warn him. 30. Ava. This is perfect. No one will find me at the Black Estate. It's been abandoned for years. The utilities still work because the owner insists on having it ready for showings. I've toured a handful of people through this property who tried to negotiate a lower price, but they never reached a number that satisfied the Blacks. I open the lockbox, letting myself in. Then I flip the switch. Light blooms from the hanging crystal chandelier, illuminating dark wooden floors and dusty footprints. A musty smell clings to the air, mingling with a floral scent. It's as though someone spritzed the house with perfume. Did Ronnie host a showing? Strange. I enter the clean kitchen and stock the fridge with groceries. This place is too big and empty. Goosebumps rise in rows across my back as I glance into the sink. My phone buzzes incessantly. A notification pops on the screen. Justice for Marks. Ava Green spotted visiting Dr. Seline Marks' son. Complete disregard for the restraining order. Upvotes 113. Truth Seeker 101. Being around Celine's only son? Absolutely careless and eerie. She's making everyone uncomfortable. Everyone's watching Ava. Upvotes 113. Justice for Marks. Is she stupid? Upvotes 86. Truth Seeker 101. My sister is a psychiatric nurse and says AG displays all the hallmarks of psychopathy. Even after everything, AG shows up there, not caring at all about how it looks. Tragic and appalling behavior. Upvotes 101. Justice for Marks. What do you think? Upvotes 86. Truth Seeker 101. Perhaps she thinks it's a game. Risking her reputation seems to not bother her. I think she has sociopathic traits. She's only causing more pain with her brazen actions and doesn't seem to understand the consequences. Only time will tell when she'll stop this act. Not sure how she sleeps at night. Upvotes 87. Truth Seeker 101. Harassing Celine's family members gives her a high. Some killers do this to relive the crime. Upvotes 35.
Hypocrisy at its finest. Nobody cares that I'm being violated. Truth seeker is always on my heels, twisting my every move into a sinister plot. I compile a list of adjectives to describe them. Manipulative, sadistic, judgmental. How many times did she hit me before I could fight back? If I'm right, and truth seeker is my sister, why is she after me now? Shaking off the weight in my gut, I put the phone aside. Enough. I'm here to get away from that nonsense. I stroll to the living room, where heavy drapes block the evening light. I push them apart, revealing tall windows looking out onto overgrown gardens. Everything is wild except for the flowers framing the window. I study the shorn stems of a rosebush. I open my phone and text Ronnie. Me. Did you visit the Black Mansion? Ronnie. Maybe 3 months ago. Why? Me. It looks like someone's been here. Ronnie. Probably one of the Blacks. Henry's very protective about the house. He doesn't like people showing up unannounced, so I try to give him 48 hours advance notice. That explanation doesn't soothe me, but I inhale a deep breath. Worrying about this is a stupid waste of my time. Nobody's here. I'm fine. It's stress from the last few weeks. I'm so jumpy these days. I won't be here for long. I eat something bland and attempt to take a shower. Inhabiting the same space as the famous people who once lived here feels creepy. Dr. Seline would have loved to be seen with the Blacks at a cocktail party. She's constantly craving validation. Her skincare line, her memoir, her social media. The list goes on and on. Did Seline ever meet my sister? What was her reaction when she found out? I can't imagine she was happy. She wants nothing to do with me. It must have been just as much an unwelcome shock for her as it is to me. I'm so confused. My phone rings with an unidentified caller. I pick it up. Hello?
Hi, it's Michael Thorne.
I bite my lip. How did you get my number? Static crackles on the other end.
I have some questions for you, and I'm sure you have some for me.
Floorboards groan as I approach a tarnished grandfather clock. Were you in a relationship with Seline?
How is that any of your business?
I shift my weight, the wood protesting. It's not, but you'll answer it anyway because you'll never have closure otherwise. You love her. You're desperate to have her back. You'll do anything for her. Am I wrong? He makes a sound.
We should talk about this in person.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I clutch the phone tighter. I can't.
Why not?
Everybody thinks I did this, including you. A faceless mob is harassing my family. Someone is tracking where I go. I clamp my lips shut, but it's too late. My heart hammers at my blunder. You could be the guy trashing me online.
What are you talking about?
Someone's spreading rumors about me. They've been adamant that I'm guilty.
If you think I'd waste my time like that, you're mistaken. My only interest is finding Seline.
How can I trust you?
I could ask you the same.
He shoots back. A dark cloud hangs over my head. Careful, Ava. He could be dangerous. This could be an act. The jilted ex-lover is most likely the one to hurt me.
Look, you're right that I want to find her.
His voice wavers and he clears his throat.
Maybe we can help each other. But first you need to come clean. No more lies.
How do I know you won't attack me the moment we're alone?
You don't.
A cold sensation drags down my spine. Then meeting up is not a good idea.
I'm a sensible man. I have nothing against you if you're telling me the truth.
Whatever you have to say to me, you can say it now.
Some things are communicated better in person. Don't you agree?
I do, but it's risky. On the other hand, the potential reward is even greater. If my stalker posts about anything during his visit, it isn't Michael. I need evidence before confronting Brianna. If you wanted a face-to-face discussion, you shouldn't have thrown me out of your clinic.
You caught me by surprise. I apologize for overreacting. I don't understand what you're going through, he says, softening. But if you truly want to help Seline, then meet with me. We'll lay everything out and see if we can put the pieces together.
I'll think about it.
While you're at it, think about this. Seline is out there somewhere. She might be alive, in pain, held captive against her will. If you're not helping her, you're complicit in her misery.
I am innocent until proven guilty.
Not necessarily. To the world, you're a dangerous woman who has already threatened Seline with violence.
I gnash my teeth. Doesn't mean I kidnapped her.
It makes a strong case. Ava, you have issues. I could tell when we met, and not just because you lied your way into my examination room.
I'm not interested in your armchair psychology diagnosis. He laughs.
You're the only person connected to her disappearance. If I had to pick someone who did this, it'd be you.
You have no proof. My face burns from the lie. Head pounding, I suck in shallow breaths. The blood-stained shirt flashes in my mind. It's in my suitcase upstairs, a cursed talisman I can't get rid of. I need to steer this conversation to safer ground. He's only on the phone because he's desperate for me to give something away.
True, he says. All I have are my suspicions. But if you want people to believe you, start with me. Let's meet up. We'll pool our knowledge and figure out what happened.
I'll get back to you.
One more thing, he grinds out. If you're lying to me and exploiting her loved one's grief as your way of gloating, you'd better stay hidden, because I'll find out, and I'm not sure what I'll do if I find myself alone with you.
I stab my thumb on the button, ending the call. The echo of his words reverberates in my ear. Even he can't disguise his disgust for me. A floorboard groans upstairs. I jump a mile. Is someone else in the house? Panic surges through me. I creep to the kitchen, grab a knife, and inch up the grand staircase. Every creak and whisper of wind feels amplified, tightening the coil of dread in my gut. The door to my room is ajar. Heart pounding, I push it open. The suitcase sits on my bed, unzipped and open. I blink, staring at it. Did I do that? I must have. God, I'm losing it. I put down the knife. Rummaging through my clothes, I find Dr. Seline's shirt folded at the bottom in a bag. I take it out and unfold it, revealing the stains. An earthly metallic scent clings to it. My stomach twists. Images bombard me. Seline's pleading eyes. An argument. Her hand reaching out. A struggle. And then darkness. A void in my memory that I can't fill. Tears stream down my face as I stuff the shirt back in. I didn't hurt her. I don't care what it looks like. A notification chimes on my phone. Brianna. We need to talk. Me. Come to my apartment. Grateful for the excuse to leave, I seize my keys and hurry down the steps. 31. Ava. When I get there, Brianna's already inside my apartment. She looks like she sprinted from the parking lot. Her usually groomed hair is a mess, and she's in her workout outfit. She must have let herself in with her copy of my key. Has she been here other times while I wasn't here? Did she hang that shirt in my closet? Brianna's tense face breaks into a strained smile. Hey. I don't bother returning the greeting. This won't be a pleasant conversation. Still, I'm reluctant to dive in. I was watching the kids. Brianna leans against the kitchen wall. I asked Patrick to take them for a while. Until the chaos is behind us, I'd rather they stay at their dad's. Her gaze burns with a question as I sort through a pile of unopened envelopes on the counter. It's mostly hate mail from people who've never met me, condemning me for something I didn't do. "You took your things and left," she says. I didn't feel safe there anymore. "Did you know there was a tracker in my car?" Her eyes widen. "When did this happen?" "Not long ago." Brianna seizes a strand of her hair and twists, a nervous tick I recognize from countless memories of her lying to Mom and Dad. My lips pull into a bitter smile. That's how he's been stalking me. He didn't have to follow me in the streets. All he had to do was open his laptop. "Oh, wow." "Yeah. I can't figure out how he got inside my car. They would have had to break into my apartment, make copies, and return the original before I noticed. Crazy, right?" She wets her lips. "This whole thing is nuts." Of course, they could have gotten my keys from someone who already has a copy. Her nostrils flare. "You shouldn't have gone to Luis's house." "Because I found out the truth?" "What you're doing is dangerous," she hisses. "You're antagonizing people, giving them more reasons to believe you're guilty." My jaw clenched. "What people?" "The online mob." Funny how they always seem to know where I am all the time, despite my best efforts. Brianna flushes and averts her gaze. She's guilty. It's written all over her face. Heat ignites a jagged path on my face. Fire rages in my belly as she works that strand of hair into a twisted knot. "You lied to me." Her eyes well with tears. "I'm your sister. I love you." She's full of it. Luis is the only person she cares about. "Is that what you tell yourself when you see your boyfriend?" She flinches. "It's complicated." That's not an answer. Brianna bites her lip. "Yes, we've been seeing each other." My stomach caves in. "Since when?" "After your procedure, I was furious. I had to get back at Seline, so I positioned myself to meet her son." She fiddles with her shirt, blanching. "It was stupid." "What was your plan?" She throws up her hands. "I don't know. I had to see if I could find out anything." "Why didn't you tell me?" I couldn't involve you," she stammers, her chin quivering. "You already had a restraining order. It was my way of protecting you." "You are the world's worst lawyer if you think that was protecting me. You were the one telling me to lay low. But at the same time, you're squeezing information out of Celine's son?" "That's how it started," she mutters. "You didn't think to mention it to me?" She winces. I was afraid of your reaction. I thought I'd mess around for a couple of months, but it grew into something more." "How? He's practically a kid compared to you." "It's hard to explain," she mumbles, rubbing her scarlet forehead. "Luis and we connected. I'm sorry." My stomach tightens. "I've been living a nightmare, and you're shacking up with her son. I was trying to help. How is dating that boy helping me? That doctor traumatized you. You were in so much pain. I wanted to make her life hell. I still want that. She deserves to be punished for what she did." Brianna keeps going in a high-pitched babble, tears welling in her eyes. "I know he's young, but he makes me feel good about myself. For the first time in years, I feel desired. I like who I am when I'm with him. It's been so long since anybody's treated me like that." "You could have that with literally anyone. Why him?" Brianna shrugs, wiping her cheeks. "I care about him. I didn't know how to tell you." "Well, you should have thought of that before you began a secret relationship with a man tied to my life's biggest disaster." Brianna breaks down, crying. "I know! It's messed up! For all I know, you've been misleading me to protect Luis." "What?
You can't think that. I shove mail in my purse as Brianna's body goes rigid. I wondered why his name never came up in any of our conversations. Luis would never hurt his mom. Not her, me, I shout, zipping my purse. Someone is stalking me day and night, shitposting me online. And you never considered your boyfriend might be the culprit? He isn't like that. You've bullied me my whole life. You've only been decent in the last few years, but perhaps I'm giving you too much credit. Maybe you're just as vile as you were as a teenager. No, I swear I'm not. I shrug, throwing the purse's leather strap over my head. Either you did it, or you're dating the man responsible for all my problems. It dawns on me with horrible clarity. Luis had access to my sister's things. At any time, he could have driven to my apartment and let himself in to wreak havoc. Jesus, you've probably told him all about me. My surgeries, everything. Luis is truth seeker. Brianna shakes her head. Luis wouldn't do that. He thinks I killed his mother. He doesn't, Ava. I've been around him for months. He's not conniving at all. He's sweet. He tells you what you want to hear so he can get laid. Brianna is resolute in her denial. Either he's brainwashed her to believe that he's a good person, or they're both trying to con me. I can't take much more of this. I sigh, suddenly exhausted. I need to go. Ava, you're not thinking clearly. She grasps my arm. I rip it out of her grasp and take a full step backward. Don't touch me. Tears dazzle her widened eyes. She's the picture of contrition, but she's always been good at getting what she wants. Everybody chooses her side. You must have met Seline. I swallow thickly when she nods. I wipe my tears, sick at the thought of them having dinner together, laughing at my expense. What else are you hiding? Nothing, I swear. I stare at the pink patches burning high on our cheeks. You tried to make me think Dr. Thorne kidnapped her to throw me off. Brianna looks down, whispering. No, he definitely knows something. Dr. Thorne wasn't just close to Dr. Seline. He was obsessed with her. He has photos of her in his house. Luis was there and took pictures. He showed them to me. He said it was strange. Oh, is that so? Yes, please believe me. Brianna, you're throwing me breadcrumbs while you have an entire loaf. This whole time, you've been using Luis to uncover secrets, and all I got from you were lies. I didn't want to get you any more entangled in this than you already were. I saw how it was affecting you, how it was breaking you. It made me so mad. You've jeopardized both of us. We don't know who we're dealing with. Are you sure Luis can be trusted? What if he's feeding you information to throw us off? He's not that kind of person. Brianna takes my hands. Ava, we're in this together. I slide out of her grip. We're not. I can't have you in my life. I messed up, she says in a tear-smothered voice. But I'll do anything to make it right, please. It's too late for that. I'm not on his side. I love him, but I love you more. We talk about you. I tell him over and over that you're innocent, despite the evidence. What evidence? Brianna wipes her cheeks with a swipe of her palm. Come on, Ava. You stalked her for weeks, wrote crazy letters for her to find, and slashed her tires. Do you think I killed her? Brianna bites her lip. I hope you didn't. I never want to see you again. You don't mean that. Leave. I point at the door. Go back to your secrets, your boyfriend, and whatever else you're hiding. I'll figure this out on my own. Ava, please. If you don't believe in me, get the hell out. She hesitates. Then she nods, tears streaming down her face, and leaves the apartment. I slump into a chair, exhausted. My phone buzzes,
breaking the tense silence left in Brianna's wake. I grab it, desperate for a distraction, maybe a message of support or even a potential new listing to drown out the night's revelations. But as I scan the screen, my heart plummets. Subject, contract termination, immediate effect. Dear Ava, given the recent controversy surrounding your name, we regret to inform you that we are terminating our contract with you, effective immediately. We believe it's in the best interest of both parties. We wish you well in your future endeavors. Sincerely, the Black Estate. Selling that house was supposed to be my crowning achievement. Losing the listing isn't just about the money. It's the death knell for my professional reputation. Before I can process it, someone knocks. 32. Ava. Nobody's there. Gripping the knob and pulling open the door, I shuffle forward. I stick my neck out and look in both directions of the hallway, but whoever it was vanished. Did someone knock, or am I hearing things? Closing the door, I return to the couch. My throat tightens as I think of what to do next. My mind is blank. It refuses to work. I grab my phone. I open the true crime forum, greeted by a fresh wave of notifications. Dr. Seline's son asks true crime community to stop harassing family members. Truth Seeker 101. I've watched the video in full and agree 100% with his message. People who are harassing the perp's family are not doing the victim any good. Let's not stoop to AG's level. Upvotes 228. Logical_confetti. Are we supposed to believe this is real? Could be deep fake. Upvotes 53. Truth Seeker 101. Do you have any idea how hard it is to make a convincing deepfake? AG is a real estate agent. Upvotes 13. Logical_confetti. She's smart enough to avoid getting charged this far. Upvotes 2. Truth Seeker 101. Intelligence of AG is overblown. She has a bachelor's degree in drama, not astrophysics. Now many folks can't use their college knowledge in the real world, it happens. Exactly what went down with AG. Eventually, her dad felt bad and threw some real estate leads her way. Data on MLS shows the number of houses she sells per year. Hardly indicative of a talent. Honestly, I think she felt she deserved success and hated seeing women like S killing it while she was hustling for clients. Entitlement mixed with jealousy is a dangerous cocktail. Long before their lives intersected, AG might have been eyeing S, resentment brewing, planning and plotting. After AG's glow-up didn't happen, she went dark. S got on her nerves. She's a successful woman breezing through life, raking in the $. Then a mixture of jealousy and envy ensues, and when her transformation failed, the plan was to kill her. Upvotes 185. Logical_confetti. Being smart doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. Upvotes 73. Sleuthing. My theory. AG was obsessed with S. She follows her social media, comes up with a plan, gets an appointment. S got creeped out, banned her from the practice, and AG messed up her own face to get S's attention. When that didn't work, she decides to end S's life. Upvotes 33. My heart races. The weight of these insane accusations presses on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My shaking fingers tremble as I compose a heated response. Just as I'm hitting my stride, another solid knock hits the door. I fling the phone aside. Then I stand and open the door. Just like last time, nothing. There's no stampede of running footsteps. It must be a neighbor. This is pissing me off. I pay my rent like everybody else. I should be entitled to the same respect, but no, I'm not allowed that. Instead, I'm mocked, belittled, and treated like a monster. I slam the door, throwing myself onto the couch. I turn on my TV and put it on a random program, increasing the volume to drown out my stormy thoughts. But they continue to rage. After an hour of channel surfing, I slide into bed and bury myself under the sheets. Everything will be better in the morning. I close my eyes, and a scent wafts through the air. It's familiar, but I can't quite place it. It smells like lavender and something musky. What's it from? Where did I... A soft creak echoes from the living room. My eyes snap open. Breathing shallowly, I strain my ears. I listen hard for anything over the hum of AC. A faint noise trickles in my ear, like shuffling footsteps. I sit upright. My heart thunders. Someone's here. I grip my blanket, peeling it off my waist. As I swing my legs out of bed, I glance at the nightstand. Books and a heavy lamp make for poor weapons against a home invasion. A howl rages inside me. Should I scream? If my neighbors heard me, would they help? Or would they dial 911 and hope for the best? Oh God, I can't defend myself. They'll kill me. Grimacing, I stand. My bare feet hardly make a sound on the carpet. I pick up my phone, clutching it to my chest. I need to get to the bathroom. If I can lock myself inside, I'll be fine. That's it. One foot after another. Now I'm at the door. I grab the round handle, clenching my teeth. I twist, then I pull. The hinges whine, and the noise hurts my whole body. He's probably on the other side. He'll attack me. Every muscle tenses. I don't breathe. My hand, slicked with sweat, releases the doorknob. Where is he? I don't hear any movement. Repositioning myself, I stare through the crack in the door. Darkness obscures everything but the blinking lights on my microwave oven. The small beam gleams over a large silhouette in my kitchen. I freeze. Does he see me? What should I do? The bathroom's sturdy lock flashes in my mind. I clutch the doorknob, slide in, and slam it shut. Opening my phone, I dial 911, my fingers fumbling on the touch screen. I need help. There's someone in my apartment. What's your address? I start to speak, distracted by the pounding footsteps and the soft close of the entry door. But I don't dare leave until the police announce themselves. It's only when I'm outside, answering their questions, that I realize the intruder left no trace of their visit. No stolen items, no message, nothing. Once again, I have no proof anything happened. The violation of it all is unbearable. Truth Seeker is done playing games. He wants me dead. I can't stay here anymore. 33. Seline. 12 months ago. I bang my fist on Louise's door. Please be home. I clutch my purse to my side, watching shadows drift along the walls through the windows. I came as fast as I could. If anything happened to my son, I'd fall apart. It'll be fine. I'll explain everything and get him away. The door wrenches open, revealing Brianna. She's wearing the brown kimono that I gave Louise last Christmas, her hair a frizzy halo. She doesn't seem surprised that I'm here. A gloating smirk flashes on her pale face. Hello, Seline. Nice to see you. My jaw clenches. Where's Louise? She yawns, flattening her blonde locks. Babe, it's your mom. Be right there. My heart squeezes as he shuffles into view in a loose t-shirt and sweatpants. His face has a tired, pinched expression as he throws an arm around Brianna. Hey, Mom, what's up? I need to talk to you. He rubs his eyes, yawning. Bree's making breakfast. Why don't you join us? I'd love to, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Louise sighs, stepping back from the door. Is this another lecture because I haven't had my coffee yet? It's not. I follow him and Brianna into the kitchen. She drifts to the cutting board with a pile of strawberries. She takes a small knife and slices off the leaves. Louise fills a mug and pulls up a stool. Why are you here so early?
I tense. I can't say too much in case she goes berserk with the knife. My throat tightens. Sweetie, it's best we have this conversation alone. I'm sure Bree understands. Louise darkens. Okay. Brianna pops a strawberry in her ruby mouth and chews, apparently unconcerned. My hand twitches with the desire to slap her. Grabbing his cup, Louise follows me into the office. He stares as I shut and lock the door. Mom, what's this about? You look freaked out. I let out a lungful of air and shake my hands. Your girlfriend is my patient's sister, the one that's been stalking me and sending threatening notes. His brows lift. I know. I gape at him. You do? Yeah, she told me weeks ago. He sips his coffee, his lips curling. I suppose she had to get it off her chest. You know, and you're still with her? He nods. Art of War by Sun Tzu. Keep your enemies closer than your friends. I thought it'd be smart if I kept an eye on Ava's sister. I slap my forehead, groaning. This is almost as bad as the caffeine pills incident. Oh my God, Louise. I don't even know where to begin. How did you find out my patient's name? He shrugs. I snooped through your stuff. Then I started looking her up, found out about her sister, that she's a lawyer. Coincidentally, she was a guest speaker in my pre-law class. So you slept with her? What the hell were you thinking? To get information, see what they were planning. Turned out to be a bonus when things got intimate. You're playing with fire. Louise smiles. Maybe I like the heat. She's using you just as much as you think you're using her. He chuckles. She thinks she's using me. This isn't a game. You're in danger. She wants to hurt me. You're paranoid. I grit my teeth. You can't trust her. She's angry with me. She could be poisoning your food. He laughs. You think Brianna's capable of that? What do you see when you look at her? A villain with a hidden agenda? She's as lost as her sister. Don't be naive. Do you even know the full extent of Ava's obsession with me? He leans back, drumming his fingers on the desk. Oh, Bree's obsessed, but not with you, with me. She sees an opportunity, and so do I. An opportunity to destroy our family. No, to control the narrative. She wants me to convince you to drop the charges against Ava. Bree claims her sister is mentally ill. He rolls his eyes. What she's doing is obvious. Well, if they want to play games, I will too. I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is so ridiculous. You're not a master manipulator. He raises a brow. How would you know? Hairs prickle on my scalp as warnings erupt inside me. Louise, stay out of my business. You don't want that. You need my help. This isn't helping. You're more likely to hurt yourself. You've always underestimated me. You think you have to protect me from the world, but you're the one who needs protection. He crosses to the door, his voice rising. It's time to leave. I hold my ground. Break up with this woman. Thanks for the advice, he says, opening the door with a wink. Now get out. I'm leaving town. Hours after Louise threw me out of his apartment, I booked a hotel in Palm Springs. It'll be nice to leave for a few weeks, even if I won't be that far away. I need some distance from Ava, her sister, and my delusional son. I pack my suitcase, taking only the essentials. The plan is to relax, refresh, and reassess. I'm tempted to call Ava and confront her about her sister. But what good would it do? She's shown me she's unpredictable and dangerous. As I open a drawer, a frame topples over. I write it, greeted by a candid shot from a family picnic. Luis is beaming, holding up a giant ice cream cone, chocolate smeared all over his face. My smile fades. That innocent boy has grown into a man making questionable decisions. I shove my bag in the trunk. 15 minutes into my drive, I pull over into a parking lot filled with food trucks. Hunger claws at my stomach. I haven't eaten all day. I exit the car, grabbing my purse, and approach a truck painted in green, white, and red. A man wearing a visor leans out of the window. "What can I get you?" "I'd like the carnitas tacos, no cilantro." He taps buttons on the screen. "Anything else?" "Yeah, a side of guacamole and tortilla chips." I pay for the meal. Moments later, he hands me a styrofoam container and a greasy bag. I find an empty spot at a picnic table. As I sit there, I force food down. I feel uneasy, almost like I'm being watched. I button my dark blue blouse to my neck. I'm not a superstitious person, but I have some quirks. I talk about them in my memoir. If my toast is too brown, I consider it burned and won't eat it. I meditate before I start work every morning. I pick out my clothes based on mood. This shirt makes me feel confident and beautiful. I need it to reach my hotel in one piece. But it's not doing the trick. I scan the vicinity. A young couple laughs a few feet away. An elderly man is engrossed in a tablet. Then at the far end, a woman's gaze fixes on me. A giant pair of sunglasses covers her features. She turns her head, her blonde hair whipping around her shoulders. The hairs on my arms stand up. I pull out a book, but focusing on the pages is impossible. Sighing, I close the book and wrap up the rest of my meal. There's no point in lingering here. Rising, I step toward my car. "Dr. Seline." I startle horribly, my heartbeat throttled. I whirl around. The girl stands in front of me, frowning. When she takes off her sunglasses, I take a full step backward. "Ava?" She grimaces. "Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you," says the woman harassing me nonstop. Is she mocking me? I don't understand this girl. My hand dives into my purse, but it's so big I can't find the damned pepper spray. I suck in a breath. "You're supposed to stay away from me." "I know," she grinds out. "I was in line for food and saw you." "You have a bad habit of showing up everywhere." "I wanted to apologize, okay? I'm sorry for everything. Things got out of hand." Despite the urge gripping me to run, I can't stop drinking in her appearance. I peer at the raised pink flesh on her cheeks. Whoever performed her skin grafts did an amazing job. Once her face heals, she'll have great results. "Is that all?" I ask. She swallows. "And I'm hoping you'll drop the charges against me." "I'm afraid I can't do that. You keep hounding me. And frankly, I've had enough. I want nothing to do with you. I'm leaving." "Wait, I just want to talk." My heart hammers. Her unhinged letters and messages float in my mind. "You shouldn't be here." "I told you it's a coincidence." "I don't believe you." Scowling, she purses her lips. "Okay, fine. I followed you. But I had to see you just once to explain my side. I don't want you to be scared of me." Too late. The buzz of conversation grows louder as a group of customers approach the taco truck. The distraction is momentary but welcome. Seizing the opportunity, I edge away, desperate for an escape. Ava lunges, her fingers closing around my arm. Alarm bells clash, and even though her grip isn't hard, I scream. Heads turn, conversations halt. A man in the crowd steps forward, zeroing in on Ava. "Hey, back off!" She blanches. Then she releases me, her eyes swimming in tears. "I never meant to scare you. I just wanted you to make amends." Sprinting away, I unlock my car. I open the door and climb inside. Then I pummel the button to start the car. I need to put as much distance between us as possible. I peel out of the parking lot and continue driving, but I don't get far. My Rivian sinks into a pothole with a loud bang. I stop at the side of the road. Traffic zooms beside me as I study a depression in the tire. Damn it, a flat. I pop the trunk and haul out the spare tire, rolling it around. This will be tricky. I've changed a tire once. I could call for help, but I'm not standing by the road while Ava is nearby. I rest the tire against the car and retrieve the tools. I attempt to loosen a lug nut, but it's too tight. The metal rod digs into my palm as I shove down. I brace my weight on it, gritting my teeth. A car pulls up behind me. Oh, God. She's found me.
34. Ava. This is trespassing. I am no longer representing the Black estate. This mansion is off limits to me. But I have nowhere else to go. Fanatics have chased me out of my apartment. My sister can't be trusted. Staying at my dad's isn't an option because Brianna will follow me there. So I opted for the barely livable Black home. I've never felt so alone. That's why I called Ronnie. She came over with a stack of cards. We played for an hour before I opened up.
You poor thing,
Ronnie says as she drags a moth-eaten blanket around me.
I can't believe what you've been through. It's awful.
I know. I'm still scared.
I don't blame you, honey. This is ridiculous,
she thunders, pounding dust from a throw pillow.
How many times you gotta call police before they take you seriously?
My nerves are on fire. It's my fault. I forgot to ask Megan to change the locks. Everything's been so crazy that it slipped my mind. Anything could have happened.
It's not your fault. It's the sick folks out there.
I rub my temples. Everywhere I turn, someone's waiting to tear me down. Ronnie moves closer, sliding an arm around my shoulder.
Stand firm. Remember who you are and don't let them define you. You'll get through this.
I chuckle weakly. By playing cards in a creepy old mansion? Ronnie leans forward to grab our mug.
Absolutely. High stakes, haunted house style.
It is unsettling in the dark. The family room is a shadow of its former glory. Grime covers vast bay windows while peeling red and gold wallpaper reveals deteriorating plaster. The fireplace, once the room's heart, stands with missing bricks. Decaying tomes fill ornate bookcases. The once vibrant Persian rug is frayed, and aging leather sofas bear the scars of long use.
This house will be nice once it's fixed up,
she chirps, her smile twisting into a grimace.
Sorry, I forgot you lost the listing.
I sigh. It's okay, and wasn't going to sell anyway.
Do they realize you're here?
I shake my head, wincing.
I know, it's very unprofessional.
Ronnie bites her lip.
Can't you find yourself a hotel?
Hotels are too obvious. They'll expect me to do that, but they won't think I'll be at one of my listings. Ronnie looks at me like I'm crazy.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
I'm not sure of anything, but given the house's condition, they'll never guess I'm here.
You could stay with me.
Absolutely not. I won't drag someone else into my problems. Not that I don't appreciate the offer. Ronnie frowns.
But staying here could harm both our reputations. I'm working for you, after all.
Fine, I'll leave tomorrow. They'll never know I was here. Ronnie sips her tea, discomfort swirling in her big eyes.
Maybe you should go back to your sister's place.
I laugh. After what she's been doing, she's a stranger to me now.
You never can tell what someone's capable of. Love makes folks do desperate things. All this craziness is rooted in love. Or at least what people believe is love.
I frown. I don't follow. She sighs, sinking into the couch.
Your sister's doing what's right for her heart. Maybe it's misguided and dangerous, but in her mind, she's driven by love. Luis, if he's in on this, it's love for his mama that's pushing him. That other Dr. Thorne, he's obviously smitten with Seline.
I stare at her. Never thought of it like that. She shrugs.
Life's messy.
If you want to figure out this truth seeker thing, look for patterns. Love is one of the strongest motivators out there. So is hatred. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin, easily flipped, never quite detached from each other. I can go from loving my sister to wanting to throw coffee in her face in a second. But now the depth of our love has become a bottomless well of suspicion. I don't understand why this truth-seeker person harasses me day and night. Ronnie offers me a sympathetic smile. Folks find courage behind screens they never have when face-to-face. For what? What the hell did I do to them? Whoever this truth-seeker person is, they're making me out to be unhinged, and everyone's lapping it up. Maybe show them that you're not scared. My eyebrows furrow. Isn't that what they want? Sometimes facing a bully is the only way to make them stop. But do it strategically. Gather evidence, explain your side, and drown out their narrative. She reaches over, placing a reassuring hand on mine. Share your story, for others write it for you. I have no idea where to start. She frowns, nodding. Who is Truth Seeker? Why they got a vendetta against you? I shrug. I don't know. Who gains the most from destroying you? I lick my lips. Luis thinks I kidnapped his mother. If my life is ruined, it's payback. Or it could be my sister. But I'm not sure what she would get out of it other than sadistic pleasure. That Dr. Seline was dating probably has the same motivation as Luis. Michael Thorne threatened me in our last conversation, and Truth Seeker has been waging an all-out war against me since the beginning. It could be him. It could be anyone. Well, I hate to leave you here, but I gotta go. Ronnie finishes her tea, setting it on the table. Then she pulls me into a one-armed hug. Take care now. I will. Thanks for stopping by. Ronnie waves goodbye and exits through the front door. As our car rumbles out of the driveway, the digital specter of Truth Seeker keeps me company. I will never know peace until I find out who it is. I have to confront the people who have reasons to betray me. I'll start with that doctor. Pulling out my phone, I search for his name. Something tells me I'll despise every second of talking to him. Me. It's time we talk about everything. If you're up for it, I'm at this location. I share the address. His response pings seconds later. Thorne. See you soon. 35. Ava. The doorbell rings. How did he get here so fast? My nerves spike as I approach the entrance, already intimidated by his presence. As I pull open the giant doors, Throne's imposing figure fills the doorway. He's in a loose shirt and slacks, but his stance is anything but casual. He squares his shoulders like he's preparing for a fight. Dr. Thorne, I didn't expect you so soon.
It's Michael, and I was nearby, he says in a gravelly baritone, stepping inside. What is this place?
I close the door, ignoring my instincts begging me to run. It's my listing.
How much are they asking for it?
10. He raises a brow.
You've got to be kidding.
It's overpriced, but the owners are very attached. They're the Blacks, old Hollywood royalty. They didn't want to sell, but nobody in the family can afford the extensive remodeling it needs. He sniffs and rubs his nose, apparently finding the state of the house offensive.
So you're living in one of your listings?
Disdain fills his voice as he follows me into the kitchen. He removes his jacket and lays it over a chair. No, I've only been here a couple of hours. He frowns, glancing around.
This place looks lived in.
It gets regular cleaning service.
What for?
I grit my teeth. Showings. Why the hell are we talking about the house? It must be a weird coping mechanism on my part. Or maybe he's lulling me into a false sense of security with the good cop routine. I've sat through enough police interviews to realize when someone's manipulating me. Which is what Thorne is trying to do. But I'm smart, too. I might not be a plastic surgeon, but I know what I'm doing. I convince detectives I'm a harmless idiot. I'll do the same with him. My life depends on it. Scoffing, he kicks a loose tile on the floor. You need more than a vacuum to make this appealing. This house can barely stand on its legs. You'd be surprised. It has great bones. What's that supposed to mean? He snaps. Exactly what I said. The beams are thicker and the wood is all oak. Hand cut. His stare narrows into half moons as he faces me, his mild manner evaporating like smoke from a candle wick. I swallow hard. You seem upset. We said no secrets, he says, pointing at me. You're lying to me right now. You're not just here for a few hours. You're living here. He probably saw my car filled with stuff. My chest tightens. Fine, I needed a place to stay, so I came here. Why? Didn't have a choice. Someone broke into my apartment while I was inside. I called the police, who gave me the same runaround. Sorry, ma'am, without witnesses, there's nothing we can do. My choices were either waiting for them to kill me or take my chances elsewhere. Doubt swims in his gaze. Don't you have family? I'm short on people I trust at the moment. I shuffle toward the electric kettle, filling it with water. I'm going to make tea. Would you like some? He dismisses me with a wave, and I sigh. I will not poison you, for God's sake. His lips curl. I'll pass. I glare at him. Why did you even come here? Because I'm tired of sitting at home not knowing what happened to her. I'm failing her by not doing everything in my power to find her. For all Celine's flaws, she had good people in her life. I envy that. I put the kettle back on the warmer. Have you heard anything new with the investigation? No. I pick a tea bag. I thought they'd find her after the car turned up. You assumed she'd be nearby? The detective made me think that. I snap, pressing the button on the candle. He said cadaver dogs were searching for her. Throne sits in the chair, his posture ramrod straight. He obviously expects me to dive across the table and attack him. Like my sister, he believes I'm capable of murder. I'm not a monster. I've been doing my part to find her. I interviewed her assistant, looking up anyone connected with her. I broke my restraining order and visited Louise Marks a few days ago. Thorne blanches, but he doesn't speak. Perhaps he's shocked that I'd do something so stupid. Then he nods, gesturing for me to continue. I expected him to slam the door in my face, but he invited me inside. We talked for a while. He blinks. You did? Yeah. He hasn't seen his mom in so long. His voice lowers. How is he? Did he seem okay? Why? Do you know him? I'm his father. I gape at him. Your son is Louise Marks? Yes. I gasp. You had a child with Seline? Apparently. I only found out last year. He mutters, drumming his fingers. He came to my door asking for a paternity test. I've met him before, but never put it together. She didn't mention that in her book. Why would she reveal her affair in a memoir that's supposed to funnel sales into her business? I rub the back of my head, digesting that. I brought you up when I talked to Louise. Why didn't he tell me you were his dad? He thinks you helped Seline disappear. And I might share half of his DNA, but he doesn't see me as his father. We barely know each other. So you and Seline were more than friends? Thorne smiles. Somewhat. Police must have interviewed you already? Multiple times. The kettle boils and I flinch. I turn to the stove. While my back is turned, I open my phone, pasting the comment in the true crime forum I'd prepared an hour ago. Truth_giver. This message isn't for this community. Although I have a lot to say to the sick people writing up theories for a crime you believe I committed. You have derailed my life enough as is. This is for the man/woman devoted to destroying my life. Truth Seeker 101, you have broken into my car, tracked my location, enabled harassment of my family members, and ruined my professional reputation. Harassing me won't bring Dr. Seline back. It's not helping anyone find her. All I can conclude is that you have a personal vendetta against me. You saw an opening to wreak havoc and seized on it. Show yourself. I include a photo of myself waving at the camera. He won't comply, but that's not why I'm doing this. If I'm right, Truth Seeker won't be able to resist me calling him out. If he posts while Thorn is here, Thorn can't be Truth Seeker. I return to the kitchen table with my mug. You sure you don't want tea?
Just answers to my questions.
I inhale deeply, steeling myself. Go ahead.
Thorn nods. Why aren't you at your sister's?
We had a falling out because she's dating your son. My cheeks burn as he continues to stare. I'm guessing you're well aware.
Yes.
I shake my head. I don't understand how they got together, but I told her how it made me feel. I couldn't stay in her house after that. His smile thins.
You had no idea?
No. She kept it from me.
And she didn't think it was necessary to fill you in, huh?
Thorn's voice drips with a subtle sarcasm. I guess not.
Families can be complicated,
he muses, observing me with an intensity that sends prickles along my spine. I let out a humorless laugh. That's one way to put it. Complicated, twisted, a downright mess sometimes.
You seem shaken by that revelation. It's a relationship, isn't it? People date.
It's not about that. It's about trust, knowing those who are supposed to be on your side aren't conspiring behind your back. His lips flatten.
Quite a strong word. Are we talking about a secret society here?
I shoot him a glare, not appreciating his tone. You know what I mean. It feels like everyone's hiding something, and I'm the last to find out. Thorn leans back.
Maybe they're trying to protect you.
Or they're protecting themselves. He peers at me.
Why did you violate your restraining order?
The room feels colder, and an invisible rope coils around my chest. I told you I needed to talk to her son.
I meant the first time.
My face flushes as that awful memory resurfaces.
Ava,
Thorn says with a steel undercurrent that demands my attention.
You understand how it looks, right? Continuing to pursue someone who wanted distance doesn't help your case.
I needed answers. He slides his chin over his palm.
You were furious with Seline, angry enough to write her letters, leave voicemails, and slash her tires.
My fingers trace my scars. She ruined my face. Thorn's gaze softens.
Ruined?
Yes. I wanted her to acknowledge it and make amends.
By harassing her? Making her live in fear for her life?
He hardens again, his glare diving into me.
What you did only validated the picture she painted of you. Can't you see that?
I can, but I felt robbed. She took my self-worth from me, and I wanted to understand what happened. His potent glare is a laser, cutting through my defenses.
You need to come clean.
About what?
What you did to Seline. For your sake, for everyone's sake.
I stare at him, my chest heaving. He's telling me to surrender, to accept the role of the villain. And if I don't? Thorn stands, his nostrils flaring.
Then the next time we meet, it won't be in this house. It'll be in a courtroom.
He moves toward the door as I sit paralyzed in my chair. The tension in the room dissipates with his departure, but it leaves behind a chill that burrows into my bones. The exchange, the accusations, they've exhausted me, leaving me raw and vulnerable. As Thorne reaches the entrance, something catches his eye. He pauses, tilting his head. Then he holds up a small item from a side table. It's a hair tie, unremarkable, yet it holds his attention hostage. His gaze lifts, settling on me with renewed intensity. How did this end up here? My heart thunders. Someone must have dropped it. I thought you said cleaners come by regularly. Obviously, they're not good at their job. You expect me to believe that? Thorne's voice is dangerously soft. He looks like a hunter, focused, relentless, and deadly. I'm telling the truth. He takes a step toward me. Where is she? I don't know. I whisper, but it sounds like a plea. I swear to God I don't. Is she here? Before I choke out a denial, a faint noise guillotines the hostility. The creaking of a floorboard. 36. Ava. This guy is crazy. Thorne clings to that hair tie like it's proof that Seline is here, which is just preposterous. Why would she be here? If I kidnapped her, I wouldn't bring her to my listing. What was that? Thorne's demand booms, but I shrug. A ghost? It's an old house. It's constantly groaning and moaning. It sounded like someone walking around up there. A groan echoes above us. Thorne sprints upstairs. He bellows Celine's name as he searches for her. He pulls out drawers in the bedroom, rifling through their contents. I click my tongue, watching from the doorway. Is she supposed to be in the dresser? He slams a drawer shut. I know you kidnapped her. You're wasting your time. She's not here. Thorne elbows me as he leaves the room. She has to be here. That'd be convenient, but it's not the truth. I follow Thorne to the main floor, our steps hurried as we descend the stairs. Thorne is ahead of me, a quiet intensity radiating from him. He turns to the basement door. Why is this locked? Because it's not safe for viewing. The property owner said it has structural problems. There's exposed wiring down there. He tries the handle again, jiggling it. Sighing, I cross my arms. Just because you want her to be here doesn't mean she is. You're not looking at this logically. Dr. Seline isn't here. I wouldn't... He let the doorknob go and whirls around. Yes, you would. You hate her. You've been relentless, and I know you took it a step further. You think I murdered her and stuffed her in the floorboards of my listing? And then I invited you over? Listen to yourself. You're hysterical. He points at my face. You're the one living in an alternate reality. His biting words hang in the air, suspended in the tension between us like invisible sharp threads. But before I respond, a creak reverberates through the house. We freeze. My head swivels toward the noise. What the hell is that? He growls. The front door is ajar. A sliver of outdoors winks through the gap, illuminating dust particles. A woman pushes it wide open. Dr. Celine's assistant. What are you doing here? He barks. Zoe walks through, her brow wrinkling. I could ask you both the same. This is my family's house. Zoe Black. That's right, I completely forgot. It's a common last name. You're related to the Blacks, I guess. She nods. My grandfather is trying to sell it. When I found out you were the agent, I advised him to fire you. So she was behind that. Well, I guess I could have seen that coming. Had I known about her connection, I wouldn't have taken the listing. I cross my arms. Thanks a lot. Michael gestures at the locked door. What's in the basement? That's none of your concern, Dr. Thorne, she says. a bright mockery invading her stare. "You're trespassing."
"I thought Seline..."
He glances at us, back and forth, suspicion crumbling into disappointment. He rubs his flushed forehead.
"Never mind. I apologize for the intrusion."
He departs, leaving me alone with Zoe. "Why are you in this house?" she asks. "I needed a place away from..." I trail off, sighing. "You're not interested in my excuses. I'll get my things and leave." "What's wrong?" "I told you about the harassment already. Everybody in this online group thinks I kidnapped Dr. Seline, and they're determined to make my life hell. Someone broke into my apartment while I was trying to sleep." Zoe's indifferent mask softens. "I see. But why would you come here?" "I've lost everything. There's nowhere else to go." She shakes her head. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you can stay. For tonight." I blink. "Really?" "Yes. I'll sleep over too. I don't trust you, but I can't kick you out knowing what you're going through." The offer hangs between us, an olive branch and a weary truce. With Thorn gone and the quiet night wrapping the house, an unusual serenity takes hold. Thank you." "Don't thank me," she retorts, her eyes sharp. "I'm not doing this for you. I just don't want more drama." "Fair enough." "Well," Zoe says, glancing around, "I guess we should find some bedrooms." I follow her lead, going upstairs into the dimly lit corridor. The house seems to breathe, its old bones creaking. She finds a bunch of bed sheets and hands them to me. As I settle into the bedroom where I'd left my suitcase, I check my phone. I'm dying to see if Truthseeker posted. Truthseeker 101. Astonished over here. Vivid portrayal of the victim in your self-scripted tragedy, paired with a delightful candid photo. A+ for effort. So, how did you expect us to take this? Everyone is familiar with the gaping holes in your tale, so it's baffling to watch your rehearsed sob story unfold, revealing glaring inconsistencies in your behavior. Examine this closely. Know that while your life seems derailed, Dr. Seline's went off the tracks when vengeance took the wheel over sanity. Oh, your attempt to paint yourself as a martyr? Laughable. Don't you think we deserve to know the true face behind that innocent mask? Hiding won't revive Dr. Seline. Obviously, nothing can. Yet, exposing your deceit might bring justice to the life Seline could have led, if not for your need to obliterate what you couldn't have. Masking your intentions with melodrama won't trick everyone. Enjoy the spotlight while you can. I'm here to dismantle your narrative piece by piece, until the truth stands bare for all to witness. Until then, have fun playing the lead role in your macabre theater. Curtains up, and the audience is watching. #end the lies. #justice for Seline. #truth prevails. Upvotes 2,439. My initial post is downvoted to oblivion. Comments praise Truthseeker for their important work. Several of them cite my past, the things I've supposedly done. This is all my fault. The weight of it crashes down on me. Months ago, police slapped cuffs around my wrists and charged me with aggravated stalking. If it weren't for my sister bailing me out, I'd be rotting in jail. I haven't been sentenced, but a judge granted Dr. Seline an emergency restraining order. I wasn't in my right mind. A twisted need had gripped me to wear the blame like a red badge of dishonor. So I never corrected Seline when she assumed I was guilty. I could have told her the truth. Instead, I let her believe I sent her threatening letters, slashed her tires, and defaced her car hood. But I didn't. It wasn't me. 37. Ava. Hey, Ava, I hope you're listening to these. Dad and I are worried. If you could just call one of us, that'd be great. I delete Brianna's voicemail and move on to the next panicked message. Ava, I need to know you're okay. Pick up the phone. Can you at least tell me where you are? I switch off the phone's screen. Is the concern in her voice real, or is it another lie? I sit upright on the bed, my back stiff from the rock-hard mattress. It's almost 10, but I doubt I'll be sleeping tonight. I stand, hoping Zoe's still downstairs. Floorboards groan as I descend the staircase. Splinters prick where I grasp the railing. I follow a murmuring sound into the open family room. Zoe sits on the couch, a tablet propped on her knees. Hey, she says without turning her head. I've made some tea if you want some. Oh, thanks. I grab a tea sachet and toss it in a mug. After filling it with hot water, I prepare a snack plate with cookies. Biting my lip, I approach the couch. I sit on the other end as Zoe flips through screens. So, I wanted to apologize for what happened at your work. Zoe glances at me. You do? Yeah. I shouldn't have been so confrontational. You didn't deserve to be treated like that. You were doing your job. I'm sorry. I appreciate that, but you're not going to be the agent for this house. I know. That's not why I apologized. She drums her fingers on the tablet. What have you been up to since then? Surviving, mostly. That and trying to track someone down. Dr. Seline? A small smile tugs at her flawless lips. You think you can do a better job than the police? No, I'm not that arrogant. It's just, I've been searching for this person who's stalking me online. They've been messing with me all year, fueling theories against me, death threats, near daily harassment. All because they're convinced I kidnapped Dr. Seline. That sounds challenging. Do you have any idea who it is? I sigh. For a while, I thought it was Dr. Thorne. Her eyes light up. That's a good guess. I could see him getting protective of Seline. He stopped by the office a couple times. It's definitely not him. I ruled him out already. The timestamp on Truth Seeker's message proved Thorne's innocence, which disappoints me. Out of everyone, he seemed like the strongest suspect. Maybe I just don't want it to be Brianna. Zoe's gaze dips back to her tablet. Who else could it be? I shake my head, shrugging. I'm sick of thinking about it, to be honest. Yeah, I know what you mean. What about you? What have you been up to? I got a parrot, which was a huge mistake. I never realized how high maintenance birds are. It's been quite the adjustment. Zoe switches off her tablet, sighing. She's loud and messy. You wouldn't believe the attention she requires. Constantly needing interaction, almost like a child. A parrot? I furrow my brow, trying to reconcile that image with the meticulous woman Zoe seems to be. And that's an unexpected choice. Well, life is full of surprises. I assumed she'd be an interesting companion. Zoe shakes her head, chuckling. She keeps me up at night with her incessant noise. I feel bad for the bird. Poor thing. It didn't ask to be adopted by someone who resents her. Sounds exhausting. Have you thought about returning her? Maybe she's not the right pet for you. Oh, I've considered it, Zoe says, her gaze unfocused. But despite the chaos, there's a connection. I can't let her go. You just said she's a lot of trouble. Yes, but isn't there a saying? You don't know someone until you've seen them at their worst. There's something binding in that. I squirm, parsing out that bizarre take. I imagine the state of the bird, picturing a green parrot hunched in a small cage. The animal lover inside me winces. That doesn't sound healthy for either of you. I could look up some rescue groups in the morning if you like. Zoe stands. It's getting late. We should both get some rest. But good night, Ava. She leaves the room, her footsteps fading until there's nothing but a charged silence. I sit there, trying to shake the discomfort settling over me. The caged bird flashes in my head. its feathers ruffled, eyes bright with a mix of defiance and desperation. Why does that bother me so much? I open my phone, scrolling back to Truthseeker's latest post. It nags at me. The language is stranger than usual, and the sentence structure is awkward. I stare at it until the letters bleed together. Then I blink, and suddenly I see my name. The first letter of the first 3 sentences spells Ava. My heart pounding, I flip over the paper plate. Biscuits scatter over the coffee table. Then I rummage through the kitchen drawers for a ballpoint pen. My hands shaking, I write the first letter of each sentence. AVASEEKOLDHOYMEIUC. I separate each word. Ava, seek, old, homie. HOYME. Homie? Did they mean home? My thoughts race. Homie. Makes no sense. But if it's a mistyped home, this could be a clue. For what? Who is writing these? I sort by the oldest posts, searching for other hidden messages. I find one that's at least 9 months old. Truthseeker 101. Incredible, right? This woman is way too fixated on Dr. Marks for comfort. Upvotes 35. Justice for Marks. She snapped when her expected magical transformation didn't happen. Upvotes 21. Truthseeker 101. She got upset. Maybe enough to make someone vanish. Upvotes 8. Anonymous 345. What's her motive, though? Upvotes 3. Truthseeker 101. Desperation? Revenge? So many angles to consider. The whole scenario is wild. All of this seems like a classic case of expectations not meeting reality, then lashing out. Upvotes 10. Just like before, I record every first letter. ITSDRSTA. My breath hitches, the scrawled letters blurring as shock ripples through me. It's Dr. S. Dr. Seline is Truthseeker. The pen rolls from my palm, sprawling over the bed sheets. My mind is blown. I can't believe it. This is huge. I seize my phone, calling Brianna. She picks up. Hey. Bri, you won't believe what I found. I'm coming over. Tell Luis to meet us there. What? Why? I throw on a coat and grab my purse. There are codes in the messages. What are you talking about? Truthseeker, I groan, wrenching open the door. Truthseeker is Dr. Seline. She's been writing to me this entire time. My sister gasps. She? You mean Seline? A door down the hall cracks and Zoe's head pops out. I wave at her and hurtle myself down the steps. Get Luis and I'll explain everything. 38. Ava. I floor it to my sister's house. Once I'm there, I bring Luis and Brianna up to speed. Then we spend the evening on Brianna's couch, laptops open, decoding as many Truthseeker posts as we can. The messages are sporadic but etched with desperation. Is need help. Basement, prison. Ava, seek old home. And the latest, a hauntingly terse, help. My throat tightens as I stare at the words scrawled in black Sharpie over a piece of paper. These date back months. She's been posting from the very beginning, and I've been oblivious. I can't believe I missed this. Luis seizes the page and holds it under his nose. There has to be more to this. My sister frowns, glancing up from her laptop. Are we certain it's Seline? This could be an elaborate hoax. There has to be more. An address, a hint to her captor's identity, something. Luis turns toward me. Whose basement did she mean? Where? None of us have a theory. I bite my lip. What comes after the basement phrase? Luis frowns. Nothing that looks like it's part of the message. Sometimes the codes are sandwiched in between gibberish.
Brianna slams her laptop lid shut. This isn't plausible. Why would her captor grant her internet access? And even if by some miracle they did, how does she send these messages? Maybe she doesn't, he says, his brow furrowing. Someone else is doing it for her. And who would that be? She snaps. The person keeping her captive. Look at the difference in writing styles. 2 people are writing these posts. Louise nods. And my mom must have realized this was her only lifeline. Brianna groans, rubbing her face with her hands. You are both living in a fantasy world. This is the work of a master troll. He's getting off at the thought of both of you going on a wild goose chase. Bree, we can't ignore this. Brianna sighs. This is too convoluted. Seline reaching out to Ava for help doesn't add up. Why? Louise asks, bristling. She's desperate. It makes sense she'd reach out to anyone who could decipher these. Let's focus. I pull up the newest post. I assumed the rest of the paragraph wasn't part of the message. But what if we're wrong? What if it's the second letter of each sentence? Or maybe it's an anagram? I glance at Brianna, who presses her lips together. Apparently she wants nothing to do with our detective work. It has to be simple, he murmurs. She wouldn't want us to get confused. Yeah, you're right. What about a letter to number cipher? Brianna remains silent, and I can tell she's not on board. Louise mutters under his breath as he decrypts the post. Doubt festers inside me. One thing doesn't add up, though. Why hasn't she named her captor? That's what I'm saying, Brianna says. If these messages were real, she would have revealed their identity by now. Louise shrugs. We haven't gone through all the posts. Brianna purses her lips. But why waste time describing the location? Louise ignores her, fingers flying across the keyboard. I have a series of numbers here. The first 5 resemble a zip code. Enter it into an estate search engine. Sometimes addresses will autofill based on zip codes, I suggest. He opens a web browser, clicks to a website, and types it in. I draw a sharp breath as an address surfaces on the screen. Louise's eyes widen, disbelief flickering in their depths. Brianna clicks her tongue. This feels like a trap. But Louise is already on his feet, keys in hand, bolting toward the entrance. I follow suit, inputting the address in my phone, and I climb into the passenger seat of Louise's car. My heart thunders as he starts the car. We have no idea what we're walking into. I hope this isn't a mistake. Under a gray sky, Louise's GPS leads us to a farm. Drizzle soaks the desolate scenery. A ranch-style house stands by the road, the exterior peeling paint. Brianna stands beside me as Louise knocks on the front door. When nobody answers, his fist pounds the wall. Each knock reverberates through the silent expanse like a distant thunderclap while we wait. I'm going in, he says, backing away. Hold on. Brianna glances over her shoulder. Louise kicks the door in. It flies in, the deadbolt ripping out the frame. Then he sprints inside. Mom? I walk into the dark room. It's bare, and yet an odor of decay lingers as though something died. Splintered floorboards creak as we make our way through the family room, into the kitchen. Old wallpaper hangs in tattered strips, its color faded. A broken table lies overturned, and a moth-eaten sofa sits against the wall, its fabric stained. Dust particles float in the slivers of dim light filtering through boarded-up windows. The place doesn't just look abandoned. It feels forgotten. Every room we check is empty, even the basement, filled only with the echoes of a life once lived here, now long gone. Undeterred, Louise exits through the back porch and heads toward the barn. Brianna and I stroll behind him, our feet squelching in the mud. Guys, I don't think she's here, Brianna says. She has to be, he snaps. The address led us here. Brianna grabs his arm. The person who wrote those fake posts wants you to waste your time. I chew on my lip as rain pelts my head.
I don't know what to believe anymore. Like Luis, I wanted it to be that simple. We'd crack the code, find Seline, and go home. We enter the barn, which reeks of mold. Looming shadows of old farm equipment form monstrous shapes in the darkness. Luis moves forward, undaunted. "Mom?" The gloom swallows his voice. He searches around crates, the whites in his eyes glowing. Even Brianna takes uncertain, almost drunken steps into a stall. She halts, and I bump into her. "Oh my God. Bri?" She stares at the floor. I follow her gaze and gasp. Half hidden in the hay lies a pale human limb. 39. Ava. Luis brings a shaky hand to his forehead. He stumbles away, sliding down a beam as his legs give out. Brianna hugs him. I kneel beside the limb, trembling. I don't touch it, but my fingers float over the grim discovery. The skin is eerily pallid. "Ava, we need to call the police." I nod, pulling out my phone. As I dial the number, a sliver of doubt wedges into my mind. This feels off. My gaze flickers to the arm, taking in its stillness, how it lies there perfectly positioned. Uncertainty seeps in like the persistent drizzle outside. Carefully, I extend my hand. I brush against the skin. It's way too hard. The texture is off, the weight too light. I lift it up, gasping. It's a prop. "Are you kidding me?" Luis bursts. "Brianna's right," I whisper. "He led us here to mess with us." Luis stomps over, grabbing the plastic arm. "That sick bastard. Who would do this?" Brianna shakes her head. "Someone who gets their rocks off on duping people." My fingers rake the area, but I only discover more rotting hay. Giving up, I stand. Suddenly, exhaustion settles in like a thick blanket over my body. I'm weary to the bone. "I thought she would be here." "Wishful thinking," Brianna murmurs. "Maybe, but why do this? Why spend all those months sprinkling in hidden messages only to lead us here?" I stare at Brianna, but she shrugs. "We can play the what-if game forever, but it won't help us find her." Luis makes a disgusted sound. "I'm out of here. This was an epic waste of my time." I toss the limb aside. "You don't think it's strange that we found this here? It's like a cheap Halloween trick." He gives the artificial limb a disdainful glance. "It's a nasty joke, nothing more." I can't shake off the unease threading through my body. That sense that we're missing something vital. The night closes in around us, and the decrepit farm feels ominous under the cloud-choked sky. "Let's just go," Brianna whispers. We leave the barn. My feet drag. Each step is heavy. The ride back is quiet. City lights flicker into view, but the familiar skyline doesn't ease the tight knot of anxiety in my chest. Luis pulls into the driveway and shuts off the car. It's only when we pull up to my sister's house that Luis speaks. "I can't do this anymore." Brianna grasps his arm. "Do what, honey?" He blows out a tense breath. "This is messing with me." She strokes him. "I'll contact the detective." "No, I mean, I can't keep seeing you." Brianna blinks. "What?" "We're done," he says, still gripping the steering wheel. "I don't understand." He slides out of her grip. "I like you, Bri, but this is too much. I need space." As Brianna pleads with him, I grasp for the door handle and let myself out. The engine rumbles, and Brianna's muffled shouts grow louder. Finally, she unbuckles her seatbelt and stumbles from the car. Luis's car screeches out of the driveway. Brianna stares after him like a lost puppy, tears shining on her cheeks. "Come on, Bri. Is he worth crying over?" She wipes her face.
I can't believe he ended it.
I can. Anybody with a brain saw this coming. And yet, witnessing my sister suffer after the frat boy dumped her doesn't soothe me. I shake my head, smiling. You must have known this wouldn't last.
Yeah, but I liked him.
Or you're upset because you couldn't control him to your liking. Dating him was supposed to work to our advantage. Wasn't that your story? She sniffs.
I know it sounds crazy, but it was real.
Sneering, I head toward my car. Her eyes sparkle.
Ava, wait.
I turn around. What? Her lip trembles.
I haven't been completely honest about why I dated him. I need to tell you everything. I thought if he developed a soft spot for me, maybe he'd be lenient when the police recover her body and charge you with murder.
Unbelievable. I scan Brianna's slumped figure, finding not the sister, but a stranger cloaked in familiar features.
Everybody knows you did this, she explodes. They'll find Seline wherever you stashed her. I thought you were visiting her. That's why I put an AirTag in your car.
I freeze. What? I was worried, she tries to justify.
You were acting strangely, taking off in the middle of the day. You left for long hours.
So you didn't do it to help me.
You did it because you believe I'm guilty.
Brianna's stare darts to the floor.
I saw things, and your behavior made no sense. If I found the body, I could convince you to negotiate for a lighter sentence.
I can't believe you.
Ava, it doesn't matter. You're my sister. I'll always love you. Even if you hurt that doctor, I still love and forgive you.
I turn from her, nauseated. I don't want to hear any more. She reaches out, but I sidestep away. Her hand falls back to her side, tears falling down her cheeks.
Please, Ava, you have to understand.
You think I'm a murderer? My gaze lifts to meet hers, and whatever she sees silences her. I need some time alone. I head to my car and drive through dimly lit streets. My mind is a whirlwind of tangled thoughts, and all I can do is move. I keep going until orange rays creep over the ocean. As the city wakes up, I park in front of the Black Mansion. If no one else believes in my innocence, I have to prove it. I need to find Seline. 40. Seline. 12 months ago. I grip the wrench as I face the car. Panic wells in my throat as the door opens and a brunette steps out. Not Ava, thank God.
You all right?
She asks, approaching me.
Yeah, it's just a flat.
I replace the tool on the lug nut, straining to loosen it.
I can't get it to cooperate. I can help if you'd like.
She seems harmless enough. Sighing, I step back.
That'd be amazing.
The woman smiles, extending a hand.
I'm Laura.
I shake it. Seline. Laura eyes the spare, then kneels next to the flat. She fits the wrench into place and twists. As she positions the jack under the car's frame, she struggles. The ground isn't stable, making it hard for the jack to stay put.
This isn't the best spot, she says, her brow furrowing. But we'll make it work.
She jacks the Rivian up, and a loud crash fills the air. A speeding vehicle clips the mirror of Laura's parked car, and she jumps back. The vibration causes the jack to lose its grip, and the Rivian drops, narrowly missing Laura's leg. I rush to her side.
Oh my God, are you okay?
She nods, brushing off her jeans.
I'm fine, but I think this is a sign. Changing a tire here isn't safe.
She's right, plus there's still Ava to contend with. I'm terrified she'll catch up to me. Glancing over my shoulder, I monitor the cars. I wipe my sweaty palms on my blouse. I'll call for help, Laura suggests. I have a membership with a roadside assistance service. They'll tow it to a nearby garage.
I don't want her to leave just yet. The confrontation with Ava is fresh on my mind.
You've already done so much. I have my own membership. I'll contact them. No, it's my pleasure, she insists. You're having such a bad day. Let me help. While Laura makes the call, I inhale deep breaths. This is crazy. My car was supposed to take me to my vacation. Now it's stranded. When the truck arrives, I pat Laura's back. Thanks for doing that for me. She smiles. Sometimes life throws these curveballs. We have to help each other out. Thank you. The garage isn't too far from here. I can give you a lift. I'll ride in the tow truck. Tow trucks are so filthy. Just let me take you. I hesitate. Laura has been nothing but helpful. There's an innate sense of trustworthiness in her face. Or maybe I'm desperate. Sure. She unlocks her car. Oh, don't forget your purse. I grab it, approaching her silver Acura. It looks clean and well-maintained. I climb into the passenger seat as Laura starts the car. We drive in silence. I watch the changing landscape. I'm still reeling from the day's events. The Rivian breaking down, Ava accosting me, and being in a stranger's car. I can hardly process everything. The Acura turns down a less traveled road, jolting me out of my thoughts. Something gnaws at my gut. A creeping unease. My hand moves to my bag, and that's when I realize my phone's gone. My heart pounds. I glance at Laura. Have you seen my phone? She frowns. No, maybe it's in your car? No, the phone was in my bag. Did she take it while I was distracted? Laura keeps her eyes forward, her expression unreadable, as I rummage through my purse, feeling my phone's absence more acutely with every second. Tension stitches through the air, threading a web of suspicion. Cold tendrils wrap my stomach. I'm certain I had it before I got in your car. She shrugs. Well, I haven't seen it. My attention flits to the window, reflecting my widened gaze. Why would she steal my phone? Or did I lose it during the chaos with the tire? I study the dry, rolling hills. The houses become sparse, the spaces between them widening until it stretches of arid land. My dread thickens like curdled milk, souring my mouth. You know, this route doesn't look familiar. We're taking a shortcut, Laura says. My skin pricks with goose flesh. Laura's been helpful, but this is unnerving. It's like stepping into a room where the furniture's been shifted. Everything's in place, but off enough to notice. I should ask her to stop, but what if she refuses? My attention drops to her hands on the wheel. Is that my paranoia speaking? Trembling, I unbuckle my seatbelt. I need to get out of this car. Can you pull over? I'm not feeling good. We're almost there. Ahead, people stand beside several cars. She pulls over. They crowd the passenger door, and a lump lodges in my throat. Laura's hand darts out, grabbing my wrist with a vice-like grip. Do as we say, and you'll walk out of here alive. 41. Ava. Where is Dr. Seline? The answer may be hidden in Truth Seeker's messages, but for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I rack my brain as I stare at the decoded phrases. Yes, I'm aware I got my ass handed to me by a troll, but giving up is not an option. I comb through Truth Seeker's words. Then I notice it, a subtle but glaring inconsistency I hadn't picked up on before. The posts are different. The wording, the phrasing, even the style of writing. Someone edited them within the last 2 hours. Could it be another game? Or did her captor discover the code and they're tampering with the post to throw us off? My heart pounds. I gather the jotted phrases I deciphered from the originals. They're all I have left of Dr. Seline's desperate attempts to communicate. The bedroom grows quiet, the silence amplifying my discovery. Anxiety coils tight in my chest. I go over my notes again, scanning the scrawled words, seeking patterns, anything that might provide a lead. I recheck the basement prison clue, studying the string of letters after prison. ASST. I peer at it, the letters blurring together. It has to mean something. It couldn't have been a mere coincidence. Dr. Seline wouldn't waste precious opportunities on irrelevant details. Assistant. Could ASST be shorthand for assistant? The realization strikes like a bolt of lightning. Zoe Black, Dr. Seline's assistant. It explains why she couldn't name Zoe. Spelling that out would instantly raise red flags. How could it be Zoe? My head spins. It doesn't matter. She's my only chance of finding out what happened, and she's in the same house I'm in. I compose a text to Brianna. Me. If I don't contact you in 10 minutes, call police. Send them here. I share my location with Bree. Then I sit still, my mind a crazy mixture of hope and fear. Zoe is smart, cunning, and very dangerous, assuming she is truth-seeker. She's been playing this game for a long time, laying traps with the skill of a seasoned hunter. But I'm wide awake. I text 911, the same address, along with a short message that I might have found Dr. Seline Marks. Quietly, I tiptoe outside my room. I inch down the corridor toward Zoe, each footfall muffled by the thick carpet. As I approach, my senses sharpen, attuned to the slightest whisper of movement or breath. Floorboards behind me creak. I whirl around, my eyes straining through the gloom, but I see nothing. My heart pounds, its beat drowning out everything else. Looking for me? Zoe's voice slinks over my shoulder. My skin prickles as I turn. The woman in front of me doesn't resemble Celine's mousy assistant. Her bold stare rakes me. She knows, and the pretense has fallen away. Where is she? Somewhere close, she says, knocking the wind out of my chest. But you're too late. She's dead. Why? She smiles. Why does anyone do anything? For money, for power, for revenge? And which is it for you? I press, terror coiling in my gut. All of the above. I don't get the chance to respond. Something heavy crashes into my head, and the world dissolves into blinding pain before sinking into darkness. 42. Seline. 12 months ago. 103. 104. I hold my breath, listening hard. Then I reach for the handkerchief. Slowly, I pull it off my head. I gaze at the deserted woods, trembling. After they robbed me blind, they tied it around me and led me off the road. They told me to count to 300, or they'd kill me. On the bright side, at least, I got a free blindfold out of the deal, and it's in a ravishing shade of red. I tuck it in my pocket. Then I step out of a thicket and onto a hiking trail. I follow it to the road. Now what? My phone's gone. I can't report my stolen vehicle. That tow truck company had to be fake. Replacing everything will be a pain, but honestly, I'm happy to be alive. My faith in humanity destroyed. I walk down the road. My ankles are aching when I find a payphone next to a telephone pole. Luckily, there's a quarter in the coin return. I slip it into the slot and call Zoe. She answers. Dr. Seline, how are you? I wasn't expecting you to call. Hey, yeah, things didn't go according to plan. I need your help. What happened? You sound upset. I was robbed, I choke out. Oh my God, are you hurt?
No, thankfully. I'll be dialing my therapist when I get home, but I'm all in one piece. Can you pick me up?
Of course, I'm getting in the car right now.
A thump echoes through the speaker.
Where are you?
I think I'm at the Angeles National Forest.
How are you calling me?
A payphone, I mutter.
There can't be that many in LA. I'll look it up.
She pauses.
There's one near a hiking trail in the Angeles National Forest. That has to be you. Okay, I'm coming.
Great.
See you soon.
I whimper a thanks before the line goes dead. Then I huddle beside the pole. When Laura offered to call a tow truck for me, I should have balked. I was in such a hurry to flee Ava that I trusted a random stranger with my life. I'll contact the police, but I'm dreading that conversation. I'll have to explain how roadside assistance turned into a carjacking, that I handed them my keys. This is so embarrassing. The biting cold is a reminder that I'm not prepared. Shadows elongate, night descends. Distant streetlights are my only source of light. Headlights pierce the gloom. A car stops beside me and Zoe jumps out. She rushes over, throwing an arm around my shoulder.
I'm sorry it took so long. Traffic was crazy. Are you okay?
I'm still processing. After a moment, we walk to her car. The warmth inside is heavenly, and I breathe easier. She pushes a water bottle in my hands and covers me with a blanket.
Here you go.
I smile weakly. Always one step ahead. I twist the cap of the bottle. It opens and I drink several mouthfuls. Zoe pulls onto the road. As she drives, I tell her the full story of what happened.
Why did they blindfold you only to leave you nearby?
I think they wanted me disoriented to give them time to escape.
You need to report this. They'll do this to someone else.
I will, as soon as I get back. It's just hard to admit that I fell for it. I shake my head. I graduated at the top of my class, but I wasn't smart enough to see this coming. What a rotten day. Zoe nudges me.
Don't beat yourself up over it. Scammers are good at exploiting people when they're distracted. You had a lot on your plate, and they took advantage of that.
I wrap the blanket tighter around me. I guess you're right. I roll my neck to ease the tension settled there. The landscape is a blur of shadows and intermittent lights. My eyelids droop. The engine's rhythmic hum and its vibration against the seat are a soft lullaby. A gentle jolt shakes me awake. Blinking, I register my surroundings. Outside the window, a massive outline of a house looms. I turn to Zoe. Where are we?
I need to run an errand. I hope you don't mind.
Are you kidding me? She isn't driving me straight home. A second later, I'm disgusted with myself. Zoe saved me. The least I could do is be patient. My head churns. No, of course not. Zoe gets out and rummages in the trunk. Then she reappears at the passenger door.
I'm house sitting for someone. I have a few things to do. You should come with me.
Okay. I'm not keen on waiting in a car on a dark road. I get out. We're on a hill of skeletal trees leading to the ocean. It looks like Malibu, but it can't be. Malibu is about an hour west of the hills. That means she passed my home on the way to her errand. Zoe grabs my wrist and ushers me toward the house. Once we're inside, she pushes me onto an old couch.
I need to do some chores and then we'll leave.
It's late and I'm tired. I don't trust myself to speak. She busies herself as I clutch my pounding head. I'm not feeling well. What is this place?
A house that a friend owns.
I look around. It's barely furnished. Zoe offers zero explanation, disappearing down a flight of stairs with a bucket. What the hell is she doing? She messes around downstairs, then sprints up, retrieving more items from random places. "Are you done yet? I'm eager to get home." "Almost," she calls on her way back down the stairs. Sighing, I stand. I'm fed up with sitting here. I head to the staircase and grab the thin railing, descending into the basement with a concrete floor. Zoe sits in front of a blanket, surrounded by a strange assortment of items. "What is all that?" She stands upright, blanching. That's when I notice the chains bolted into the wall. I gape at them, following the steel links to a pair of manacles intended for ankles or wrists. What is this? What's going on?
"Oh, that?" she says, shrugging. "It's just a..."
She moves, and then pain stabs into my torso. A blinding current zigzags through me, locking my jaw. I stiffen and fall, crashing into the concrete floor. Agony slices into my jaw. The electric current releases me, and Zoe flips me over. Breathing hard, I spot something protruding from my blouse. A wire snakes away from my body, connected to the end of a taser gun lying nearby. She tased me? Zoe is unreadable as she drags me closer to the wall. With a cruel efficiency, she maneuvers my limbs into the cuffs, the manacles closing with a series of metallic clicks. "Fight!" I jerk against the chain, the metal biting into my wrists. "What are you doing?" Zoe takes a step back, studying her work with a sort of detached curiosity. Her once comforting face is a mask of icy determination.
"What's necessary?"
"What?"
"You've lived in light for too long, Seline,"
she whispers, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated anger.
"Now it's time you know darkness."
43. Seline. 12 months ago. It's dark and cold. Except for the creaking of floorboards above me, it's silent. A thin blanket drapes my shoulders. I can't see a thing, but I've groped around my immediate vicinity. I have 2 buckets. One has water. She filled it to the brim, which pits my stomach with an ominous feeling, because it means I'm staying here for a while. I'm assuming for cleaning, bathing, and drinking. The other empty, obviously for the bathroom. Dogs are treated better than this. My chains extend a few feet, but I'm limited to walking in a half circle. My hands are numb from the tight metal cuffs, the chill seeping into my bones. The metallic taste of fear and uncertainty coats my tongue, each breath I draw echoing in the compact space. My heartbeat drums, a frantic rhythm that matches the adrenaline in my veins. I try to rationalize Zoe's actions, to understand this madness. But every theory crumbles under the weight of the facts. I'm chained, isolated, and at the mercy of someone whose motives remain unclear. When she interviewed for the assistant job, she gushed about my talents. She said all the right things. Like some of my patients, she seemed overly concerned about physical flaws. The door opens. Zoe steps out, her hair pulled in a strict ponytail. She's decked in black athleisure, Nike shoes, and a white tank top. Her face flushes as she jogs downstairs.
"Finally back. I had to get groceries."
She overturns a plastic bag. Pre-packaged meals tumble onto the floor. Sliced hams, jars of pickles, dehydrated meat.
"I'm afraid it's nothing like what you usually eat. I'm on a budget, unlike you."
She grabs a Lunchable pack and tosses it at my feet.
"I'm hoping this stuff doesn't go bad without a fridge."
I swallow hard. What am I doing here?
"I'm angry."
Sorry?
"I've been upset with you for a while." she mutters, gripping the bag with an iron fist. Really, really upset. I've done terrible things because of you. Like? She presses her lips into a firm line. I nod, my throat tight. Zoe, I want to go home. I'm tired. I'm hungry. She kicks an apple toward me. It bounces off my knee and spins wildly. Whatever this is, we can fix it. I lick my lips, and her glare bores into my eyes. Okay, I suppose I should have given you a larger raise. I'm so sorry about that. I'm not pissed because of my job, although you could be a better boss. You're inconsiderate. It's like you don't realize that I have a life, too. You text me at midnight to run errands, but I always answer because I want to be a good assistant. I've never worked so hard at anything before you became my boss. I'm a huge fan of yours, Dr. Seline. I'm flattered to hear that. Working for you is special. You're like a mystic whose touch heals like a god. I've seen your work on Instagram. It's incredible. I liked that I was a small part of that. I guess I'm wondering where I went wrong then. Zoe barrels on. It took forever to save up for an appointment. I was super stoked. Finally, after months of waiting and a $250 non-refundable deposit, I could see the famous Dr. Seline marks. The drop in her voice hints that the visit didn't go as expected. You told me laser could help, she growls. You said 3 sessions was the standard for scar removal. $2,500 later, my scars look exactly the same. Are you kidding? Your before and after results are great. But I thought maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. She's the doctor. She's been to medical school. Obviously, she knows better than me. So I bought your products and used them, and not one made a dent in my appearance. No, wait a minute. That's not true. Then you told me I needed microneedling sessions with a collagen-boosting agent. Then you sold me a serum that was supposed to make me heal faster. She pulls up a pant leg, exposing the deep scarring from an old car accident. It's gnarled and twisted, but softer than it was before she saw me. You have unrealistic expectations. I explain that there's only so much I can do. Zoe seethes, rolling her pants down. Thousands of dollars. Wasted. I gave you steep discounts. 30% off? That makes it affordable for someone with my salary? I've racked up thousands in credit card debt because of you. I'm up to my nose in bills. I've done a lot to offset the ridiculous cost of all these therapies, like selling your patient's information to third parties. I can't believe what I'm hearing. That's illegal. I know it is, she snaps. You think I don't know that? But I was drowning in debt, all for the hope that I could look normal. You are normal. Everyone has scars. It's part of being human. But not you. You're perfect, so above it all. You're better than your patients. But you know what? You're insufferable. Making the New York Times list for 52 weeks in a row isn't good enough for you. I never said I was perfect. That's not what you sell. People line up for a consultation because you can transform them. I'm sorry you're not happy with your results. We can discuss alternative treatments. I'll waive the cost, of course. She sneers. Too late for that. Is this about the money? Fine, I'll refund you every cent. I'll do it right now. I swear to God, just get me to a computer. She makes furious moves toward me. And invite the FBI onto my doorstep? You must think I'm an idiot. There goes my chance. No, I don't. I was trying to offer a solution. It slipped my mind. I'm sorry. Zoe looks at me, breathing hard as though still deciding whether to hit me. You're not getting out of this by throwing money at me. No, you'll pay me back the way I choose.
What do you want me to do? She grins.
You'll see.
44. Seline. 12 months ago. The door slams open. I jolt awake, peeling my cheek from the concrete floor. Lights flare on. Chains clink as I throw up an arm to shield myself from the brightness. Heavy footsteps jog down the steps as Zoe returns with another bag of groceries. My psychotic assistant beams as she approaches me.
Hey, doctor. Sleep well?
I bristle.
The silent treatment suits me just fine. It's better than listening to you whine.
Glaring at me, she empties the bag.
Sorry I don't have your usual Starbucks order. A $10 coffee is more than I can afford.
I don't want Starbucks. I want to get out of here.
And I want a closet filled with designer clothing. I guess we'll both have to work with what we have.
I grind my jaw. Zoe, this has gone on long enough. You've made your point. Let me out of here so I can make things right.
But you're already doing that.
By being chained up in... Is this even your house? She cocks her head.
It might be.
Did you break into this place? Her eyes glitter with savage laughter.
No, I have access to it.
Are we in Malibu?
You're chatty this morning, she says, throwing me a side eye. Are we planning our escape?
No, I just have a lot of questions. I thought you enjoyed working for me. I considered us a team. You never gave me any sign you were unhappy. She stares down at me.
I told you multiple times that I was disappointed with the results. You know what I earn. And yet you drove me into debt with your useless skincare plan.
Once again, I'm completely at fault. And I deserve to be locked up for that?
Medical debt ruins lives, Seline.
Ridiculous. Everything she did was elective. I bite back my retort. Arguing won't do me any good. I'm dealing with a very entitled girl. I'll have to play along. I need to find out where I am without antagonizing her. I can't glean much from the basement except that it's an old home. Earlier, I could have sworn we were in Malibu. I grab an apple as it rolls toward me. Yes, but a court decides whether that person is locked up.
I'm bored with this conversation.
She dumps a large bag in front of me. I scan the label. Short, white grain rice.
Your first challenge is to guess the number of grains of rice in this bag,
she says, like I'm a contestant on a bizarre game show.
Guess within a few thousand of the right number and you win.
What do I get if I win? She smiles.
You won't be punished.
What does she mean? Aren't I already being punished? Ice twisted around my heart. You want me to count the grains in this 3-pound bag?
Yep, you have 2 days.
My throat tightens. But that's not enough time.
That's a poor attitude, Seline. You won't win thinking like that.
I spent the night on the floor, I spit out. You chained me up like an animal. Zoe, this is inhumane. It's not you.
Respectfully, Doctor, you don't know who I am. I trusted you, and you took advantage of me.
What are you talking about? I gave you treatments that worked. Zoe stands, retrieving her tote bag.
Not enough to justify the expense. You need to experience what it's like at the bottom of the food chain.
She turns around and walks upstairs. This is insane. I never saw this coming. She displayed 0 red flags, other than obsessing over her appearance. Ava, yes, but My cool and collected assistant? She needs intense therapy and a long jail sentence. Zoe turns and faces me from the top step, her eyes flickering with madness and perverse triumph.
You're not in control anymore, Doctor.
45. Seline. 12 months ago. I lose the challenge. I guessed 35,000, but it's apparently closer to 50. Zoe made a show out of measuring the results by weighing the bag and a single grain of rice, then calculating the total on her smartphone. For my punishment, she's not emptying my waste bucket for a week. It's disgusting. By the 4th day, my eyes are watering from the stench. Once the week is up, she comes up with a new gauntlet. It's always impossible, and when I give her the wrong answer, she berates me. Then she punishes me. Sometimes she shows up, ties my wrist behind my back, stuffs a gag in my mouth, and leaves me for hours. It goes on like this for weeks. Zoe doesn't tire of it, though. She seems to drink up my despair. I can't spiral into darkness. I have to keep going. All I know is the cold bite of metal on my ankles, the greasy bags of takeout, processed food, and the water bucket that's supposed to be my hydration and cleaning station. I keep track of the days by scoring marks into the wall. Gouging a thin line into concrete is the first thing I do when I wake. Then I wash my face. After that, I have breakfast. My choices are between prepackaged muffins or fruit. I usually eat both. My meals are low in calories, but it's not like I'm utilizing much energy while I'm shackled to the wall. After I'm done eating, I set a goal for the day. 100 wall squats, 30 consecutive push-ups, something like that. The physical activity keeps me strong and reins in my sanity. I've become very attuned to my environment. I've measured the basement by counting how many paces it takes for Zoe to get across the room and multiplying them by 3. It's about 8 feet wide and 10 feet long. The room contains a gas heater, a circuit breaker, narrow windows that she's blocked off with black paper, and my personal effects. A musty smell saturates the air. Sometimes I'll catch a whiff of florals. Lately I've been hearing things overhead. Footsteps. But whenever I scream for help, they seem to disappear. It's probably in my head. This house is abandoned. Nobody's ever here except for Zoe. The door opens, admitting Zoe. The sight of her triggers complicated emotions. Gut-wrenching fear, waves of loathing, and somehow the tiniest spark of hope. I have to believe Zoe is capable of redemption for my sake. But so far, my hope is pretty thin on the ground. She descends the staircase, wrinkling her nose. She tosses a plastic bag at my feet and grabs the bucket I use for my bathroom. Disgust contorts her features as she sprints upstairs. A toilet flushes. Then she returns, looking like she's close to vomiting.
I hate doing this,
she says, throwing me an annoyed look like it's my fault I ended up chained against the wall.
You're such a nuisance.
She's in a bad mood today. You can always release me.
And spend the rest of my life in jail? No thanks.
She picks up the empty wrappers from the food I ate, stuffing them in the bag. She's meticulous about garbage. Maybe it's a byproduct of her sociopathy. I have no idea what's wrong with Zoe. It's been a long time since my psych rotation, but she has some kind of mood disorder. Borderline personality disorder. Whatever it is, she kept it hidden for years. Okay, if letting me go isn't an option, we should discuss your plan. We both know this can't continue forever.
I think it will. The police found your purse several miles from where you were last seen. I'm sure they'll do all kinds of analysis on the fibers as we speak.
Aren't you worried that'll lead back to you?
If anything, they'll grab the people who robbed you.
She's overly confident. I nod. You're right. She slaps a tube of hand sanitizer on the floor.
Here it is, as requested.
Thank you. Heat constricts my throat as I grab it, squeezing out the tiniest blob of gel. Hand sanitizer is highly flammable. It's also very irritating to sensitive areas. I could douse myself in it and bury my thumbs in her eyes, but she's always so careful. Zoe sits cross-legged, beaming.
I attended your candlelight vigil. I saw your kid.
My hands twitch. How's he doing?
Seems to be fine. Still dating that lawyer.
Her gaze fixes on me as I wipe my cheeks.
And I have some personal good news. I landed an audition. It's a cereal commercial, but you have to start somewhere.
That's wonderful, Zoe. She nods, smiling.
Things are finally working out.
That's right, you want to be an actor.
Yes, I thought getting roles would be easier with my family's background. My great-grandparents were huge stars back in the day. But it turns out that nobody cares. Casting agents are only interested in a specific look. And if you don't have it, too bad.
It'll be hard to take care of me if you got a big role. How do you plan to do that when that happens?
You think I have a chance?
Of course, you're very determined. When you say you want something, you mean it. You put in the work. That alone makes you stand out from most people. Zoe pauses. A brief flash of vulnerability shines through, but it's quickly smothered.
You know, sometimes I wonder if you're telling the truth, or if you're saying what I want to hear.
Well, I'm just acknowledging your determination. Anyone can see that. Zoe tilts her head.
Sweet talk will get you out of here, is that it?
No, I sigh, struggling to keep the frustration from my voice. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Communicating, that's all. I can't sweet talk my way out of chains.
Actions speak louder than words. Right now, you're not in a position to act.
Eventually, they'll find me. She smirks.
I'm not sure they will. Everybody thinks Ava did it. Police have questioned her several times. I'm confident they'll name her as a person of interest soon.
My heart throbs. And then what?
And then, who knows? Maybe they'll arrest her and charge her with murder.
Without evidence?
They have plenty, she says, her lip curving. They have threatening letters, the restraining order, and vandalism charges. She visited me the other day, demanding to know where you are. She's making herself look like a lunatic, doing all the work for me.
None of that will lead to a conviction.
I've been researching cases. A girl in San Carlos was kidnapped while waiting for the school bus. They never found her body, but they discovered hair fibers in the suspect's trunk. Plus, he had a history of attacking women. That was enough to convict him. All I have to do is plant evidence in her house. I just need to figure out how to get inside.
Zoe, that's disgusting, contemptible. I swallow the words, fighting my growing nausea. That's not just destroying my life, that's ruining Ava's too. She's innocent.
Is she? From what I've seen, she's as angry at you as I am.
Ava did nothing to deserve being framed for murder. Zoe shrugs.
Maybe, but she's convenient. The narrative fits, and people are more than willing to believe the worst about others, especially when it's laid out for them.
A horrible feeling sinks in my gut as she takes out a black cell phone, swiping to a true crime website. My name is plastered everywhere. Dozens of posts speculate on my disappearance. Why are you showing me this?
Cops keep visiting me. They ask about Ava, but sometimes it feels like they're fishing. I need to step up my timeline. So I've been posting with a burner, framing Ava for your kidnapping.
What do you post?
Theories, assumptions, anything that paints Ava in a negative light. I have everybody on that website convinced she's a murderer.
Disgust pits my stomach. Lucky you. She grins, flipping her hair over her shoulder.
Anyway, I thought this would be a golden opportunity to make you my accomplice. I want you to write posts attacking Ava on a piece of paper, and I'll transcribe them into the phone.
Blood pounds in my ears. Why on earth would I do that?
I'm not giving you a choice.
You're asking me to lie to save myself.
Isn't that your MO? She snaps. Lying should be easy for you. Don't pretend you're a person with integrity.
I grind my teeth. What happens when people find out the truth? She smiles.
The truth is a flexible thing. It bends and twists to the whims of those who wield it.
And if it breaks under the strain?
Truth doesn't break, people do.
Zoe gets up, grabbing her things. She checks her watch.
I'll be back in a couple days. There's enough food to last you until then.
Zoe, wait. We should talk.
I expect a few paragraphs in response by the time I return, she says,
handing me printed sheets, a notepad, and a pencil.
I've got to go.
She hurries upstairs and disappears behind the door, leaving me in the light with the echoes of her words and the cold chains binding me. I pick up the printed screenshots, my guts churning at the wall of misinformation. What I want to do is write a repeated 4-letter word addressed to Zoe, but that won't get me out of this prison. Still, I can't squander an opportunity to communicate with the outside world. So, yes, I'll write her damned letters. They'll be my ticket out of here. 46. Seline. 1 month ago. I'm losing hope. I've lost track of time, but I feel like I've been in this basement for years. Nothing has happened since I wrote the first Truth Seeker post. My prison is slightly more comfortable. I now sleep on a mattress. I have a mini fridge and some books. But I still haven't seen sunlight in months. Will I ever get out of here? Yes, I refuse to give up. That sadistic freak who chained me down here wants me to break. I won't let her win. Someone will decode my messages. I have to be patient. I just didn't think it'd take this long. I assumed Ava would be invested in Truth Seeker's identity. But perhaps I'm wrong. Ava might not read the posts. Maybe they keep triggering her trauma. She probably ignores them for her own sanity. Zoe taunts me with news about Ava. It bothers me, and she knows it. She likes to brag about how successful my posts are, and tells me about Ava's harassment like it's a point of pride. She enjoys reminding me that I'm responsible for the death threats, the aggressive phone calls, and the fake reviews spamming her business.
She must be going insane,
Zoe laughs, slapping her knee.
She probably found your shirt.
What are you talking about?
I took the shirt you wore when you got here and put it in her closet.
You went inside her house. How? Zoe sits in front of me, cross-legged.
While you were in the OR with her, I stole her key and made a copy.
She's been planning to frame Ava since the beginning? Not sure I buy that. A bright-eyed Zoe fishes in her giant fake Prada bag, flourishing an envelope addressed to me.
This came in the mail a while ago, but I think it's time to share it with you.
She holds it out. It's from the lab that analyzed the phenol solution. My breathing quickens. How did you get this?
I swiped it from the office.
I swallow hard. I was about to call the lab to ask why the results were taking so long. She plays with it.
Do you want to see what it says?
I straighten. Yes. Zoe stabs her nail through the envelope and rips it open. Then she slides out the piece of paper. Without reading it, she tosses it at my feet. I scan the results, my throat tightening. You tampered with the solution.
I did.
I meet her stony gaze. How? You're not even allowed in the OR. She shrugs.
I poured water into the phenol. I've heard you say it was dangerous, so I contaminated the supply.
Why would you do that?
I wanted to hit you where it hurts. And you care more about your business than your own family.
Her words are like steel knives cutting deep into me.
I figured if you started botching patients, nobody would line up to visit your practice anymore.
You're disgusting.
You're the one going to the bathroom in a bucket.
I grind my teeth. Why are you doing this? What are you gaining from ruining both our lives? Zoe leans back, shrugging.
You deserve to be humbled for pretending to be something you're not.
Haven't I done everything you asked?
You have.
So, when will my punishment be enough for you? I want a timeline for when I'm getting out of here. What is your plan?
It's simple,
she whispers, her tone void of emotion.
You stay here while I build the life I want.
A life built on lies. Her eyes flash.
If I were you, I wouldn't piss me off.
Zoe, I'm just pointing out that what you want is impossible. So long as I'm in this basement, you'll never be free. You'll always have the worry that someone will find me hanging over your shoulder.
I can live with that.
You need help. This isn't the way.
Work on regaining my trust. When you've convinced me you won't talk to police, I'll let you go. And speaking of trust...
Zoe removes a syringe from her purse, plus alcohol swabs and rubber gloves. She puts them on a towel, sliding it within arm's reach. What is this?
Botox. Do my injections.
I gape at her. Here?
It's expensive, and my wrinkles are coming back.
Okay, I say, picking up the gloves.
You'll have to unchain me, though. I require full range of motion. Don't push your luck, doctor.
My hand quivers as I tear open a swab. Is this a test? Has to be. She wants to see if I'll grab the needle and jam it in her eye. I'm very tempted. I know where to inject to make her blind or cause permanent damage to her muscles. God, what do I do? As I clean her forehead, Zoe glares at me.
If you're thinking about hurting me, know that the key for your lock is upstairs. You'll have to chew off your own leg to get out.
Is she lying? I have no idea. She could be. Zoe is dangerous and unpredictable. Until now, she's held all the cards. But I have a weapon in my hands. I swab her cheeks. I won't hurt you. I'm not a violent person. Slowly, I uncap the syringe, the needle glinting under the dim lighting. Stab her. You won't get this chance again.
You're hesitating,
Zoe says, her voice a soft, mocking lilt that grates on my nerves.
Thinking about it, aren't you?
I'm just being careful. The proximity to potential freedom is intoxicating. My pulse gallops ahead, but my hands are steady. I inject into her frown lines. As the needle punctures her skin, she flinches. Even she's not sure whether I'll use this opportunity to inflict harm. Do it. Now. I move the needle to her temple. But I administer the Botox with precision, just as I've done for countless patients. When I'm finished, Zoe rises, touching the spots where the needle entered. A cocktail of emotions flashes through her eyes. She gets her things and prepares to leave. That wasn't so bad, was it? I set the syringe aside, my heart still pounding. You can trust me. Yes, Zoe. Trust me. I'm counting on it.
47. Seline. 2 hours ago. She knows. Zoe's smile tells me she's on to my desperate attempts at communication. You think you're clever, don't you? She taunts, her lips curving. I remain silent, breathing in quick gasps. The tension in this room is volcanic. Every muscle inside me braces for the explosion. I just found out about your little codes, she says in a sing-song cadence. Crying for help. How pathetic. Oh, God. Zoe descends the steps into the basement. It was good of you to drop your name in those posts. Ava will be thrilled to find out you're the one making her life hell. My throat tightens, but I say nothing. Any defense is futile. Zoe has the upper hand, and we both know it. Her eyes gleam. And guess what? I thought I'd join in the fun. Throw in some fake cries for help. Let them chase their tails while you rot here. Ice stabs into my stomach. She'll muddy the waters with her deception until nobody can separate truth from lies. Until my messages are simply white noise. You betrayed my trust yet again. You don't learn, do you? You are never going to release me. She shrugs. I suppose now you'll never know. Please, this has gone on long enough. Oh, I agree. It's time to end this. Zoe bends to my feet, flourishing keys. She unlocks the manacles around my wrists. Astonished, I don't move. I'm terrified she'll change her mind. Then she stands, dusting off her hands. Smiling, she points up the staircase. Go ahead. You're free. Trembling, I take a step forward. Then she moves, swift and precise. I barely flinch before I feel it. An electrical jolt cuts through the fog of despair. I collapse to the floor. Did you really think I'd let you go? She snarls. I gasp for breath, clawing into an upright position. There's only one thing left you can do for me, Dr. Seline. She smiles, shoving a plastic bag over my head. Then she wraps her fingers around my throat. Die. My vision blurs, the edges of my consciousness fraying and fading into nothingness. Pain and relief collide, twinning into a bitter symphony. Then everything goes dark. 48. Ava. I wake up strapped to a chair. Ropes dig into my chest, restricting my breathing, but I'm able to wiggle my wrists. My legs are free. This careless attempt to confine me wasn't meant to last. A dull ache throbs in my skull as I scan the family room. Zoe sits on a piano bench, her flawless face illuminated by a blue screen. Her attention is on her tablet, not me. Slowly, I try to untie myself. Zoe glances at me. You're awake. Good. Why am I tied up? Because you murdered Seline, she says, one eyebrow quirked high. My heart skips and then hammers my ribs. What are you talking about? You killed her, she repeats, enunciating each word as if speaking to a child. Right after you decided you had enough of torturing her. Her words are insane, but there's a cadence that draws me in. I shake my head, clearing the fog in my brain. No, I didn't. Isn't it convenient to forget? You've harbored resentment for so long. It was only a matter of time before it consumed you. I haven't killed anyone. You know that. She smiles. The evidence doesn't lie, Ava. My heart quakes,
and cold sweat forms on my brow. She's setting me up. This is a nightmare.
You murdered her, and everyone knows it. You couldn't come to grips with what she did to you and ended her life. Such a tragic story.
You need to turn yourself in. She tilts her head to one side.
Oh, but why would I do that? You've set me free.
A chill runs down my spine. I struggle against my restraints, but it's futile. Zoe watches me, an inscrutable expression on her beautiful face. Her eyes sparkle as she grabs her phone, dialing 911.
I need the police. There's been a murder.
49. Seline. Now. Sharp pain wraps my head as consciousness claws back. A plastic bag envelops my face, each inhale sticking the material to my mouth. Panic flares wild and disorienting. With a burst of adrenaline, my hands fight, tearing at the tape binding my wrists. With trembling fingers, I rip the bag away, gasping in precious air. The world is a confused blur. I tear on the bindings at my feet, my motions uncoordinated, but desperation lends me strength. The tape gives way, and I'm free. I stagger upright, every fiber in me screaming to escape this suffocating space. I stumble, lurching toward the faint light above. Tears trace hot trails down my cheeks. Relief, raw and overwhelming, floods through me, leaving me weak-kneed and shivering. I can't afford to break down, not yet. I need help. I need safety. With shaky legs, I start climbing the steps. It's not easy. After months of confinement, my muscles have atrophied. Each step is an effort, but I keep going, driven by the promise of salvation. Finally, I reach the top. I throw the door open. Then I head to the foyer. Through the window, I glimpse sky. It's a canvas of dark blue silhouetted with trees. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Then a hand grabs my arm, and Zoe's lips twist in a grim smile.
50. Ava. A door crashes open. Zoe bolts away. I yank my arms from the ropes and dive into the kitchen, grabbing a paring knife.
I'm getting the hell out of here. I'll kill her if I have to.
A woman screams, and I charge into the foyer. Zoe is wrestling with another woman on the floor. Zoe seizes the older woman's silvery hair and yanks, sliding a forearm around her pale throat.
It's Seline. She's lost a lot of weight and her hair has gone gray, but it's her. Seline is alive. Zoe has Seline in a headlock, her teeth grinding as she seems to register the knife in my hand. Celine's chest heaves as she struggles to fight Zoe.
End her now!
Zoe's voice slices through the tense air.
Look at her! Look at what she's done to you!
I step toward them, and Zoe smiles, nodding.
You want revenge?
My abdomen tightens. No.
But she deserves to pay.
Revenge isn't justice.
Isn't it?
She murmurs, tightening her grip on Celine's neck. Seline whimpers.
After everything, don't you want her to pay?
Celine's alive, but in rough shape. She needs an ambulance. I give her a quick once-over. She no longer resembles the woman who used to fill my social media feed. She's like a cornered animal. Pain and confusion flare in her eyes. I meet Zoe's stony gaze, shaking my head. Zoe lets out a harsh breath.
Okay, whatever. Deny it, but you're not an innocent dove. You've done bad things. This is your chance to follow through. I'm giving you a golden opportunity.
I don't understand. She's been here this entire time? I stare at Seline, refusing to blink. How did I miss that?
I've been managing the property for my grandfather. He tells me whenever you book a showing. When I know you're coming, I drive here the day before and gag her.
How awful. Nausea pits my stomach. I rarely visited the Black House. The few times I did, Seline was downstairs, gagged. Jesus. All I had to do was break through the locked basement door and I would have found her. And I thought I had a terrible year. Celine's suffering eclipses mine. I step forward, pointing at her. Loosen your hold on Seline. She can't breathe. Zoe glares at me, but complies. I did this for both of us. I hurt her the same way she hurt you. We could both do it together. She deserves this. She's behind the online mob calling for your head. Ava, you could end this now, chokes Seline, fighting off Zoe's attempts to silence her. We can all go home. Police are already on their way. Seline crumbles with a cry of relief. Zoe laughs. You won't be alive when I get here. I have to defuse this situation. I lick my dry lips. Nobody's murdering anyone. You can't let her get away with this, Ava. With what? Ruining your appearance, Zoe blurts. Seline was supposed to rejuvenate your beauty. She left you with a massive scar tissue. That's not right. Neither is killing her. I glance at Seline, who claws at Zoe's forearm. Don't listen to Zoe. She's a liar. She's out of her mind. Zoe snorts. Next you'll say that Ava's face isn't scarred. Why would she do that? I ask. Celine's fearful gaze flicks at me. You don't have scars. Not the kind you think, anyway. A flash of irritation cuts through my pity. I see them every time I look in the mirror. That's the issue, she says tightly. What you see isn't real. You probably have body dysmorphic disorder. I scoff, inching closer. So I'm making this all up? I'm imagining the scars? Zoe smirks. Nice gaslighting, Doctor. No, I'm not. Your brain plays tricks on you. You perceive flaws and imperfections that aren't there. You have some light scarring from the skin grafts, but your perception is distorted. Can't you see what's going on? Zoe shouts, struggling to keep Seline still. She's desperate. She's trying to manipulate you so she can escape the punishment she deserves. A violent pulse throbs in my throat. So what I see isn't real? How's that possible? Seline breaks out of Zoe's grip. Please, Ava, you have to believe me. I lift the blade. I wanted your apology, not to be labeled as mentally unstable. Zoe yanks on Celine's hair, baring her neck. She's the reason for your pain. Are you going to let her walk away? I'm paralyzed. The knife feels heavy, and Celine's desperation adds to the weight. Time slows down. Memories swirl. All the times Brianna dismissed my angst over my appearance. Ronnie's difficulty understanding how I couldn't sit in anyone's presence when I had a bad day. The moments when I'd reach Dr. Slane's assistant on the phone and beg for help. The countless pep talks in which Zoe convinced me of a distorted reality. Everybody minimized my scars except for Zoe. So many nights I traced the raised white lines on my face. Does my grotesque reflection not exist? Maybe my mind has been the battlefield all along. Seline shoves Zoe off her. I lunge at Zoe's shoulder, stabbing her. She cries out. I toss the knife aside and grab Seline. Then I throw her arm around me. I walk her outside as the distant wail of sirens pierces the night, growing louder with each passing second until red and blue lights dance across the lawn. 51. Seline. Zoe is strapped to a gurney. As they roll her out, her sharp gaze finds me. The urge to cower behind a cop grips me hard, but I force myself to stand tall and face the monster who's kept me prisoner for months. A police officer offers me a bottle of water. Your son is on his way, ma'am. My stomach hardens, I haven't seen him in over a year. I'm too numb to process that. My hands shaking, I try to open the bottle of water. But I'm so feeble that I can't twist off the cap. Ava approaches me, biting her lip. Need help? I hand the bottle to her. She opens it, handing the bottle back. I take it, guzzling water.
I don't want to bother you, she says, hovering near me. You must have been through a lot. But I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry. It took me forever to realize there were codes in those messages. In hindsight, I was delusional to think you'd solve them. Ava rubs her arm. I wish I had noticed it sooner. Maybe then... I sigh, the weight of the past year settling over my shoulders. I'm free from Zoe's clutches, but the mental wounds she inflicted still bind me in chains. Oh, and those notes you found in your car. I never wrote those. I didn't vandalize your car either. I'm not denying that I acted out of line, but I wasn't responsible for all of that. A ripple of shock runs through me. Then who was? Ava's troubled gaze meets mine. It must have been part of Zoe's twisted game. So Zoe was trying to pit us against each other all along. Why didn't you clear your name? She stares at the floor. I wanted you to believe it was me. I wasn't in my right mind. I called the missing persons detective and told him the truth when I realized you'd been kidnapped. But I don't think he took me seriously. Zoe was behind those strange letters? Of course. She told me she'd stolen Ava's keys when she had her procedure. Clearly, she intended to set up Ava when she finally killed me. Will you be okay? Ava asks. I can't bring myself to offer her a comforting lie. It'll take time. She nods, her brow furrowed. A car pulls up and my son spills from the passenger seat. My heart clenches. His widened eyes fill with tears. Mom! Luis wraps me in a tight embrace, his deep sob racking my insides. I thought I'd lost you. I'm here, I whisper, squeezing him. What happened? Ava saved me. Pulling back, he turns his attention to Ava, who stands at a respectful distance. She did? Ava shrugs. I just did what anyone would do. You'll have to tell me all about it later, he says, wiping his face. Let's get you home. Home? Such a sweet symphony of safety and love. I assumed I'd never see it again. With one last glance at Ava, I allow my son to lead me away from the nightmare and toward a new dawn. 52. Ava. Months after Seline's reappearance, I'm slowly getting back to normal. The online accusations that tore my life apart seem like a dark chapter in an ever-evolving story. Yet, despite the darkness of those days, there were bright spots, the connections I made, the truths I uncovered, and the strength I discovered within myself. Recently, Seline and I reached a deal through mediation. I dropped the malpractice lawsuit in exchange for Seline dropping the charges against me. She took full responsibility for what happened to my face, even though Zoe sabotaged the procedure. She also gave me enough money to pay off my debt from the skin graft surgery and then some. It allowed me to move the hell out of Pico Union, which was wonderful because I needed to get away from the media circus. I sit in a Santa Monica cafe with Ronnie. My phone buzzes with a message from Tim. Tim. Still up for that art gallery later? It's supposed to be amazing. Me. Absolutely. As long as it's not a portrait exhibit. Tim. Haha, I promise no portraits, although you'd make a captivating subject. Me. Trying to butter me up before our date? Tim. Only if it's working. By the way, there's a cafe nearby that serves the best hot chocolate. Want to go? Me. Hot chocolate in this weather? You've got a sweet tooth, don't you? Tim. Only for certain things. And people. I roll my eyes, smiling. Tim is the man I'm dating. He's one of the reporters who showed up at my door in the weeks after Dr. Seline was freed. He's become an unexpected cornerstone in my life, hinting at a potential future I once thought was out of reach. Ronnie raises a brow. Who's got you smiling like that? I shrug, my cheeks burning. Just Tim. He's been great. Ronnie chuckles as she types an email. Glad to see you happy, Ava. After everything, you deserve normalcy. A nod, appreciating the weight of her words. She's been with me through the roller coaster. Unlike my sister, she never once doubted me. I'm rebuilding a relationship with Brianna, but it'll take time. I'm trying. It's hard to forget being the world's favorite suspect. She sighs. The internet can be a terrible place, but you've come out stronger. I wish I could prevent this from happening to someone else. Maybe you can, she says, cocking her head. You could approach a publisher with your story. I blink, taken aback. You think so? God, yes. People need to hear the dangers of online mob mentality. It could help others who've been through the same thing. The idea is terrifying, but intriguing. Exposing my vulnerabilities will be painful, but maybe it'll be worth it. I compose a message on my phone, staring into the black glass at my reflection. Giant sunglasses still cover most of my face, but my therapy sessions with Dr. Miles have helped tremendously. I used to assume everybody was gawking at me, but my real scars are in my mind. It's a struggle to look past what I see, but I'm getting there. Untangling my self-worth to my appearance won't happen overnight. Slowly, I'm learning to love the woman in the mirror. 53. Seline. Kidnapped doctor reopens clinic. I groan, setting down the tablet. After everything I've achieved, that's what they call me. Luis glances at the screen, frowning. Don't read that tabloid garbage. I can't help myself. The doctor formerly known as the Miracle Worker of Beverly Hills has opened another practice in Long Beach. The famed doctor was abducted by her receptionist in a startling series of events that inspired Netflix's Skin Deep documentary. I forgot about that damn movie. When Ava's book was released, it became an instant bestseller. I allowed the ghostwriter to interview me, thinking maybe a few people would buy it. I don't blame her for optioning it for film, but I'm not looking forward to a dramatization of my captivity. I put down the tablet, huffing. Luis shakes his head, digging into his cornflakes. Honestly, the media can be so insensitive. Yeah, but Skin Deep? Couldn't they have thought of a more creative title? They're trying to capitalize on your fame and the drama, he points out. Besides, everyone loves a good comeback story. I just wish it didn't have to be framed within the context of my abduction. I'm more than what happened to me. And people will see that, Mom, Luis says from his perch at the breakfast bar. Your work speaks for itself. I can't help but smile at my son's unwavering faith. Despite the turbulent year, our bond has strengthened. We've become pillars of support for one another in the aftermath. Ava called me yesterday. How is she? Luis asks. She's doing well, considering. Therapy is helping. She's learning to accept herself, to see beyond the imagined scars. He nods, biting his lip. Even though he apologized to Ava in person for doubting her, he's told me that he still struggles with guilt. He's also smoothed things over with his ex, Brianna. They remained friends but never rekindled their relationship. That's for the best. Since I was freed, I settled with Ava out of court for an undisclosed amount in the 7 figures. Zoe was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thankfully, I'll never see her again. May she rot in hell.
Louise surveys me. Are you really okay, Mom? I am, I affirm, and for the first time in a long while, I mean it. Healing isn't linear. I have my bad days, but I'm fine. He smiles. Good. You deserve to be happy. I squeeze his hand. Aren't you meeting Michael today? He sours, sliding out of my grip. Nah, I canceled. What? Why? His mouth twists. The way he looks at me weirds me out. It's like I'm a project and not a person. I've known Michael for years, and while he's been supportive during the hardest moment of my life, I can't ignore the undercurrent of possessiveness in his actions. When I got home from the hospital, he insisted on staying with me. He cared so much. It touched me, but after weeks of him clinging to my side, I needed a break. He wasn't pleased, but respected my wishes. Has he ever said anything odd to you? He shrugs. He seems so fake. He says he wants to get to know me, but he's always telling me what to do. He's still learning how to be a dad. That's not all. He's disrespectful. Like when he talks about you, it's in this overly protective tone, as though you can't handle things on your own. My mind whirls. He was there for me during the worst of it. He's been nothing but caring. He's suffocating you. Dude's obsessed. Nausea curdles in my stomach. Louise is right. I probably spend 2 hours a day talking to Michael. It's the only thing that keeps him placated. Until now, I didn't realize how much time I spent on that man. Is this another disturbing byproduct of my captivity? Am I incapable of standing up for myself? Louise grasps my shoulder. You okay? Yeah, I say tightly, heading upstairs. I'm a bit lightheaded. Do you need anything? No, sweetie, thanks. I step into my organized office. There's a package sitting on my desk addressed to me with no return label. I pry it open to find a stash of letters. The handwriting eerily resembles the one Zoe had written pretending to be Ava, but with drafts and revisions. I face the door, shouting, Louise? He lopes upstairs and barges into the room. What is it? How the hell did this get here? He glances at the open package. I don't know. It was outside. I brought it in and put it on your desk. How did Zoe manage to have this delivered to my house? She's in prison. Unless she arranged this with her followers. Truth Seeker's infamy is still ongoing. Zoe has a legion of conspiracy theorist fans who believe Ava kidnapped me, despite the press conference explaining otherwise. The lack of a trial made them think Zoe was a scapegoat. Oh, God, she got one of them to send it. I feel sick. As I reach the bottom of the papers, a handwritten note slips out. Seline, if you're reading this, then I failed and am likely behind bars. I'm sure you've felt a presence lurking in the shadows. It's not just my obsession with you. Someone you know well is watching you closely. Their intentions, while rooted in love, are twisted in ways I can't fully describe. You might think I'm oblivious, but when it comes to you, I notice every detail. There's a reason I've been so confident in my actions. I've always known I wasn't the only threat you faced. Just remember, not all who claim to care for you have pure intentions. Enjoy your freedom, for as long as it lasts. Zoe. 54. Dr. Michael Thorne charged with stalking Dr. Seline Marks. Medical license revoked amid invasion of privacy allegations. By Lucy Dawson, Senior Health and Beauty Correspondent. The medical profession is in disarray after the abrupt suspension of the medical license of Dr. Michael Thorne, esteemed plastic surgeon. The prominent physician now stands accused of a severe invasion of privacy, having clandestinely installed hidden cameras throughout the residence of Dr. Seline Marks, renowned as the miracle worker of Beverly Hills.
A year after her high-profile rescue from a traumatic kidnapping, Dr. Marks made a chilling discovery. While adjusting a painting in her living room, she detected a minuscule, strategically placed device. A thorough police investigation subsequently uncovered multiple covert cameras discreetly positioned around her home. A confidant of Dr. Marks disclosed, "It's gut-wrenching, after everything Seline endured, to realize that her private moments were being violated is just unthinkable." This revelation about Dr. Thorne's unsettling descent into obsession has stunned both colleagues and patients. "I can't believe it. He always epitomized professionalism," said a former patient. An old colleague who chose to remain unidentified expressed deep dismay. "I've known Michael for years. To think he would stoop so low, it's horrifying." Already grappling with the aftermath of Dr. Marks's disappearance, the cosmetic dermatology realm is reeling from this new scandal. A profession built on intimate patient relationships is now overshadowed by betrayal. Dr. Marks's journey, previously a testament to strength, has evolved into a stark warning about misplaced trust and the threats that can hide behind a familiar face. This concludes The Wrong Patient by Rachel Hargrove. Narrated by Amanda Stribling. Copyright 2023 by Rachel Hargrove. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Rachel Hargrove, care of Marcel Lyon Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.